Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 22nd of Spooptober 2022. I am your host, Bezic, and today I am joined by Bleachiest Demon.
Yes, the most Second Amendment podcaster here.
Yes, speaking of which...
And I'm going to rub that in.
Speaking of which, Bleach has been twitching in Second Amendment for the last couple of minutes since he found out what our next member of the panel, his dictator in chief, is up to. Hello, Ardent. Welcome to hell.
Hello. Yeah. Hi from a place where I'm not allowed to own a fucking handgun for my own protection.
Oh, you weren't allowed to do that for decades, but now you can't even buy one.
Well, not legally. And that's not an encouragement, folks.
Just remember, the former U.S. Attorney General decided that it was good enough to help another country get stuff. So,
yeah, remind me what happened to you.
There.
Remind me what happened to Ukraine's ban on assault rifles.
They started handing them out to grandmas.
Yeah.
So clearly, if I want to have access to a firearm, Bleach, you have to invade my country.
I mean, I have no problem with this. It'll be very easy now. It's just the gangbangers we got to watch out for, and they're too busy selling crack for me to have to worry about it.
And over in chat, Prime Knight actually brings up the same point I was making. Prime, I don't know if black powder is legal or not, because it's always been kind of nebulous, and now it's just harder to tell. And thanks for commiserating with me, Monkey. I appreciate it.
Well, the sad thing is, Monkey now has more gun rights than Ardent.
Yeah.
By a long shot.
I'm gonna go slit my wrists. Excuse me.
No, fuck, don't say that, especially not this early in the podcast. Jesus, Ardent, no, bad. Fucking hell.
We need any technical difficulties test screen.
For the interest of any YouTube reviewer, that was absolutely a joke.
Looking at you, Susan.
Trudeau is not enough to make me kill myself.
But Trudeau, on the other hand...
No, I can't even say that, because that's a potential intimation of a threat, and I'm not making threats.
You just promises.
Just promises.
I didn't say that either.
So, how does it feel to have more restrictive gun laws than Australia?
I'm salty as fuck. I cannot fucking believe this.
Well, we'll get into that story, but first we'll do some quick shilling. So, First thing to shill. Fuck, was it last night? Last night in the vague abomination that is international streaming, Disco and I, well, we decided we'd do another RimWorld stream. This time, our colony was based on what the left thinks the right's all about. So our colony featured MAGA gammons who were KKK male supremacists, and things were going well until the colony decided that its just duty was to to peacefully remove the non-believers from the area. Unfortunately, it resulted in 2 colonist deaths, massive injuries, and, well, at least it solved the problem. There was no problem after that. And then, then because they were a bunch of MAGA chuds and they didn't wear their face masks, they all got the flu, and that killed off half the colony, along with a dose of malaria. But it's okay. We enslaved some people, and that saved the colony. I'm not kidding. Go check it out.
I mean, even the leftists' ideal of the right still makes it a superior form of belief.
Well, our previous stream on... Fuck, where'd it go? On what would happen in a leftist-run society. Well, at least in our society, it was that the deaths were glorious in combat in defense of the superior way of life, rather than stupidly killing themselves by running into insects and dying of insanity. But basically,
but sadly, did one of the colonists named Kitty Noises die?
yes, the colonists named Kitty Noises died gloriously in battle.
Not Kitty Noises. I liked him.
I think was the only survivor black?
Oh, of course.
I have.
Or did Black die?
opinion to
Or did
offer on
Black
this.
die of? No, that was their name, not their skin color. Or they either survived or died of malaria. Anyway, great stream. If you want to see Disco and I pretending to be violently racist against everybody, and then enacting that racism with dangerous plastic black assault rifles, highly recommend.
Terrible
Oh,
plastic
you mean
guns.
sporting rifles?
Nobody tell the gun grabbers that most hunting rifles fire larger rounds than most handguns.
What do you mean? Well, that's the sad thing. I could probably get a fucking 50 cal for rabbit hunting. That's how stupid Australia is.
Oh yeah.
So making rabbit stew on the hoof.
But get something in a tiny caliber like 5.56. No, can't even have that for fucking hog hunting. I'd like to take a fucking politician and try and get them to try and beat a fucking herd of wild hogs with a single shot fucking 380.
You guys have the same problem with hogs that the Americans do in the South?
Yes, we also need. Look, there's more justification for Australians to have machine guns than there is for Americans, because we remember the Great Emu War.
Come and fight a grizzly rather than a drop bear. Then tell me how much you need an automatic weapon.
I don't know. I think I'd stand a better chance against a grizzly than a drop bear. The grizzly might decide to leave if you shoot it several times. It'll just piss off the drop bear.
Well, with drop bear, you're going to get the chlamydia and die anyway, so.
Well, that's why you just need a bigger gun and a better scope. The further you shoot it from...
You only have to worry about being raped by the drop bears in the rut season, which is, I think, 11 out of the 12 months of the year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Well,
the other season is bushfires.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Australia doesn't get August because it's warm all the time.
Yeah, the problem with Australia is we have 10 days where it's cold for Australia, so about, 15 degrees Celsius.
Which is basically an average Newfoundland summer day. Pricks.
Yes, and that's in the middle of winter. And then every other day it's fucking 30 degrees. And then we have summer when it's 40 degrees and humid. Where it'd make a Floridian sweat their nuts off.
And that's why bleach does not go to Australia.
Yeah.
It's not the drop bears, it's the damned humidity.
I thought the
I'm
reason you didn't come to Australia is because the central part of your theocracy, the Second Amendment, forbids it.
I mean, I was able to tour Europe. I had to get inoculated against that hatred of all things.
I was like, but it's a dry heat for you Aussies. No, it's not. Where the people live is on the coast. Nearly all the people live within 100k of the coast. And we have rainforest the entire length of the bloody thing. We have rainforest until it hits the bits that snow in winter.
Did you say snow?
Yes, we have places that snow for 3 days.
That sounds horrifically short.
Earl wants to go to Australia so he can practice axe throwing and using a sling. Earl, you can just come here.
I'm reasonably
you can throw axes anywhere.
I'm reasonably sure that those would get you arrested. Just ask, does Australia have a harvest season where the leaves change colour and the weather gets cold? We have neither of those things. That-
You
that-
guys have rainbow trees.
I mean, before all the real men died off in the 70s, the fact that we had one season, the hot, rainy, on fire season, used to breed them tough. Unfortunately, the
Back
advent
before the
of,
name Bruce got co-opted by people who don't deserve it.
unfortunately, the advent of air conditioning and public schooling killed the real man.
If it wasn't for that damn public schooling.
What I'm hearing is we need to go to Australia, find Bezick's place, and just destroy his AC, and then he's going to be a real man.
That's what it sounds like. He needs his creature
No,
comforts taken away from him.
I'm already a real man by Australian standards because I have firearms.
Not fair.
But you still have air conditioning, so
I just have big sticks.
You cannot survive in Australia without air conditioning. Right, back to the shilling.
I thought you said you're a real man.
Back to the shilling. Bleach, the fuck are you up to at like an hour after Sultans? Or immediately after Black Pills or something?
I am doing an interview with Christopher Everard on his channel, and he decided to ambush me a little bit, so it's going to be fun to see. See
Getting
how that
his
goes.
revenge, is he?
I mean, would you be surprised?
Well, clearly we've taught him. Well, if he's bushwhacking people.
Earl has the actually two of the best comments in chat I've seen in a while. Fuck New York, and return Mrs. O'Leary's cow to Chicago. Thank you, Earl. That brightened my day.
Nothing of value would be lost.
Yes.
Except the
Yeah,
setting
so,
for the Dresden Files books, but he'll find somewhere else to put those.
Indeed. But yes, that's coming up. If you don't feel like doing white pills, or if Monkey's ass is too sore for white pills, whichever one it is, you can.
I believe they're in the process of renegotiating their scheduling.
Yeah, you can go
Right,
watch
so-
Bleach taunt the Forest French.
Sweet.
I thought he was
Well,
swamp French.
Yes. Well, no, you only have swamp Germans. You have forest French.
Ah, okay.
And then, of course, Ardent is still doing daily videos, and damn it, Ardent, you need to remaster your poetry reading. With the good fucking mic
some of that
this
stuff
time.
is bad. Believe it or not, it's actually not the mic's fault. It's my fault. I don't really do well with Audacity.
Well, I don't know what you fucked up, but I wanted to watch your reading of... Oh, fuck, what was it? Invictus or something?
The last one I did was Invictus,
Yeah.
and
I
playing it back,
I wanted to
it's
watch
not
it,
great.
got 2 seconds in and went, no. Like, sorry, dude,
Yeah.
but...
yeah, no, I understand. That one's actually older than the one that came out last week, and I don't know where I screwed up in the reading.
Mhm.
Or sorry, not in the reading, but in the audio editing.
Yeah, Monkey says no white pills today. He has sore balls and Disco's boyfriend has full ones, and both of those need to be rectified so neither of them can make it.
Okay then.
Well, are we really all that shocked?
Monkey gets an inordinate amount of pelvic injury, is what I'm hearing.
He really
Yeah.
does.
Well, he did spend a number of years in Berlin, so
Mhm.
Well, there's that, yeah.
Right, so speaking of how anything touched by the French needs to be destroyed, Canada.
No, gods.
So,
Yeah.
Puck Doe has been at it again.
I prefer Castro.
But he's also
I think just Frostback Hitler.
Hey, that works. April flavored Mussolini?
I don't know. I'm reasonably sure Mussolini was less a fucking tyrant than this piece of shit.
True. Paul
I mean-
smoking pot? Yes, you see why I beat a one. Hashtag destroy Canada is absolutely necessary.
Yes.
Al says the ice socialist. Oh dear.
Gonna send us all to the igloo lag.
So anyway, who do we have to say hello to anyway? We've got Prime Knight, who rocked up the second I scheduled the fucking stream, so he's a good boy. He gets a brownie
Good
point.
man.
We have Callum Dyson, Billy Blogs, Al, of course, who pointed out on the Murder the Infidel stream that there is actually 2 C's in his name.
Ah, yes. Stick you, please.
We've got that weirdo Ardent Monkey, of course.
Yes.
Bleach made an appearance, UCY with one.
Ooh,
Yes,
Ron
dinner
Peters popped
history.
Bleach, I don't like that guy.
Garboy's in chat. Hello,
Mhm.
It's like Kong Feet.
Yep, Kongfeet, who seems to have some extra free time the last couple of weeks. He normally joins us on the VOD. Good to see him live.
Ah, cool. Who else just saw Earl's comment?
Yep. Earl says, at Bay State, it's not your sex life, it's how you practice for it alone.
And hello, Garbwire.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of having a referendum to join America, I have something I wanted to share. If Bezic is willing, let me see if I can throw that into our show chat.
Well, while Arden fumbles with technology, let's get started. So, Trudeau orders an immediate freeze on the sale of handguns in Canada. Right, so, we'll get to how fucking pointless and tyrannical that is in a second. But the first thing is, who the fuck is Trudeau to order such a thing? Where the fuck does the Prime Minister get off thinking they have the authority to make any fucking orders?
Oh, probably the same place that Joe Biden thinks executive orders are a good way to solve problems.
Oh, you mean Joe ruling by executive order is the sign of a tyrant?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because,
until he gets the pen in his hand. Yeah.
and then does the most executive orders of any president.
That was more than Trump's entire presidency in one fucking week, you mean?
Mm-hmm. You know, if you just put an ice cream cone in Trudeau's hand, sunglasses, and bleached his hair white, he pretty much could pass as Joe
Look,
Biden.
I think what we should do is we should put Trudeau in a wig, give him a lollipop, and then stick him in a room with Joe Biden. And because Biden will sniff him. Sniff him to death.
Yeah, but the problem is Joe Biden is a scent hunter, and the moment he gets a whiff of that thing, he's not going anywhere near it again.
What are you doing, cat? Hello?
Oh, he's doing cat things, of course.
He does not know what he's up to. But he's desperately
Yes,
in...
this is why dogs are superior creatures.
Yeah, but... Does your dog shit in a box and clean itself and then not destroy the house while you're gone for 12 hours working?
No, my dog has the good sense not to shit in any boxes I want him out of.
Callum's like, Bez is a cat? What is it? A cat.
UCVYIP1 says blasphemy. Doesn't like dogs, I take it.
Well, I like dogs. That's why I don't own any.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah.
I just need a dog big enough to ride into battle. Why is that such a bad thing?
Look, if you're... See, you're getting confused. Dogs make excellent frontline troops, but cats are great for subversion tactics. Like, it comes naturally to them.
Yeah. Send the cats on a commando raid.
Yep.
Actually, when I learned that if you throw a cat from a height higher than the second floor, they tend to survive, it occurred to me that they would make excellent trebuchet ammo.
Well, on the same thought, can we see if Trudeau's a cat?
I don't think he'll land on his feet, but I don't really have a big problem with that.
I think we just put him in blackface and as Prime Knight, and put him in blackface and send him to Harlem.
Yeah.
I don't think Harlem is quite as hard as it used to be, so, Chicago
it should be Chicago.
choice.
Harlem's in fuck New York, isn't it?
Fucking right.
Yeah, send him to Chicago. It makes New York look like a good place to live.
Although I would rather just, even without blackface, send him to L.A.
I'd rather just send him to
Send him back to Cuba, where his fucking father came from.
the Laurentian Abyss. He likes being in the Laurentian area, so let's send him to the Laurentian Abyss.
Anyway, now, Ardent, speaking of the handgun ban,
Yes.
there's a Japanese guy that would like to tell you what you can do with 2 pieces of pipe, some wood, and an electrical wire.
Yep. You can ban my guns, but you can't ban my balls. As Brandon Herrera has said. Having seen the results of Brandon Herrera's recreation of that particular weapon, no.
Look, all I have to say is that after seeing the AK-50, I want an AR-50.
Oh god, no. I'd way prefer the AK. Those low tolerances mean
But
you can crawl into dirt, pick the gun up, shake it off, and you're good.
The AK has wood on it, so clearly it's nowhere near as dangerous.
Fair. But the fact that it has wood on it makes it much more appropriate for a woodworker.
See, I think you guys are thinking way too small when it comes to going to 50 cal. I mean, you got to go with an M2.
Mama Juice. Oh yeah.
Yeah. The problem with the Madus is it's not exactly man portable.
That's where
only
you're
if you're a
wrong.
weakling.
Well, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, you're going to lose a lot of the aiming aspects, but that's where you get the slightly shorter barreled ones, and you just sling it, carry it, and that's you don't even need the ammo half the time because people are just going to freak out and run away.
Accuracy by superior firepower is always good too.
Exactly.
Or, no, not accuracy, sir. Accuracy by volume of projectile.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right, so let's have a look at the article. So, Canadian prime fuckface, Mini Castro, is placing a nationwide freeze on the sale, purchase, and transfer of handguns effective immediately. The handgun freeze is the latest in an ongoing battle among Canadian tyrants over population suppression measures. In Parliament, legislators are still debating the passage of a bill introduced in May that would be one of the most tyrannical pieces of gun control legislation this side of 1930s Germany. The new handgun freeze is an immediate action the Trudeau administration said is taking as conversation around the bill continues. Right, the Trudeau administration. What the fuck, Arden? How the fuck do you manage to fuck up a governing system so fucking badly that the Prime Minister can just go, I'm going to enact a law, and just fucking stamp whatever the fuck he feels like without even going through fucking Parliament?
Well, it's actually worse than that, but we'll start at the real.
How is it worse than dictator Castro?
You'll understand. You'll understand, trust me. But let's start at the root of the problem. Women.
Yes, we've established that everything went to shit when we gave women the right to vote.
Oh, no, it was even before that. It was because Queen Victoria decided that Canada could, because they asked politely, be their own country. So that was where the real problem started. And then we gave women the vote, and then this pretty boy ran for office. And women went, ooh, he's pretty. Let's vote for him.
Why are women so stupid?
I
Because
remember
we let them out of the kitchen. I don't know.
Probably. I remember back in the 1992 election, and they were talking about the soccer mom vote going for Bill Clinton because he was a handsome man. And it's like,
since when was Bill Clinton ever handsome?
Fucking vaginas, we might actually get decent leaders.
But also, when was Clinton ever fucking handsome?
Apparently in 92.
But he was already fucking 60.
Yeah, he wasn't so much handsome as he was cool because he could play the saxophone. He hung out with Arsenio Hall, you know.
And he sexually assaulted women on the side.
It was the soccer moms who talked about his sex appeal back in the 90s. And I remember that vividly. And I'm thinking to myself,
what is it with women and their fascination for rapists?
I wish I knew. Because otherwise I could craft a narrative and get laid all the time.
Oh.
Like, every fucking time a rapist pops up, women are like, oh, he's so sexy. See, Clinton,
Well, and
Trudeau.
look at Charles Manson. Yeah, women are just like, oh, he's so amazing. I can fix him. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's this innate desire of women to fix men that's
Well,
just leading down
that
this
didn't
terrible road.
exist in the fucking 40s, did it? This, oh, we can fix men, only fucking started showing up in the fucking 60s and 70s.
Mhm.
Which tells us that that's when men became broken. You
Well,
know,
I mean, we did have the hippies start showing up, so.
maybe the mistake was that they didn't go hard enough on wiping out the hippie problem.
I'd have to agree. Yeah, the whole counterculture and free love
Just the
thing
time.
was
Just the
spread.
time. It smells it when you get the unwashed patchouli bullshit coming floating towards you over the river. It smells kind of like communism, so it should be treated accordingly.
I always like the fact that patchouli was originally used to mask the scent of dead bodies.
Explains why the communists like it so much.
Exactly.
They've been dead for centuries. Monkey says that being a rapist must be frustrating. All you want to do is rape a chick, but they want it, so it takes all the fun out of it. Do you want to play the rape game? Yes. Oh, god damn it.
They're no fun. Hybristophilia? Do I want to know what hybristophilia is?
It's probably something about women liking pedophiles and rapists. So let's have a look at this fucking bill. An act to amend certain acts and make certain consequential amendments firearms. Fucking hell, what's the point in naming your acts if that's what you're going to come up with?
The act to be tyrannical act.
The Hitler was a pussy, we'll show him how it's really meant to be done act.
Based is pointing out that it's an attraction to murderers.
Again, I'm still convinced that that's only been a problem since like the 50s and 60s. I can kind of see where it would have came from because it's the same.
It's kind of the bad boy thing on steroids.
Well, it's not even the bad boy thing, because the bad boy thing only exists because that's the closest thing to a real man these losers are meeting these days. Remember when all men were big, tough protectors who'd fuck up someone who messed with their family? Well, now they've got whiny, pathetic, tattooed fuckboy loser scum who'll get into a slut fight over their egos, and well, women see violence and that turns them on because it used to be a sign of masculinity.
Yeah, I have to apologize. I couldn't answer right away when you asked that question because I was busy finishing off my peppermint tea, like a real man.
Jesus. Crow heard slut fight and came running. Hey, Crow.
I honestly thought you said slap fight, but okay.
No, it has to be slut fight since Crow's in chat.
Well, on the same note, that is also why Tate is successful. Because Tate is clearly a tattooed frat boy, fuck boy loser. And the other reason he's successful is that that's a better fucking example of masculinity than this trash that keeps coming out of the universities.
Yeah.
Which is pathetic.
It's worse than pathetic. Because, because one of my jobs involves going onto university campuses, and even the frat bros wandering around, and I'm thinking, I'm in my late 30s, out of shape, and I could still probably beat the shit out of this super masculine, I'm pumping iron every day, because I've thrown a punch.
So have I. I don't think I've thrown one in a punch in anger since I was in primary school, but I've at least stood on the mat and fucking swung a punch at someone who was resisting. I also understand that there's no such thing as a fair fight outside the ring.
Also true.
Exactly.
Uh,
Yeah.
and you had to bear in mind that a lot of these modern men look like the only punch they've taken recently is a donkey punch. But hey, I didn't say that out loud.
No, most of these modern men look like the fucking doctor donkey punched them on the way to the floor when they were born.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tate, he looks like the fucking doctor dunked him when he was fucking born. What an absolute fucking loser that guy is. Which is why it pisses me off so much when Carl keeps talking about that fucking abortion of manhood on the fucking Lotus Eaters. Like, Tate should have been wiped from the public eye just for being a fucking loser.
Yep.
Like, not for any bullshit on Twitter. No, he's just a piece of shit. And any women that like him, and any men that want to be him, all go in the fucking gulag. Neutered.
I prefer just full eunuch.
Billy says you're not meant to
nothing there.
donkey punch men. That's kind of the point, Billy. That's kind of the point I'm making here. These idiots aren't men.
Yeah, Prime Knight says there are three tactics in a confrontation: cower, run, and fight. It's actually talk your way out of it, walk away, run, and hide. And then
No,
the fifth one is fight
Prime's
if you have to.
talking more instinctually. Fight, flight, freeze.
Yeah, freeze does nobody any good. And how did you survive? How did your genetics survive long enough that freeze is one of your problems?
Notice that scene is more common among women.
Bay Stage says
Yeah.
Andrew Tate is Amaranth's husband. Oh, God.
Billy asks why Bezic hates this guy. Well, let's bring up Andrew Fuckboy Tate. Firstly, what is not to hate about this fucking loser? I hate his glasses. I hate his bald fucking shaved polished head. I hate his baggy ass fuckboy beard. I hate his tattoos. I hate that he's a fucking loser. I hate that he's everything wrong with he's everything wrong with modern non-leftist man.
Yep.
Yeah, he's not exactly a good example for the next generation, I'll give you that. He's got a pretty good
right
record
there,
for being
right there. Go, scroll down, Bezic.
This is what happens when a fuckboy is successful.
So bottom row, third one in. That is the exact image
Oh,
that
God.
I have for this kind of fuckboy.
This one in the middle?
Where's your chin?
Or the one on the right?
Over to the left one.
This one.
That one, right there. It's a, oh, here, I'm pulling one over on someone. It's like,
Wow.
dude, you look like somebody's just pulled the dildo out of your ass and slapped you in the face with it, and you liked it.
Like, or this one.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry, but in women, duck faces should be a beating offense, and in men, it should be a capital offense.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna poke your lips out like that, I'm gonna want to punch them.
Prime's like, he got the looks and body. Does he really have the looks? He looks like a fucking, like someone ate a pencil and shat out the eraser. Like, he is literally a 30-year-old frat house fuckboy loser.
Hello, bro.
Yep.
I made a mistake again, and I forgot the time. I apologize.
That's were you doing that when you were in chat and you're like, yeah, slut fight, then sitting there for 10 minutes. Oh shit, I'm supposed to be in
Wait
there.
a minute. Something's off in this podcast. Yeah, no, I've been shit posting on Twitter for the last hour or so. So yeah, I completely forgot the time. I apologize.
Oh, good man.
I mean, that's all Twitter's really good for.
Yeah, like, and I don't think Tate's a misogynist. I don't think he's smart enough to be a misogynist.
I think he's just smart enough to figure out how to create controversy. And
Yeah,
thereby
and
publicity.
like, he's not. I'm not even sure what I'm trying to say, but he's right. He's right in a lot of the things he says, but
Yeah,
even
but
a
you can
blind
listen
squirrel
to
can
Jordan
find a
Peterson.
nut.
Exactly,
even
yeah,
a
you can
blind
listen to
squirrel
Jordan
can
Peterson
find the
for 20
ground when it
minutes and pick
falls
up
out of a
enough to-
tree.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can
let's
listen
be
to-
honest. Let's be honest. What he's done is created a persona, and he's living up to the persona that he's created.
Hmm.
If you look in his photos, he has his sunglasses and leather jacket in so many photos because that's the persona. It's not because he's being a reasonable, normal human being. It's because that's the character he's playing. And if you
Yeah.
don't take
he's
if you
tanning
don't
bed,
take his
razor
character
fist.
seriously, it completely erodes him because it literally it's just a character piece. It's a character piece because it makes him money, and that's it.
And like I think he might actually be a misogynist, but that doesn't mean that most of what he's saying is wrong. Like all his like everything that sounds like something that we'd say, sure, like we can, that's fine. But even a dropped clock is right twice a day.
I mean, let's be honest.
definitely
Like
dropped
they
here,
say in
if you
chat, caricature. He is the outward appearance of what you'd consider a douche bro. That's
He
what
is.
Yeah.
He's a douche bro. Yeah.
So he's
Also,
going to
hello,
repeat
Trim.
talking points he's heard from other people like that. Yes, also hello Trim. We were also both late, so
Hello.
the pair of us.
Trim has
I
an
just wanted
excuse.
to drop by and say hello since I'm fully unable to actually join this conversation because of a horrible lag. Also, work. So enjoy the Saturday. I'll see you later, guys.
So
Keep safe,
excuses.
Trim.
And this is why Trim needs to draw at least one piece of art a day so I can put it on the YouTubes and exploit the fucking losers who sit there and watch shorts so I can become rich and famous off of his hard work. No, wait.
And then
I
you
don't
can
want to
pay
be
him
rich
a basic
and...
salary to get him off the boat so he can do more
I
work
don't
and
want to
basically
be
slowly
rich.
turn him into slavery.
Yeah, let me correct that. I don't want to be rich and famous. I want to be rich. Trim can be famous.
Yeah.
That's how rich and famous should be work. I'll be rich, he can be famous.
We're all messing with Callum Dayton in chat, telling him that Trim is from California. Norway, California.
Yeah, it's part of Northern California that catches on fire regularly.
To be fair, I thought everybody knew that.
Yeah.
And I thought the accent gave it away.
Mhm. But
Yeah, it's one of those rare American accents, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Scandinavian Americans.
okay, so
Very localized.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing if we can
Minnesota
find.
and Norway.
I'm just seeing if we can find anything other than the standard.
I will
Fuckhead
give
news
Andrew Tate
sources.
some props for one thing. He had a really good win-loss record when he was a kickboxer, which makes me wonder why he gave it up.
Sorry, he was a housemate on Big Brother? Oh, well, that tells you everything you need to know about the fucking idiot. He should have been executed for that. I want to do a new I want to do a new reality TV show. I'm going to get everyone involved in the production of like Big Brother, and then I'm going to get them to put out the contacts and get all the people who have signed up, and I'm going to get all the people who sign up and all the people involved and put them in a stadium and burn the fucking thing. Everyone involved in reality TV, the cast, the crew, the producers, the so-called fucking stars, they're all scum. They're all human fucking trash and should be eliminated for the betterment of society.
Well,
You know what would be more
I'm a big
entertaining?
advocate. I'm a big
What would
advocate
be
of
more
pit-
entertaining than just burning them all in one go is if you put a bunch of people in a Big Brother house and then one of them's a serial killer and you just wait slowly.
I think...
and
Actually,
then you
you've
arrest
given
them
me
and
a-
try
you-
them for murder.
You've given me an idea. What about Among Us?
Yeah, basically, that's basically what I'm thinking. And women would watch the shit out of it because they love murder documentaries.
Yeah, and then we'll run a But basically, I hate everyone involved in reality TV, and I think the world would be a better place if the next Big Brother house blew up.
No, I agree with
No,
you.
no,
Absolutely.
I have a far better idea. We take the Ultimate Fighter guys and the Big Brother guys, and we force them to live together. I think that
I
would
was
be much
thinking
more
just
entertaining.
gladiatorial combat, and whoever survives gets tried with and executed for
Oh,
murder.
I've got an idea of what we could do for a reality TV show. We get Joe Rogan, Andrew Tate, and put them in the ring.
Oh God, Rogan would
No,
kick
no,
him in
Sam
half.
Hyde and Andrew Tate.
Yes! Now we're fucking cooking with gas.
The winner gets to fight Hassan Piker. Because we gotta motivate Sam Hyde somehow.
Oh yeah.
Callum Dayton's like,
Okay.
any suggestions for ex-porn stars TV series? Speaking of, did anyone hear that stupid whore, ex-porn star, whatever the fuck her name is, fucking
Meghan Markle?
No, she's an ex-TV whore, not an ex-porn star. No, the ex-porn
would you
star
really wanna see
turned Twitch thought that did a fucking back-in their phone pit because everyone involved in Twitch is a fucking idiot.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
TwitchCon,
What was-
right?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
know
know
the
who
one.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the broken bum girl. Yeah.
Yeah. And for research
Callum Dayton has a very good point. That stupid whore. Which one best?
Fucking hell.
So I did some research and determined that she is nowhere near sexy enough to have that much following.
I can imagine.
You're just envious. You wish you had a following like that on OnlyFans.
But I don't want to be famous. I thought I pointed that out.
You
No,
don't have to
sorry.
be famous with an OnlyFans. You can just make lots of money. Sell feet pics, for fuck's sake.
True, should do feet pics.
Yep.
Oh God.
I mean, you've literally got a person called Kong Feet in chat right now. So,
And he's willing to buy 81 of them.
sorry to call you out, Kong Feet, like that. That's kind of mean of me, but felt relevant.
Monkey says that she should be used to getting her ass broken. Well, maybe you should ask her for some recovery tips, Monkey.
Ooh. You
Oh,
walked into
I
that
knew
one.
that was coming.
Right, so let's see what Lad Bible has to say about it. Is that a woman? Why the fuck is a woman writing for Lad Bible? Jesus fucking Christ.
Because they can't be accused of misogyny.
Monkey's like, low blow. You opened the fucking door for that. It's not our fault that you opened the door directly in line with your nuts.
That was the back door he opened.
Oh.
Okay, let's see. So it kicked off when Andrew Tate appeared on Piers Morgan's show. Well, he should be... Yeah, we should have kicked him off Twitter just for appearing on Piers Morgan's show.
That was such a fucking awkward interview, though. I mean, Piers Morgan. thought we had
Jesus
him in the
Christ,
sort of gotcha.
Piers. How do you make that fucking loser look good?
Yeah.
Like, fuck me dead. You could dig up Hitler, reanimate him, and get Piers to interview him, and by the end of the fucking show, people would be applauding Hitler.
I might be applauding at the beginning, considering who's the opposite choice.
Oh, no, nobody wants that in their lap, Prime Night.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I don't
Jesus.
think anyone wants that.
Oh God.
Intestinal womb is not where you want to be.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh god, the stupid hoe. So the issue in question was whether or not Tate saying that 18 and 19-year-olds are more desirable than 25-year-olds is misogynistic. Spoiler alert, pretty much everything that comes out of Tate's mouth is. Right, so, 1, you're a woman writing from a Lad Bible, opinion rejected. 2, that one statement is not misogynistic, it's basic fucking fact.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
if-
you're
it
looking at
depends on what
fertility.
it depends on what context you're looking at. If you're looking at a purely biological incentive to procreate and spread the seed, yeah, that's exactly how it works. Unfortunately,
If you are
It's not
looking...
everybody's personal
If you were,
preference, but
if you are looking at it from a men exist point of view,
Yeah, but, and from a social standpoint, I mean, it's especially this day and age, it's very clear that those 7 years make a big difference in
Mhm.
experience.
but
level,
yes,
let's say.
Crow does kind of touch
Yeah.
on something. Especially if you clarify it and say 18 and 19-year-olds are more sexually desirable than 25-year-olds. Of course they fucking are. Are you going to want to have a conversation with them? No. But you don't need to have a conversation with them when your dick's in their mouth. Holson,
I mean,
That's a strange
in my
way to
entire
reproduce.
life, in my entire life, I've never been interested in women my own age. I've always been interested in older women. Every woman I've been with is older. And the main reason is because those women know what they fucking want and they don't fucking play mind games with you, which is one of the biggest problems I found with younger women, is they're still trying to find themselves and what it means to be a woman. And because they play all these fucking head games, I just don't have any interest in them.
Yeah.
But
Holsonator.
that's talking about their personality and stuff as well, which is an intrinsic factor in, procreation as well. But if you're looking at the purely biological incentives there, then yeah, of course, like a freshly fertile female is going to be more desirable because there's more opportunity to produce more offspring.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You've got 6 additional opportunities minimum to pump out more kidlets. Holsonator has donated $5 and says, "Look, I think Andrew makes some good points, but there's definitely no sense that he feels any kind of duty or obligation to society, and he made a lot of his money off that culture." Absolutely. That's a bingo.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I agree, Billy. That is quite an unusual thing. I mean, when I was 17, I woke up with a 45-year-old, to give you an example. So yeah, I've always been interested in older women in general. Not
So
like
what you're
grannies,
saying is
mind
you
you.
were molested.
Well, technically, I lost my virginity at the age of 11, so that doesn't really help.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah, that shut you
that
up.
explains a lot, Crow.
No, not really.
We knew you were fucked up, Crow, but that explains a lot.
Well, I mean, age differences
Billy
are a bit
Black
different when
says-
you're a crow.
Yeah. Yeah, how many years
You
is that in
ruffled your feathers
human
and you were
years?
in.
I mean, 11's pretty old for a crow, let's be honest.
That's true.
But how
You should worry about
how
that,
old
though.
is it for an eldritch abomination?
I mean, it's seconds for us. I mean, time doesn't mean much anymore, you know?
Mm-hmm. Uh,
Oh, wow, I've really triggered chat with that.
yeah.
Cat is just lost because of that. Yeah.
Yep. Right, where the fuck was I before that happened?
Sorry, derailing things.
I can understand why someone would prefer to talk to an older woman. Because all of us remember being 16 and thinking, fuck me dead, 16-year-old girl's stupid.
Yep.
But unfortunately, like I keep saying, men may have 2 heads, but we only have enough blood for one at a time.
And I, something else that just popped into my head. The upper one. the other point that is kind of interesting, with the younger ones is they're not as corrupted by the modern day political bullshit of feminism. Because you get the 25-year-olds, and then it's like, all right, they've likely been to uni, and therefore they're all screeching feminists, or they're already married. So I can follow that logic too.
Well, there's just one problem with that logic. In modern society, they're not already married. Well, they're not currently married at 25.
Well, yeah,
They're divorced with 2 children with different surnames,
Oh, God, yeah. I mean,
sitting on
the moment I
fucking
found
welfare, and then whining about how hard it is that the government asks, have you considered maybe doing at least 1 hour of work while the kids are at school?
I mean, it's quite simple. The moment a woman has a kid, she has baggage. And I'm not willing to raise anybody's children but my own. And that's her choice. And she wants to make those choices. That's her business, none of mine. But I'm not going to be a part of it.
Yeah, that's
women
generally
seem to
my
be
attitude,
obsessed
too.
with the status of motherhood, and
Which they should be.
they don't
To an-
understand that there's
in-
consequences for that.
There's 2 sides to that. Because motherhood is great, and women should aspire to be mothers. But I think that's a difference between being a mother and being a home with a kid.
Well, unfortunately, women have not had good positive role models for at least a generation, possibly 2, to really teach them that difference.
Well,
And that
I
goes
think
back
you're right.
to the family unit being destroyed.
Yeah,
First, they
and
kicked the men out,
like they've
and then
got
they made the women feel like, oh, I can do anything I want, which, oh, well, let's compete with men in over-sexualizing ourselves. It's like, that's a mistake for everybody.
Mhm. I mean, I've come from a position of experience where my ex-fiance had a 3-year-old girl that she didn't tell me about for 6 months.
Jesus
And
Christ.
being naive, I intended to adopt this little girl for a long time. And then she taught this little girl to call me dad, and then she would use that against me, and then berate the child for calling me dad because I wasn't the real father, kind of stuff. So you get a lot of this kind of abuse of power if there is no fairness in the fact that you're also the father of that child. And I will never put myself in that position again where I'm having to have someone lord it over me that I'm not actually the real parent of a child. That is disgusting
Mhm.
behavior, and it's purely abuse at that point. But um,
Well, for both you and the child.
yeah, and it just made me so sad seeing the confusion on that poor little kid's
Mhm.
face where they're being told conflicting information like that.
Yeah,
So, see what I mean about the difference between a mother and a hoe with a child? A mother
Indeed.
would not abuse their child to get back at a dude.
yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But to finish my thought, being a mother used to be respected for good reason, especially especially when you get back beyond 1900. Like back when it was riskier, and nowhere near as risky as feminists like to pretend. But back when it was significantly riskier than it is now to pop out a kid and then raise them, like it took serious fucking effort to raise a kid. Like we didn't have fucking epidurals back in the 1800s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of a lot higher mortality rate than now. But not like you said, not like feminists are proclaiming.
Feminists,
sounds like women were dying all over the place all the time.
Feminists are sitting here being like, "Oh, it's like 25%." No, because
Okay, actually, I have a question on this. You said it wasn't as high a mortality rate now, but I'm curious how the numbers compare for abortion rates in America alone compared to the death rates that you'd have of children naturally during times where abortion
sorry, I was
and stuff
talking
wasn't
about the
anywhere.
mortality rate of the mother. But if we're
Yeah.
talking
Oh, I
about the
see.
kids, oh yeah, and they're going to be far higher now if you count abortion.
Yeah, well, that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
I mean-
I think that's kind of a disgusting thing that we've gone to electively killing children instead of them dying because of the consequence of life.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's a point where on the abortion debate, I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm out. Yeah, you're embracing extermination over natural causation.
Like,
All the time screaming, "Oh, we've got to do it for the planet."
I'm stuck in this weird place where like I kind of think that on the balance of everything, that having abortion legal up to like, I don't know, 12 weeks is the number. Like, it's like, oh, fine, I guess on the balance of everything put together, it's probably okay-ish. But I've got a serious fucking problem with the attitude women have towards abortion. Like, abortion shouldn't be a fucking, oh, look at me, I'm looking after myself. No, it should be like, oh shit, I've really fucked up. I've done something stupid and horrible, and now I'm going to have to do something else that's horrible to lessen the negative
partly the problem,
impact
though.
of
We
the
got
previous
rid of-
bad decision I made.
We've got rid of the culture of shaming people for their actions in that way. We
Mhm.
have people that are saying, "Oh yeah, it's good to be fat. It's good to get pregnant and have an abortion. Be free. Do what you want. There are no consequences."
Well, that's it. Having an abortion, an elective abortion, should be a shameful thing because it means you've made a mistake. It
Yeah,
means
it's always immoral.
It's not because like it's less about casting judgment on in this argument. It's less about casting judgment on the abortion itself, but on what made the abortion necessary. You, through conscious, willing action, brought this upon yourself, and you are now going to kill. I'm not going to say murder because that annoys the shit out of me. It's not murder. You are now going to kill a fetus / baby / potential human being to protect yourself from the consequences of your own dumbass actions. You should be fucking ashamed.
I mean, obviously, you can argue about things like, oh, well, this person was in medical need, but the actual truth of it is that the number of abortions where
Yeah,
it's
when you look
actually
at the
for mother's
numbers,
benefit are so low that most of it's elective choice.
I think elective is like 99%, and then all the other excuses they come up with to justify fucking murdering a 1-month-old. like these people sit here going, oh, at the 12th month of pregnancy, we can terminate the child because just in case of rape. And yes, I am specifically saying that knowing that a pregnancy is about 9 months.
And yeah, that's a deep dark rabbit hole. That's I just don't know if society can re-embrace the needed shame factor, and that's something I think is long past needing to return to. Because shame motivates people to do the right thing most of the time.
Well, and like, it'd be a lot easier if I was a Christian and I could just go, all life is sacred, abortion is murder, done. Like, that'd be fucking easy. But no, I'm stuck in a position where it's like, is it probably better for the 4-week developed fetus to be terminated than to end up being raised by a mother that hates it, or end up in the absolute abomination that is the foster care system in every fucking country? And having looked at a lot of the kids that have been raised by mothers who hate them, or been in the foster care system, like, maybe the utilitarian opinion of it's probably better for them to be dead is actually, in fact, accurate. And it's certainly not necessarily morally correct, but accurate.
Perhaps, but I think that goes back to the lack of shame, because if we were able to shame women for treating their children poorly instead of, oh, you're a mother, you're somehow better than the rest of society because you have a crotch goblin. If we return shame in that regard, I think that would start fixing some of those problems.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, you'll still get the exceptions, but when you have this culture of, oh yeah, no judgment, and it's like, no, there's a lot of fucking judgment. I'm going to judge the absolute living fuck out of everyone.
You know what would,
and I'm happy with that.
You know what I reckon, based off of just a gut feeling, would reduce abortion? If we banned Plan B. If we took Plan B and everything similar and made it blanket illegal, I reckon abortions would actually go down. Because women had stopped doing dumb shit.
Women will never stop doing dumb shit. Just like other people will never stop doing dumb shit. I think it's probably better that we...
Well, I'm suggesting that the higher risk would make them less likely to have unprotected sex. Like,
I think it also comes down to
return to tradition, no sex before marriage, damn it.
I think it also comes down to the companies and the government around us. We constantly have governments that are constantly pushing things like LGBTQ acceptance movements of every single fucking genre that they can, because they can sell a product to you. However, if you had these places, these institutions, instead pushing the narrative of, you know, these are moral values that are good to have, this, that, and the other. These things are good for your general family. A nuclear family is good for you. If that was constantly being pushed, as it was in, let's say, the 1940s and 1950s after the war, there would be a completely different attitude from people, because people pick up the traditions not only from their families, but from the society that they're living in as well.
Yep. And I think it's also worth noting, along that, is with the overabundance of the safety net as it currently is, it encourages this behavior, because what are the consequences? Oh, well, you have to go on welfare.
Yeah. And
okay, but what's the real consequence? Some women can actually get more money from living off the safety net than they can trying to work a
Some women.
normal job.
Oh, Bleach, you have no fucking idea. If you are a
Yes.
woman in Australia and your choices are being a single mother or working a minimum wage job, you end up making $40 less than the gross minimum wage. So once you take, the government takes their pincing cut, you end up like $200-300 fucking dollars better off. Why the fuck would any woman who wants a kid choose to fucking work?
It's the same thing here in Canada too. The welfare system wasn't designed to be this way, but the way it works now is
Like,
the woman is far better
it-
off to pop out 2 or 3 kids and go on welfare by
you
herself.
don't even need the second
Oh,
one.
yeah.
You just need one under the age of fucking 5, and you don't even have to look for work.
Yeah, no. Here it's the more you have, the more money you get.
Yes, it's the same here.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that a single mother with a child under 5 does not have to look for work and makes more than the minimum fucking wage. Like, if you were a woman
Oh yeah.
who didn't have prospects of getting a job better than minimum wage and you wanted a kid, you'd be an idiot not to. Like, from the woman's point of view, being on welfare is the smart fucking decision because she ends up with more fucking money and the kids she wanted anyway. And I'm not talking about the stupid, useless, scummy hoes who pump out the kids just for the money. I'm talking about the ones who want to have a kid for the kid having a kid's sake, not the fucking one after a free fucking handout.
I find it interesting that having an actual partner like a husband isn't a factor in that as well, because it should be like a household income thing, in my opinion.
Well, in the
Well,
US,
here's the thing.
especially, what-
It is related to
when-
household income as well, which
Well, yeah, 'cause
incentivizes.
If there is household income in the U.S., they actually get reduction. So it behooves a woman to have a child out of wedlock than it is to actually have a loving spouse.
Whereas what you
And
really
we're
want to be
just
seeing
talking
is
about
tax
what-
cuts for
and-
people who have a relationship like that. Tax cuts would then encourage the predominantly that nuclear family setting where you have 2 parents raising a big family that are going to be productive. That's what you want to be encouraging.
Well, here's
But
how
we're
fucked up the
doing
Australian
opposite.
system is. If you move in with your partner and you're both on welfare, you both immediately get a pay cut.
Same here.
So you end up with single mothers on paper who are still in a relationship with the guy and fucking the guy on the regular, but because they don't live together, she's still a single mother. So he's sitting on his neighbour's in his mate's spare fucking bedroom on the full rate of welfare, and this hoe bag is sitting at home in her fucking government house with her government fucking money, getting the full fucking rate of that, and then she has another kid with the guy.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
more or less the
Yeah,
same
but-
in the UK.
Like,
it's
we
not that different.
all over the
we
web.
need to come up with a system that gives people more money if they're in a relationship. Like we straight up need to go, okay, who is the father on the birth certificate? Oh, you're in a relationship with him? Congratulations, more money than a single mother.
Yes.
And I know there's always talk about change the tax credit for kids on U.S. forms. And it's like, how about we stop taking that money out of people's paychecks? And change the way the deductible system works.
Yeah, it'd be tax relief. Oh, so you're earning a full-time job? Well, you pay full tax because you're single.
Well, that's it.
Oh, you've got
And
a wife.
especially
Okay,
now
we'll
that
give you
we've-
a discount of 5% tax,
And
et cetera,
especially
et cetera.
now that we've got the electronic systems where your fucking company can literally do payroll tax on the day through the government systems, and the government knows fucking your weekly wage.
Imagine how many families would want to actually have 3 or 4 kids if they knew that having that many would actually make all of their income completely
But-
tax-free.
Yeah,
Oh, the Hungarian system.
like, let me finish.
I was just typing Victor
Let-
Orban has entered the
Let
chat.
me finish on it. Like, imagine if now that we've got the weekly payroll systems, it could be applied weekly rather than a refund at the end of the year. People would be falling over themselves to get employment if they could take home more of their fortnightly pay, rather than going, oh, well, fuck, I'm going to be homeless until the end of the year anyway, what's the fucking point? No, like, just straight up, Like you've already got to fill out like 5 million pieces of paperwork and give your fucking social security number and your tax details to your fucking employer. Just tick the fucking box for dependent child and be fucking done with it.
Yeah.
Just
you know,
just put it on the fucking HR departments in the companies because they're useless cunts, and make them figure it out.
And yeah, just something else. They keep pushing this. Oh well, we need extra maternity and paternity leave. Well, guess what? You can make that part of the system where it's like, oh, okay, you've got kids. Well, we've already got the information.
Alternatively,
So let's just unify the system.
Alternatively, rather than giving them parental leave, paying for them to have 6 months fucking off, what if we go, okay, you're married, you have a baby, congratulations, for the next 6 months, your husband now pays 0% tax under 70,000 for the next 6 months. Or something like that. He takes home an extra $400 a fortnight out of his pay packet or something.
Yeah, I mean, it might work. I think there is a difference between the amount of income that you're bringing home and the amount of time you get to spend with your child. A lot of men are begrudging not getting to see their children growing because they're at work all the time, and that's becoming a more prevalent problem. So I
It
think
is.
you wouldn't necessarily solve the problem with just saying, "Oh well, men get tax off." There would still be push.
Well,
for
no, it wouldn't
paternal
solve
time
the
off.
problem. Like, oh no, I'm okay with giving paternal time off, but my problem is giving women just 6 months off for fucking free, and then paying them out of my fucking pocket to sit there and go, I had baby. You know, the thing women have been doing for the last fucking billion years.
Yeah, government shouldn't be funding the bill for some woman who's employed having a kid. That should be a case for the employer.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it is
I've
here.
got a
I'm not
simpler
100%
solution.
sure, but I think parental leave is paid by the corporation here as legal leave required.
Yes, in Canada,
Yeah,
that's
same
the
in the
case.
UK.
In the US,
It's
Oh yeah, and speaking of, as legally required, I don't know why company don't want hire pregnant women. So-
I have a simpler solution. Let's just eliminate income taxes
Done.
and sales
That's
tax
a good
on
start.
things that are not child related.
Yeah.
There we go.
I actually think the better solution would be to get rid of all tax and only have a sales tax. Literally be the only tax. Maybe hike
Yep.
the tax up to like 50%. So VAT is 50%, but everything else is
I
tax-free.
don't know about
Because you will always be purchasing things and people will be paying for things based on the amount of money they have.
Yeah.
Therefore, people with more money will pay more tax and people with less money. Obviously, there'll be stuff
I
that is
take it we're
tax-free,
just
such as
talking about
basics, but
individual tax, right? Because
yeah.
not corporation tax. Because I don't want fucking Amazon getting off scot fucking free and only paying that.
Oh, no. I'm
but
absolutely
that's
talking
a
about
different
personal income
tax
tax.
here,
Yeah.
but yeah, no personal income tax, and I would also say no taxation on like foodstuffs and things like basic necessity childcare kind of thing.
Yeah, and depending on the type of food stuff, like raw foods, absolutely not.
I mean, they pretty much.
Or sorry,
Sorry.
Like you've got two kinds of things: you've got generic sales tax, and then you've got stupid shit like VAT, value added tax. Like if you're going to have a basic sales tax, that's one thing. But like I don't know, 1%, 2% or something as a sales tax. But you can't then also have a VAT and stick it on a fucking banana.
Yeah,
No,
Callum Dayton's
no.
completely correct. Income tax was brought in during the Napoleonic Wars. But also, the system I'm talking about actually already has happened in, I think it was Singapore. No, it was Hong Kong, I think. I can't remember exactly. But essentially, what they did is they had a tiered sales tax depending on your general earnings. So if you earn a certain amount, you had a certain level of tax on all products. And then if you earn
Interesting.
more than that, the tax went up. And essentially, because it was a tiered system, some of it was also tax-free. So when you have a zero tax thing, you don't have any tax on your savings. So
Maybe
there's an
maybe
incentive
we
to save
need
money.
maybe we need a bracketed sales tax. where
Well,
like
yeah, that's basically what happened. And
no, I
basically-
mean specifically on the item itself. Like, if you're buying a $18,000 new, I don't know, Kia or something, you pay 1%. But if you're buying a $120,000 Aston Martin, you pay a higher percentage or something ridiculous. I don't know.
What they did was they based it on your personal income rather than basing it on the products themselves, because it was much easier to manage. So if you're earning $3 million a month, you'd pay a lot more tax, but
As
it
you
would be
should.
based on what you spend. So if you're frugal, you could keep more of your money if you're not being extravagant. So it gave incentive for saving whilst also providing
True, and you
equal
can
amounts of tax.
throw all interesting tax
the
breaks
only-
at things. So
Only thing
I need to
don't
go
like
to
about
the
having
bathroom in a
the
moment.
tax rate.
Hold on a sec,
The
please.
only
Sorry.
thing
Wait,
sorry.
I'll let you talk because I'm about to disappear for a couple of minutes. But I just need to go though. But first, before I forget about it, I just want to bring up a definitional thing from slightly earlier in the talk about abortion from Tristan Armstrong. He said the difference between killing and murder is intent. If an abortion is killing, how is it not murder, assuming it wasn't carried out by accident? Definitionally, murder isn't about intent specifically. The degrees of murder are, but murder is the unlawful taking of a human life. Which means if it's lawful to have an abortion, it can't be murder. Because it's lawful. It's just a semantic argument, but... Like, morally, sure, but legally, murder is defined as the unlawful taking of a life. So, when, for example, you shoot someone in self-defense, that's still, by definition, homicide, because it's the killing of a human, but it's legal, so it's not murder. Anyway, that's just an annoying definitional thing. I need to go to the bathroom, so the floor is yours, Bleach.
Well,
I
I
completely
personally
disagree
object.
with Arden in terms of... Sorry, Bleach, I'll let you finish it. I completely disagree with you, Arden, on the idea of a flat tax on income, because it shouldn't be based on what you earn, it should be based on what you spend, because otherwise there's no incentive for you to be good with your money, essentially. Because essentially, you could be earning lots, or you could be earning little, but you're still being punished. Whereas if you earn little and spend little and being frugal, you get tax cuts essentially built in by the way the sales tax works.
Yeah, no, I don't like your idea of your sales tax rate being hinged on your income, because then that means you have to have a way for every place that you're going to purchase anything to have access to your earnings. It really needs to be a tiered system based on, say, the luxury of the item. So if I'm buying a yacht, that should be a higher tax rate than if I'm going out and buying a life vest. Just
See, I'm not entirely certain how it was implemented. I
Well-
can't remember.
well,
It was
the
written
only
about
way
in
you
The
could
Good and Evil of Taxes.
The only way you could
Um,
implement it is with a mandatory government ID, which, as a
Yeah.
fuck the government guy, no.
yeah.
The thing is, it
and
was
it would also have to have
implemented
your
in Hong
income
Kong.
tax.
And
In theory, it's not a bad idea. In practice, it's
in
a
practice, it led
mandatory
to the
government ID.
In practice, it led to the economic boom of Hong Kong, making it very, very financially profitable for a very great number of people. They actually have a statue in Hong Kong of the man who invented the system because it was so successful.
Sure,
So
but
it's not just a theoretical thing I'm talking about. It's a practical thing that's happened and
yes,
works.
but
That's
the
why I
side
mentioned
It's a very
effect,
controlled
the
environment there
the
in
side
Hong
effect
Kong.
is a mandatory government ID that you need to buy anything legally, which can just go fuck off.
No,
But so in like when you compare options that allow freedom, if you're not a fan of government IDs for buying a fucking packet of toilet paper, that's got to go. So it makes it more liberty-minded. I think Bleach and I kind of agreed that if you're buying a luxury $3 million yacht, maybe your sales tax percentage should be higher than on, I don't know, a fucking banger from the junkyard.
yeah, and there should be kind of a cutoff on the low end of, okay, you're buying a vehicle under, say, $1,000, then there should be no sales tax on a exchange between individuals. Now,
like
if you're
with
buying from a
the whole
dealership, then
digital
yeah, there should be
currency
a threshold.
things, and
Well,
with
yeah, but-
firearms transfers and everything. Between individuals, the government needs to just fuck off in general. Unless that person is carrying out a business, which means they're selling more than one car a fucking year or something,
Yeah.
then the
No, I
government
mean,
can just fuck
even
off.
if an individual is going out to the junkyard, buying a car, restoring it to a place where it's functional, and then say, okay, well, my neighbor down the street needs a new car. I'll sell that to him, and does that once a month. I have no problem with that being off the books because it's not an actual business model. It's just like a hobby.
Yeah. It gets a bit iffy, but yeah, that's reasonable. Like, I'd say you can't profit more than a certain amount on that kind of sale before it becomes a business, but yeah.
Yeah. But really anything that requires more personal information being disclosed at the time of purchase, I don't like. Anything that basically involves the government in personal exchanges should not be involved.
Yeah.
And really anything where you have to give more information than you are handing over dollars needs to be eliminated.
If only the police were trustworthy, because then I could fund the entire fucking government on taking cars from dipshits and selling them. But unfortunately, because the police have proven repeatedly that they can't be trusted to not be revenue-raising shitbags, it doesn't work in reality.
Yep, exactly.
Like, in theory, you could fund everything the government needs to do off fines. In practice, you get tyranny.
Well, yeah, and yeah, just another thought with having to give personal income information at the time of purchase to base your taxes off of. That's going to lead to identity theft being rampant. And also, what's to say
absolutely.
someone's going to not forge documents to, basically get away with a lower tax.
Well, presumably, in a modern-ish society, you'd have some kind of smart card with a code on it, like your standard chip bank card, that's a government ID. So, you'll have this chip card, and you'll swipe it. So, the government's going to want to stop you from going next door and borrowing your poor neighbour's chip card so you can save 20% and then give him the money directly. So they'll put your ID on it. Congratulations, you've invented mandatory government ID. Which, no, the government can fuck off. I do not want the government to know that if I've brought 17 cucumbers, a pack of condoms, and enough lube to drown a giraffe.
And then Bezic revealed his horrible, horrible intention for the really weird giraffe petting zoo.
The heavy petting zoo.
Extremely heavy petting zoo.
Yes.
No, I agree with you guys. Crow, you made a really good point about the income tax flat rate thing. I'm thinking it would be fair if it was a percentage across the board rather than, say, charging someone who makes more money more tax. But
Hong Kong does implement a different system nowadays, as far as I understand it, where up to 50,000 Hong Kong dollars is something like a 2% tax rate, and it progressively gets higher depending on which bracket you're in. However,
I can see how the system you're talking about would work. Like, as a system, in theory and in practice, it makes sense. But it erodes all privacy and rights. So
the book I'm speaking of, that it's not like 100% perfect, but it's a very good book for understanding the history of taxation. It's called For Good and Evil, The Impact of Taxes on the Course of Civilization. And it talks about how if you want, for example, if you want to lower the amount of income a government can generate, you increase its taxes, because there is this weird sort of offset where people do more to avoid taxes, essentially, because of the fact that the taxes have risen. So because taxes become lowered, people actually are like, oh, it's only a little bit of tax. So it ends up with the government generating more revenue in tax.
That's exactly the problem with like high tax rates, like anything over 50% should just be straight up thrown out along with the head of the politician that suggests it. And even over 40% gets me all going, yeah, that sounds like an excellent way to have people offshoring their money.
Yeah, that's basically what happens. There was I can't remember the exact quote. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah,
but,
the guys
if
in
I
chat
bring up this book, I
are
will
suggesting
write
that
up a
it's the
section about it at some
Laffer
point.
curve. But yeah, it
But
absolutely
there
makes
was
sense.
something-
The more tax you charge, the more likely someone's going to be to not come up with invent a way
Yeah.
to not pay it.
There was this thing about basically if you charged, you would get less income if you were charging higher percentage of tax. You would end up generating less income, but I can't remember exactly how he phrased it. But it was
I
very
can
excellently
get exactly
thought
where
through.
you're going. Would you rather get 1% of $1 million or 50% of $10,000
Basically, yeah.
when they fuck all their income off into siphoned activities? Well, like, I'd be quite happy with 1% of Elon Musk's income.
Am I able to post a link in chat for everybody in case they're interested in reading?
I believe you're modded, so you should be able to.
Okay, I'll make an attempt. Because it's an interesting book to read. But I've sent the American link for Amazon.com, so you can at least find
Actually,
out the book is
Garb
called.
says sold in art, no tax. Like him. Right. Speaking of art, I'm rapidly approaching the point where I think that art, on the flip side, to us not liking tax, art should be taxed at like 1,000%. Sorry, anything called modern art.
Yeah, art being
Jackson
a
Pollock should
luxury
be
item.
like
Art worth over $10,000 should be taxed at something disgusting. I'm sick and
Jackson
fucking.
Pollock painting should basically be your entire income given to me. You can have the
For being
fucking
that
god awful
fucking
painting, and I
stupid.
get your money.
Like modern fucking art, like the fucking blue pole. I'm sorry, but the blue pole, you should, if that's worth $1 million, you give the artist $1 million, then you give the government $100 million as a stupidity tax. You money laundering shitbag.
Yeah.
That's not art. That's a crime.
Yeah, no, the way I look at it is luxury taxes. Yeah, okay, if you're buying a luxury item, you absolutely should be taxed at a higher rate. And I guess I'm coming around to Crow's point of view here. One of my big issues is sin taxes. People will spend more on vices and other things. And for example, here the government charges roughly 2/3 of the price of a pack of cigarettes is tax. And it's absolutely insane that it's that high because, your alcohol, your tobacco, your marijuana, now that that's legal, these are things that keep people wanting to work because they have something that they can reward themselves with. But when you start taxing it so high, you're really putting a massive freeze on the industry. Like, for example, the first guy who sold marijuana in Canada was from Newfoundland. And his first year, his revenue, his gross revenue, was somewhere in the region of $150,000-$200,000. Or sorry, no, closer to $1 million. His actual take home after he covered all of the government taxes and regulation fees and all that sort of stuff was about $85,000. So like he said to the news, it's just not worth it for me to stay in jail. I'm better off. My clients are better off going back to the black market.
Yeah.
This is a problem again,
and like
not
in
necessarily
theory,
with tax, but with
and
legislation.
potentially in practice, I don't have a problem with a reasonable sin tax. Like but it shouldn't be anything like as bad as is. Like maybe double standard tax at the most or something. But
I don't know
yeah,
why
I
it
was
isn't
thinking,
just
like
government controlled. If you're going to buy drugs, buy them from the government directly, like you would from a pharmacy, from a proper registered place, where the government is making money from these sin taxes directly, rather than like you basically put all of the illegal businesses out of work.
The problem is that immediately creates a cartel and corruption.
How?
So
Have you
If it's
met?
legal for the people
I'll
to
give
buy
you-
weed from the government, there wouldn't be no need for a cartel because the cartel wouldn't be able
No,
to make any money.
The cartel
No,
is
you
the
get-
government.
I'll give you two
Well, they already are a
examples.
government. They
I'll
already
give
are,
you two
aren't they?
examples of the problem of basically restricted sales to government entities. So in the state of Pennsylvania and Virginia, alcohol can only be bought through government-owned or controlled entities. So therefore, you have heavy restrictions on how liquor can be sold, how it can be marketed, and you also have extreme limits on basically the varieties. And so unless you want to go and just only be able to say get Jack Daniels, that's the only thing the state will allow you to buy, you've got to go out of state. So that becomes a massive problem if you want variety. And
Are
also,
those the same
rates are
dumbass
significantly higher.
dates that don't sell fucking alcohol on Sundays because they're still stuck in the 20s?
No, that's let's see, Kentucky in certain counties, and I want to say parts of Alabama have blue laws still.
Yeah, like, the only thing that those laws have successfully achieved is increasing the rate of drunk driving fatalities on the fucking border.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that legislating against things like marijuana, for example, don't lead to actually having any positive thing because it drives it underground into illegal activities where there's a lot higher prices for a start because it's risky.
You mean
and
things?
it makes it more dangerous for the people.
You mean things
who
like
are-
handguns? Things like handguns,
Thinking
Crow.
exactly the same thing.
Yep, exactly. the same
To
thing.
brute force us into something that's vaguely related to a topping.
Yeah, but just look at the tweet just at the bottom of this page here. Right? People can no longer buy, or sell, or transfer handguns within Canada, and they cannot bring newly acquired handguns into the country. That's not true. People can no longer legally buy, sell, or transfer handguns within Canada, which was never a problem anyway. It's the illegal stuff
well,
that
that's
was
it.
always the problem.
Yeah.
Is it the licensed, forcibly registered, required to submit to random fucking checks and keep shit in a safe and present their license to buy ammo person holding up the fucking local drug dealer? No.
Oh, almost every time. No, obviously not. Yeah.
But would
I mean,
you
even-
prefer going to your local drug dealer to buy cocaine, or would you prefer to go to a pharmacy?
Well, that's different
They're going
from the
somewhere
way you
regulated,
phrased
yeah,
it,
but
Crow.
Yeah.
I know, but
You-
all
that-
I'm saying is that the illegality of it leads you to have more risky things if it's
Crow,
gun control.
no one's disagreeing. We're disagreeing
Yeah, I
with
know.
buying
Not-
it
not
from the
disagreeing at all.
government. The problem's involving the government.
Yeah.
I think that the solution is you allow private entities to sell regulated products. That's perfectly
Like-
acceptable.
Yeah.
A bit like
So-
the NRA, and is it the NRA in America? Similar.
It's one of them.
Owners of America is probably a better one, but no, I'm
Okay.
so if say you go and you purchase from the pharmacy, as long as it's not a government-owned pharmacy, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
That's
but-
better than the dealer off the street mixing it.
Oh,
with
oh,
food.
yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
So I'm not
And-
saying
and in that
necessarily we
case-
should have. Sorry, I'm not being very clear. I'm not saying we should necessarily have government owned, but we should have government.
To also
allowed.
be fair, Crow, that is what you said, even if it's not what you meant.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm just clarifying because that's not
Yeah.
what I was trying to express. I meant the fact that it's
Okay, so we're all
illegal
violently in
is the
agreement
problem.
that
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
prohibition
I like
is
this
stupid.
conversation.
I agree. I agree with Bleach, but my only thing is that I think there has to be an oversight group, and that's the only role the government should play, is to make sure, for example, the cocaine that's being sold is safe.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
no,
mean
there needs
what
to be
the
an
FDA is
style.
supposed to do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why it's the Food and Drug Administration.
Yes,
Now we just need
that-
to
that's-
change the types of drugs.
that's what they're supposed to do, not fucking act as a legislative fucking body. No, you fucking drongos. Your job is to research shit and see if it's safe for people and actually does what is being claimed. But turns
Yeah,
out they've kind of forgotten that, and I'm not just talking about the last 2 years. The FDA has been largely a clusterfuck for as long as can be remembered. Like, the only fucking reason America didn't have a thalidomide problem is because one fucking intern got uppity and went, yeah, I'm not fucking signing off on this, and I'm going to create a god-awful stink if you even think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out, saved a lot of lives.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's really ultimately the solution, where you have, you know, grading standards, testing standards, and then that's covered by the taxes and penalties. And yeah, I think that's the way to go.
Callum Dayton has a good point. At least if we had prohibition, we'd have more heroes and stories like Smokey and the Bandit. Yeah. And
Fantastic movie.
Earl Sticulates points out that pharmaceutical grade cocaine is in fact a real thing. Yes, and occasionally, if I recall correctly, it's actually prescribed for certain issues. I've had a psychiatrist offer to prescribe me amphetamines, for example, but that was, if I recall correctly, that was related to a depression episode I was going through. Yeah.
I would also like to point out that originally, all cocaine was pharmaceutical grade.
True.
Yep.
Well, I don't know if anything that's manufactured in the jungle using gasoline and leaves is ever going to be pharmaceutical grade.
No. Cocaine is a potent nerve block. At least
Really?
I think it is. I might be thinking of something similar, but because am I thinking of it or something similar? But one of the AIM drugs that's now illegal used to be used regularly as a nerve block.
You mean like a pain controlling thing?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's cocaine.
No, pretty much. Yeah, that's the opiates. Pretty much the only thing that actually stops pain at the nerve level is opiates.
Well, morphine's still legal in its highly restricted form, but cocaine now was the I think it was the original fucking nerve block.
Yeah, Billy Bloggs brought up lidocaine, and that makes me think of Novocaine. So maybe you
and
may
both
have a
of
point
those
there.
are still legal. I'm pretty sure. In
yeah.
fact, I think you can get topical lidocaine. I think.
Yes.
I think you can get lidocaine over the fucking counter.
You can. It's only like maybe 0.5%, but yeah, you can buy that just about everywhere.
Yeah. Hold on, let me do a quick Google search and get on the FBI radar. Oh,
I got it.
I typed cocaine into Google, and the first suggestion is cocaine versus lidocaine. There you fucking go.
Well, there you are, yeah.
Well, they apparently use lidocaine infusions as treatment for cocaine relapse, so that's something.
I had a tube of lidocaine. It was given to me because I went through a period of having really severe ulcers in my mouth, where I had like 100 or so ulcers at once, and it completely is like an anesthetic cream, essentially. Yeah, that was interesting. Also, you can get it in like a mouthwash variant, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
So have we exhausted ourselves on the talk of drugs?
Well, we're not quite done on the topic of things that the government should merely make sure are safe and effective and mind their own fucking business.
Yeah, one of the few things that Pierre Poilievre has said that I absolutely agree with is government should get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah. Like, I think that drug users are fucking idiots and dumbasses. But
abusers, if not users, but yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, but if you use heroin, you're a fucking idiot.
Okay,
Depends
so
on what you're using it for.
what specific areas do you think a government should be involved in?
As little as possible.
Yeah, but obviously they have to be
Literally.
involved in something. So which fields would you go for?
Are we talking we're talking national government, right?
Yeah, so things like foreign affairs.
Yeah, foreign affairs, national security, including border control and the establishment of a military.
Yeah. So what about legislation?
Well, obviously they're the only ones who can do it, but they shouldn't be making any at all, as little as possible. Like, and we shouldn't have the ability for one person, elected or not, or unelected fucking bureaucrats being able to just decree shit. Trudeau, you scumbag. Like the whole fucking point of having a parliament is so that you get at least 50% of all the elected officials agreeing on shit before it can be made law. It shouldn't just be one tosspot lunatic sitting in his ivory fucking tower with his armed fucking guards.
Yeah.
We also shouldn't have organisations such as the CDC or what is it again? The one that should be a corner store. Oh yeah, the ATF. We should not have unelected government entities going, we've just fucking decided that this is going to be the new policy, and if you violate our policy decided by unelected, overpaid bureaucrat scumbags, and we're going to shoot you if you don't do as we say.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
we need to eliminate regulatory agencies that have the ability to introduce their own own regulations.
Well, in Australia, in my state specifically, the police are empowered by legislation to make up the gun laws as they see fit. If the police decide that a gun is dangerous, which means it's plastic and looks something vaguely semi-automatic, they can just ban it. Like, you can get straight pull bolt actions on the fucking AR platform. They're illegal because they look scary. Was that decided by fucking Parliament? No. Some dipshit, useless, scum-sucking fuckwit cop decided that, I'm a fucking tool, so I'm going to make up legislation and so I can sit there creaming myself over all the people that I'm screwing over after they've already bought them legally because I approved them 2 months ago, but now I've changed my fucking mind because I'm a piece of shit. You
can tell he's mad.
Really, I
Don't
thought he
hold
was
back,
all
Beswick.
sorts
Tell
of
us how you really feel.
Here I am just having this very calm conversation and Bezik's just full on screaming. It's great.
Well, you try being trapped in Australia for 30 fucking years and see how you turn out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
hear
we're
ya.
going a similar way, mate. And our NHS is fucking collapsing. It's probably worse than the Medicaid system you have out there.
Well, like I keep telling you fucking Britbongs, you need to get yourself down to the fucking southeast port cities, and when the fucking refugees come over in the boats, grab the fucking boat off them and take it the other way.
No, I think we should just do what we did with the Spanish Armada. Fucking have our ships on the fucking border, in the channel, and just blow them out the fucking water. Be done with it.
And you know
I don't
what
give a
else
fuck
that would
about their
also
lives.
do? That would also give
On the
fish
flip-
a lot more food and then increase the amount of fisheries.
Counterpoint. What if we made privateering legal again and gave private companies layers of mark to patrol the channel, and then they can find the refugees, take their boat, take their valuables, throw the trash back, and that solves the problem. And the taxpayer doesn't have to pay for it.
The great thing about privateers is that they are basically government-sanctioned pirates. So
and they don't cost the taxpayer anything. It's great.
Yeah, they are able to operate outside of the laws that govern the government itself.
And I also have a thought.
The trash
And if
back,
France doesn't like it, I make Calais British again.
So what you should do with the debris is you take them back to Africa and put them in lithium mines so the environmental retards can have fun with getting all their batteries sourced.
Alternatively, we get the immigrants, find out, and then ask them, do you want to be flown back to your country of origin or halfway to France?
Why the fuck would you fly them anywhere? You just put them on a slow boat, pack them in, send them back.
Okay, let me rephrase. Do you want to be sent back?
You're both wrong.
Do you want to be sent back to your home country or halfway to France?
No, not even that. The best way to do it is simply say to your privateers, look, once you have done what you're going to do, what happens after that is none of the government's business. So if you want to take them to Libya and sell them again,
sell
Now,
them back to their owners.
now understand, I do not support slavery. I think anyone who engages in slavery should be strung, tortured to no end. But you enslave a couple of people on the way from France to England. Them are going to go, wait a second, maybe we shouldn't do this.
Counterpoint. because we don't like slavery. We reinstate the West Africa Squadron, and we conscript unemployed youth, and then while the West Africa Squadron is patrolling the world, taking out slavers on their way away from England, they take the uninvited guests with them, and then they give the uninvited guests the choice of whether they'd like to go back to their home country or halfway to France.
You know, I think we're all missing a very, very valuable idea. We set up manufacturing plants on, say, South Sandwich Island or South Georgia.
Actually, no. Where were the English talking about sending the refugees for processing? What country was that, Crow?
Rwanda. No. See, that would still give them the chance to escape. Maybe you send them to, one of
Australia?
the eastern...
Alaska with the mooses.
No. You send them down to the Falklands.
Too close to Canada.
That way they can't just run away. You send them to the Falklands, and yeah, sure, maybe they want to go to Argentina.
Can't we just send them to like a volcanic island, specifically into the volcano?
Did with this too. The Aztec solution is the only solution.
Crow, then you're not getting any return on the expense of shipping them there.
Yes, you are.
That's also true.
You're getting free burnt corpses. I mean, who doesn't want that?
Actually, you know what you're really doing?
Not all of us are carrion animals, Crow.
Oh, fuck off. Just because I'm hungry, okay?
What you're doing is you're creating a way for the environmentalists to get their way. You're reducing the surplus human population.
Oh, is that what we need to do? We need to take the immigrants and make them plant trees.
The environmentalists into the volcano. Let's be real.
Well, I mean, they're surplus too. But you start off with the illegals, and yeah, I think this is and also you really need to go and set up manufacturing facilities so that way they're actually being productive members of society rather than just legions.
Well, in that case, we need to fuck them off entirely and then take the repeat minor criminal and ship them to the manufacturing facility.
Why not both?
Yeah.
They're coming here illegally anyway, so they're criminals.
True. I don't know, I consider that a more severe crime than some of the shit. Because it's costing a lot fucking more than petty theft.
Yeah. Well, Callum Dayton's got a good idea. Send them to China. Especially like Western China, like Jiangxin province. Or Xinjiang, sorry.
Do we give them a pointy stick before we send them to China, or do we just send them there to be the Chinese problem?
I really think the funniest thing to do would be not just to send them, but to specifically airdrop them with parachutes. Really freak them out, you know? They'll be like, is this an invasion? No, it's just our immigrants. We don't want them.
Yeah. I guess you see why I'd be the one. I think there should be a, shall we say, a reward at the end of their 7-year stint.
It's not slavery. They're just repaying the cost of housing them.
Yeah.
Televised gladiatorial combat. That's a thought.
Well,
that's too.
All you need to do is send a drone over the Tower Hamlets, and you've got that for fucking free.
But they'll shoot the drones down
in the country. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we could just bulldoze Tower Hamlets and send the whole fucking thing to China.
I mean, yes. Yeah, There needs to be extracted a heavy penalty for entering countries illegally and then leeching off of the civilization that exists. Because you're adding nothing.
Yeah.
It would be like me going to China and demanding a luxury apartment, them having to give it to me, plus money to go and spend on every damn thing I want, and not do a thing to help the society in which I'm existing. And then forcing them to put a McDonald's on every corner for my benefit.
Well, in that case, when they come in, we process them, and if they're not a legitimate refugee, we put them to work to repay the expenses, then we ship them back on a slow boat.
Yeah.
And make them load and unload the boat by hand while we're at it, because fuck them.
And Callum Deaton, to be fair, Bleach, if you're a member of the WEF, you can do it all for free. Well, that's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Right, so going back, speaking of tyrants...
The WEF?
Speaking of WEF stooges...
I don't think we can call him a tyrant. I think we have to go with idiot based on this one paragraph here, the quote. Reducing the proliferation of handguns is one important example of the evidence-based measures Canada needs to reduce gun violence and save lives.
What
Canadian Doctors for Protection from Guns.
Yeah.
Right, so a brought and paid for Soros/WEF organisation of fuckwits.
Yeah.
Evidence-based. How many people who legally bought, sold, or transferred handguns fucking committed crimes with them? None, Trudy. But they suppressed that.
Oh, that's the perfect
image. You're the newest.
Speaking of these, the US-Mexican border.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, the Ontario-Michigan border.
Also true. Yep.
Oh, here's a lovely little fact for you. May 25th, 2020, it was reported that Statistics Canada, has started a project to increase the amount of information collected on guns used in crime. So in other words, they weren't paying attention to where the guns came from that were involved in crime until 2 fucking years ago. Jesus Christ.
Of course they fucking weren't. The origin of the guns doesn't help justify their bullshit. Also, what was that border you were saying? Montana and...
Oh, Michigan and Ontario.
Michigan and Ontario. Well, that shouldn't be a national border. It should be a state border. And secondly, open borders until Rittenhouse crosses state lines. He crossed state lines. I thought you cunts thought we should get rid of borders. Go fuck off in the sea.
I fucking hate the open borders argument. It's like, I'm sorry, you've got people moving around for economic advantage. They don't give a fuck what they're doing. They don't care about the communities in which they move into.
Yeah.
No.
And secondly, if you're so in favor of open borders, why don't you fuck off? If the population of fucking Afghanistan and Iraq is so fucking fantastic, why don't you take your soy latte sitting, work on your computer, writing one article a week for The Guardian, gay, pansexual, trans, faggy ass over there and see how they fucking like your bullshit. Have you noticed that Bezic is done with the world's shit this week?
No, not at all. You seem so excited and happy about it.
Bezic? But he's so calm and collected.
the soothing voice of reason. And compromise.
Here's a compromise for you. I'll give you common sense gun control. If it's not in your direct area of control, it needs to be appropriately secured. And secondly, a well-regulated militia means that every able-bodied man, able-bodied American, should be required to have a handgun and long gun for defense of themselves, their home, and the nation. There's your
I'm
fucking
okay with
compromise.
Return
Well-regulated...
to the 1850s model.
Well-regulated militia should mean that they're regulated to have the guns. There's your fucking regulation. And if you want more regulation, they have to attend mandatory training once a month. There you fucking go. Trans-Texan intensifiers.
You're just returning to the 1850s American model. That was basically the law in every state.
Well, it should be. Every able-bodied and able-minded male should be required to be armed for the defense of his community and the nation. I want fucking posies chasing down criminals, damn it.
Well, I mean, look
On fucking horseback if necessary. Because the...
look at the reason Japan was terrified about the prospect of a land invasion of the U.S. during World War II. They expected to find a gun behind, literally, and I quote, every blade of grass.
Well, that's it. It's why America doesn't have to fear invasion of the country itself. Unless Biden collapses it into dust for a fight.
Yeah.
Wow. He's willing to try, and he's dumb enough to succeed.
Yep.
Earl,
But
Earl says that you're becoming violently American in the chat there, and I have to agree. But I also had to point out that I'm just slightly less
Arden's just
American.
sitting there quietly golf clapping.
Yeah.
Speaking of becoming violently fucking American, can we ship all the Californians to Australia and so Arden and I can move into the fucking state and take over? They've got eucalyptus trees. If I'll be the governor of California, Arden can be the mayor of whatever the Los Angeles.
Chief Woodworker is fine. Chief Woodworker is fine.
And I'll show them how a state should be fucking run. We'll send all the Californians to Australia since they like tyranny so fucking much. And I'll have the state and we'll move in all the freedom-loving Australians, Canadians, and the few we can find in Europe and England. And we'll show Texas
okay
and
with
Florida how a free fucking states run.
Got some support in chat for your plan.
I was like, has something happened to Bezic this week? He's not normally this angry.
No, he always is this angry. He's Australian.
Yeah.
It's just that normally the rest of us are kind of restraining influence on him, and I'm just being really quiet this week.
Oh, come on. This is an obvious Hulk reference. The secret is I'm always this angry.
Oh.
You try living in proto-Canada.
Oh. Odds.
God, that's
Autistic Police
horrific.
says Ardent makes shields and spears, Bezic is the judge, Bleach and I will be the militia, and I'll be the only one with a free pass to remove problem citizens. Yeah, no, that's not going to work, Earl. The last part is not going to work. Everybody gets a pass to remove problem citizens. That's what a gun is for.
Yes.
That's maximum freedom right there.
That's right. But it goes back to what we were saying earlier. Murder is only when you unlawfully take a human life. If someone's acting like a Democrat, it's self-defense.
I think it should be perfectly acceptable as well that if someone is not being properly responsible with their firearm, it should be absolutely acceptable for a real man to walk up, slap him across the face, take the gun away from him, and keep it.
Yes.
That's a legal transfer of a firearm.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Well, let me define how the new Californian gun laws on the purchase, sale, and transfer of firearms are going to look. There you
Canadian?
go. There you go. That's the entirety of the list.
That's too much.
I don't. Yeah, Bleach is like, that's too fucking much. I love it.
Shall not be infringed, damn it.
Yeah. Any. Yeah.
Yep,
I mean,
you have the
anything,
right to
NFA,
keep
you
and
name
bear.
It's all infringement.
Well, that's why I'm setting it on the basis of my common sense gun control is the only form of common sense gun control. You have the right to keep and bear arms. If you're not bearing it, you must keep it securely.
Yeah.
And I define keeping it as anywhere within your zone of influence. If you're
I have a crossbow on the wall behind me, but that's about the most I can do in the UK.
Sadly, it's
I
more
love
than
how
I can do.
I love how on the stream right now we've got Trudeau just kind of peeking over a fence between Bezic and Bleach.
No, put him back behind the fence.
Oh, fuck me, this
God,
is
his
good.
face. He looks like he's had a
No,
stroke.
no, with that expression on his face, it's better for us to see. Oh, jeez, man.
He does look like he's had a stroke, doesn't he?
Oh,
Looks like he's been
if
stroked
only.
around the head with a baseball bat.
Crow. It's called Guillain-Barré syndrome. Right, so, Toronto Sun. Bullets fly in Toronto soon after Trudeau implements handgun fees. What's that, Trudeau? Adding another law did nothing to stop crime?
Oh god, that slogan on the podium right in front of it just tops it. It's just beautiful.
Tougher gun wars,
Tougher
safer
gun
communities. Sorry, how's that going for Chicago again?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Remind me, how many law-abiding citizens shoot people on a daily basis in Chicago? None.
I mean, none at all.
That's-
None.
Well, literally none. It's kind of definitional.
Sometimes you get self-defense incidents, but that's not really a shooting in my mind.
Callum says, hey guys, the sign says no smoking. There's some immigrants smoking next to it. Yeah, the law also says no treason, but see cunt on screen.
Yeah. There is a mechanism in the criminal code here in Canada where anyone can charge anyone for a crime, especially things like treason. And I don't understand why a group of citizens haven't gotten together and had this piece of shit charged.
Because
I'm pretty sure. Because the riot police and the riot horses will be sent in to stomp them into the ground and freeze their bank accounts.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Yep. No, I think you just need to have a few individuals who have really nothing to lose, unfortunately, come out and say this.
Yep. And Trudeau is creating more and more people with nothing to lose, which is yet another reason he's an idiot.
Yeah, if this sort of thing happened in the States, I would expect it to be shot down, at least currently, by the Supreme Court. Here, I mean, it probably won't even be challenged. And if it was challenged, the Supreme Court would probably refuse to hear it.
Yeah. Well, we've established that your court system is more corrupt than your court
China?
system's making the fucking Chinese look sane and consistent.
Yeah.
Well, who do you think they're getting their ideas from?
Confeed asks, how the fuck does Trudeau keep getting elected? We established this. Women have got the vote, and they vote for rapists and murderers.
Yeah, can you guess which one Trudeau is?
Yes, both.
Well, he's responsible for the deaths of a few Russians at this point, so...
Well, we know that Trudeau is responsible for the deaths and serious and great bodily harm occasioned to many Canadians. See, again, the horses trampling people in the suppression of the Great Honkening.
You know, I just had a realization.
Go ahead, Bleach.
Maybe the reason why Trudeau wears so much blackface is so he can get away with the things he does. Otherwise, doing that, you'd call him racist.
Is it so it's hard to see him in the alleyway when he's raping women?
Yes.
Yeah. Concrete, one of the problems we have here in Canada is we have this thing called first past the post, and we also don't have an electoral college. So basically, 6 cities in Canada, which is full of urban-dwelling cancer patients, decides the fate of the entire country. So, if 12 people in Toronto, for example, think, oh yeah, no, the guy living in the Yukon who might have a grizzly wandering around outside his house, he doesn't need a shotgun when he goes outdoors. Yeah.
Or a high caliber
I don't
rifle.
know. I maintain that I'd feel more comfortable going wandering unarmed in Alaska than I would going unarmed in Chicago.
Yeah,
Fair,
well, the wildlife is less likely to kill you in fucking Alaska.
And if the
Yeah.
wildlife does kill me, I probably deserved it.
Yeah, well, and at least it would have the decency to eat you.
I mean, I'd say in parts of Chicago, that's still a possibility.
Fair point. Where was Dahmer from again?
No, it's the bath salts, man. It's the bath salts.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, that's
yeah.
Florida.
Dear. Right,
Oh,
so
you mean the Dahmer documentary that I like to refer to as the Taste of Pride?
Oh,
wow.
Nice.
That's good.
Nice. Oh, fuck.
Right. So, how much of a fucking loser, pissant, idiot do you have to be to get called out by a Canadian newspaper? Well, let's find out. Warmington, bullets
Yeah.
fly in Toronto soon after Trudeau implements handgun freeze. The market may be frozen for legal handguns, but not the illegal firearms that are smuggled in from the US and used in most shootings on city streets. These
You mean the
shooters...
ones that are stolen and then
Yes.
transported. Yeah.
And I maintain that burglary should be treated as the forcible crime it is and should be allowed to be met with lethal force at any time.
Absolutely.
Like, unannounced, unwarned, if someone is in the act of committing burglary, specifically burglary, you should be entitled to shoot them through the fucking door if appropriate. And if they're trespassing, after the second warning...
You should never warn someone with a warning shot, just saying.
No. The warning is, turn around, get out, or I'll shoot you. And if they don't, then you shoot
That's
them.
still a warning shot. That's still a warning shot.
I wouldn't even endorse that position. I would endorse the sneak up on them and blow their damn head off because
Oh,
they were
well,
in
in
your
that
house
case-
uninvited.
No, that's burglary. I'm talking about just trespass if some idiot wanders onto your property. Like a
I
door-to-door
don't see the
salesman or a Mormon.
If they got past the friggin' claymores and the Boomba,
The boomba. Okay, fine. But definitely burglary. But burglary... Well, burglary should automatically be considered a home invasion. Because it is.
Well, it is, yeah.
That's if you're inside and someone's breaking in, no warnings, just shoot the fucker dead. No ifs, buts, or maybes.
and then you call the cops, and the cops go, "What happened?" And you go, "I shot a guy who was trying to get into my house." Okay.
I
We'll
shot.
be there to clean up in a bit.
I shot a piece of shit that was on my property uninvited. And then Grady Judd hands you a certificate at the next meeting of the town council.
And a badge, hopefully. Earl Testicles says, if they make it past Stanley the Honey Badger, shit's gotten real.
Honey
Callum-
Badger did nothing wrong.
Callum Dayton says, I thought Canadians didn't lock their doors, was that a myth? So how can it be trespassing / home invasion? Well, trespassing starts at the property line.
And home invasion starts with permission. You don't have permission, expressed permission to enter my house. You're invading my home.
Yep.
Yes, and if you're not in the house at the time, even then, it's still burglary. A man's home should be his castle and should be defended as such with boiling water and arrow slits if necessary.
And
Well,
Callum, it
yeah,
doesn't
it's-
matter whether the door's locked or unlocked. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, if I have an open window, is that an invitation to enter my house? I don't think so.
Like
Hey,
the door doesn't
even
even
the
need to be
bear's not that dumb.
the door doesn't even need to be unlocked. The door could be off its fucking hinges in the neighbor's paddock. The door's irrelevant. The house is irrelevant. The house doesn't even need to exist. It could be you and your fucking tent. As long as you own that property, it's still trespassing.
Yep.
Like a lot of places have an implied right to approach the front door of the residence to ask for permission, but you can revoke that immediately, either by locking the gate, installing a gate if you don't have one, fence, or a sign. My favourite is trespassers will be shot, survivors will be shot again.
Yeah, no trespassing. Violators will be persecuted.
Or prostituted, depending on where you live.
Well, ideally,
violated.
Ideally, in an ideal world, you shouldn't need to lock your doors because people wouldn't be coming into your fucking house without permission. But in practice, you should probably lock your doors so you've got time to pull your pants up and grab your toilet gun and get to the front door to shoot them.
Your toilet gun.
So what I'm hearing is I should just whip it out and it's like, yeah, you want the toilet gun? You're going to get the toilet gun.
When you guys say toilet gun, all I think of is a comedy sketch where it's new kitchen gun, 2 shots and the dirt is gone. Bang, bang.
Well, the
second shot's just to make sure the first one took.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to share that. It's fucking brilliant. You need to see it.
I maintain that on their 18th birthday, or the day they become an American citizen, every able-bodied, able-minded man should be given a gun on taxpayer money. Which gun in particular is we can debate later, but at the bare minimum, it should be a 6-shot Cold Army.
I like Remingtons and Smith and Wesson better.
I think personally.
I do prefer anything I can reload with a speed load or a moon clips over doing it one at a time. But at the bare fucking minimum.
Yeah, no, I would say if we're talking about government giving out a gun, it should be something that's absolutely reliable and absolutely as accurate as possible. So in that case, I recommend an AR-15.
True, but I think it's more traditional to give them a gun from the West.
If we're going to be traditional, let's arm everybody with 2 flintlock pistols.
Yes.
I still maintain that the copy pasta should be a legitimate form of home defense.
Just so you're aware, I've also shared that kitchen gun thing. So if you want to watch it, it's in the live chat.
Yes, I recommend watching it. I'm not going to put it up because it's from the cunts at the BBC.
Yeah, it's copyrighted.
The Big Black Cock Corporation.
They also have the toilet grenade, which is quite amusing too.
I mean, I've left a few of those in my day. What?
Bleach, since we have an American here, do you guys actually microwave water to make tea?
On occasion, yes, but it's...
Oh my
god, what the hell's wrong with you
fucking
people?
Filthy weirdos.
I do it specifically to piss off the Brits. Because I have actually done that live on a few chats where it's like, oh, what do you mean? And I just put it on and just hold the camera up and just watch the people freak out. It's great.
In all fairness, I do reheat my tea with a microwave.
Yeah, that's fair. In honesty, though, if you do microwave water long enough, it will boil.
Well,
That's how
we
microwaves
typically do. At least in my family, when we microwave tea, we microwave the water and then put it in with the tea. We don't put the tea bag in with the tea going through the process.
The actual reason that Americans microwave their tea water is split phase power.
That's part of it, yeah.
You try using inductive fucking heating at 120 volt. It takes fucking ages.
That's what you get a transformer for. That's it up to 220.
Well, you don't even need a transformer if you've got proper split phase power. You just need to get your electrician to make sure you're using both phases. You're using the cross phase, and that gets you 240 in your residential areas anyway. Mm-hmm. That's what your fucking washer and dryer will be running on.
Oh yeah, and most stoves in the U.S. run that way, but microwaves, oh no. That's
Well, the beauty of the microwave is it cheats.
Exactly.
So it is hell, even for Brit bongs, it's technically the faster way to heat water, but because Brit bongs and assorted countries on 240 volt have kettles that'll actually fucking boil in under half an hour.
And well, and the other thing is a lot of there's just not a good proliferation of good kettles in the U.S.
Yeah.
We have mostly garbage.
Let's see, how do we say this guy's name? This is me, DGR, or this is Major. I could probably rip the microwave off the wall and throw it in an intruder. Have you considered breaking the glass in the door and pointing it at the intruder?
Have you considered pulling the glass plate out of the microwave and just snapping it in half?
Or just using it as a frisbee and kill them that way.
Well, I was suggesting
There's
that you
that too,
microwave the intruder.
Oh, well, there's that. Yeah, that's probably a far better choice.
I'm okay with either solution.
You could conceivably go the under siege route and put a bomb in your microwave. However, you won't have a house.
Just make sure you don't put a bomb in your toilet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what home insurance is for. Maybe a home intrusion goes wrong and there's a crater in your yard. Well, that's when you get home insurance to pay for your new house.
Who I'm going to call until he corrects me, this is Major, says, nah, brute force response works for me. Yeah, but why get up when you can just activate the front door claymore?
Or the old style shotgun traps that were outlawed after the 1930s.
Hey, those are real things?
Yes.
That's awesome.
You think that's funny, Arden? You think that's funny? You can go on the fucking patent registry and find these fucking things.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's America, you can actually find the patent for a shotgun trap.
Oh, jeez, that's awesome.
They've also they've also got a revolver mousetrap.
Yep,
I remember seeing the specs for that thing. That was hilarious.
Calm down's like, hey, check the new pig farm China is making. Like, we talking long pig or?
What about
it ends up
a bear trap with shotgun shells? Does that exist?
See, I'm pretty sure that just pissed the bear off.
I mean, even if you're using a slug, it's still not going to work.
Yeah, even a 10-gauge slug on a bear is not necessarily going to do too much.
Well, in that case, have you considered a minus 10-gauge slug?
His student of history says, sitting in my house and I hear an explosion outside, and I think, oh, the Jehovah's Witnesses have found the landmines.
No, it's just the raccoons again.
Yeah.
Actually,
no, you need to get your landmines so they're not sensitive enough to be set off by raccoons.
Actually, it reminds me of one of the things that I desperately want to ask the Pope. If babies are innocent and all baptized babies go to heaven, why don't you hold the baby under?
Bezic reveals his secret conspiracy to rid the world of Catholics.
No, it's a serious question on their ideology. Like, isn't sending them to heaven the responsible thing to do? So wouldn't you just baptismus?
They'd get sent to hell though, because it'd still be murder. So someone would have to be willing to sacrifice their time in heaven, I think.
Yeah.
Well, just go now. Crow's like, do you think a 90mm shell would take out a bear? When you start
There's only one way to find out.
Well, you just need to make sure that it's not going to take out your house too. Can we wire a 90mm shell to a bear trap? But that's a waste of a yes, but that sounds like a waste of a perfectly good shell when you could just wire something less expensive to the bear trap.
Okay, but I kind of just want to fire a 90mm shell at something or anything at
And
this
I
point.
recommend Parliament.
Yeah.
Or a
Yeah, you could
slightly
recommend that.
less,
The FBI might want to
criminal.
put you on a watch list if you're.
Oh, FBI, you can put me on watch list.
Slightly
Actually,
less
no.
criminal
The
is
FBI
go
wouldn't.
to
The
Texas.
FBI wouldn't put me on any watch list because the FBI has no parliaments to give a shit about.
You know what they would do? They would probably give you money to go ahead.
And
everybody's a
fund it right
Fed.
up until the time you're ready to pull the trigger.
Well, no.
Yes, we'll get
The
your
trick
flights
is
in.
get all the money, get everything prepared, and then turn them in, and keep the money.
Yeah. They'd be like, look, the FBI paid me to do this. I didn't do it because I'm not a fucking idiot, but.
Callum's like, which parliament? And I'm like, yes.
Yes.
Especially the last one.
Yeah, student of
Oh.
history. He brought up that only a headshot would take out a bear if you were using a 90mm shell, and I had to go and do the conversion for him because that's a 350 plus caliber round.
Yes. Billy
Yeah.
Blogs is like, hold on, Bez, doesn't that mean a lot of people could be shot for hiking through fields? Yes, free fertilizer.
Wow, that is fucking weird. Sorry, Callum Dayton posted the Chinese pig farm thing in Discord, and I'm just having a quick look at it. This is fucking insane.
But also, if I'm a farmer and some cunt's wandering through my field, fucking with my crop. Yeah, feed them, you shoot them, you feed them to the pig, then you use the pig manure for the crop.
Oh,
Hold on, is it this really that fucked?
26-story pig palace.
Holy shit!
Oh, God.
And
Sorry,
they're all prostitutes. I mean,
are we sure that's not an immigration center?
I mean, they literally have photos of the pigs inside it.
God damn.
Hold on.
What?
Well, let's get this awful abomination up.
Let me bring this up, see if Brave will translate it.
It's translated pretty well on mine.
Student history is missing the point and says, listen, 556 is for hunting people, 308 is for hunting large animals, 50 cal is for hunting light vehicles and helicopters, and everything higher is generally for hunting tanks. I'm sorry, but 50 cals are for hunting everything up to from
Okay.
rabbits.
So, student of history, what if I'm hunting planets?
You need you a Death Star. But fucking put a grate on the vents or something. Fuck. Holy industrial. Where the fuck are the greenies? Like, is this not factory fucking farming?
Oh, but when
It looks
China
like-
does it,
It looks like factory farming. There's just concrete floors everywhere. There's the conditions for these pigs can't be fucking good. at
Holy
all.
shit. That's an elevator, okay. Oh my god, yeah, that's straight up concrete floors, cramped spaces. Like, I'm no fucking greenie, but I still believe in keeping animals
how
properly.
is this humane?
Since
it's not.
when
The
has the
Chinese don't
like
Chinese
this.
given a
Fuck that, you
shit
mean, come
about
on.
that?
Exactly. That's my point. Yeah, it's like how is this not being protested by PETA and all the other normal groups?
Well, because it's in
Because
China
of
and
being
PETA doesn't
funded
give a
by-
fuck.
I was going to say
Because-
because they're being
because
funded
they're-
by China.
Well, no,
And
they're funded by the
communism
WEF.
specifically.
They're funded by the WEF. But the reason they don't protest in China is because they're a bunch of goddamn cowards who are only interested in glorifying themselves, scoring brownie points, and making off with billions of stolen donations, not actually doing shit because the Chinese would fucking kill them.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I just like to point out
Exactly.
at this point,
Speaking of,
that building is going to be where your next plague comes from.
Oh,
probably.
God.
Speaking of how the Chinese would handle Peter, in fucking Manchester, you know, that shithole in England, Hong Kong protester kidnapped, extradited to foreign territory, and then beaten up. So Hong Kong protester dragged into Manchester, China's consulate grounds and beaten up. Pretty sure that counts as kidnapping and human trafficking.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Well, let's put it this
all
way:
I
if
can
I was
say is part of me wants to go find my local Chinese consulate and see what they do, especially as an American
Look at
citizen.
this. An identified man came out of the consulate and forced a man inside the compound before he escaped with the help of police and other demonstrators. Oh, sorry. Chinese operatives, agents of the Chinese government, attacked English territory, kidnapped someone, trafficked them back to Chinese territory, and the British government's done fuck all? No.
We should have just got rid of the consulate entirely. The actual consulate should have been just taken down and be like, no, you're not allowed to have a consulate here now. Fuck you. You don't act this way on our land.
The man should have been recovered by the military, and the fucking thing should have been leveled.
Yep.
Yeah, that strikes me as an act of war.
That is an act of
absolutely.
fucking war. Foreign agents invaded your sovereign territory and kidnapped someone, and then tortured them. No, you fucking wipe that. Not only do you wipe that consulate off, you evict all Chinese fucking nationals from the fucking country.
As it should be.
Speaking, and not just that, it should be illegal for. It should be illegal just in general for foreign government affiliated anything to own or operate in England or any other fucking country for that matter. Like, I'm sorry, but the fucking Chinese, any form of fucking Chinese, and we know that all Chinese companies are owned by the fucking government, should not be fucking getting 99 fucking year leases on Australian ports. Like, the Chinese don't need to fucking invade, they already own the fucking country.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This is
Okay. Yeah, he's
Wasn't
Canadian. I
there
was
a-
just pointing him out.
this is man just
We've
pointing
got
out
three,
that you've got 3 Chinese spy operations in Toronto.
Oh no, no,
And-
those are outreach centers for Chinese citizens, so they can get their taxes and
Also
their driver's
should-
licenses. And
Also
things.
shouldn't be
Yeah.
allowed to operate on British soil. That's still a foreign government entity operating on sovereign soil.
Yeah, that,
I'm sorry, but if the most you should get in as a foreign government is a consulate, and your fucking consulate should be open to your fucking citizens in that country. The entire fucking point of a consulate existing is so your goddamn citizens can come to your consulate to do business instead of having to fly back. And if you're not fucking doing that, you don't need a consulate, and you can fuck off.
And Earl, it's way past time for.
We don't need to
investigation.
investigate the Chinese. We need to
Yeah.
expel
It's,
anything that smells like the CCP.
well, what I think we need to do is return to the Boxer Rebellion solution and just go and invade and occupy. Because I'm fucking done with playing games with the Chinese.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Chinese have been at war with the rest of the world for at least 30 years now.
Oh,
The
honestly,
Chinese
it's
have been at
longer than
war
that.
with the West since the fucking 50s. The West just
No,
hasn't
no.
fucking noticed yet.
They've been culturally at war with the West since 1890s.
I'd believe that.
And let's be honest, the way they operate, they're at war with the rest of the world since their inception because they are that fucking arrogant.
Yeah. As Student of History points out, outreach to the expat community, also known as reminding them that they can be assassinated at any fucking point and and have no fucking consequences.
Well, I mean, with all the Chinese consulates, it's probably almost impossible for the Canadian authorities, British authorities, whatever proper authorities to respond quickly enough to prevent them from getting away with it.
Yeah.
I mean, even North Korea managed to successfully assassinate the guy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Callum says China does have the industry. Getting that into our hands would be nice. We don't need Chinese industry. Trump proved that.
Yeah.
Financially, it would be smarter to just bomb anything that looks like a factory in China, put the Navy around the fucking thing, tell the Russians to reinforce their fucking border, and leave the cunts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically.
We've got the satellites. If they build something that looks like a factory, we just bomb it again.
Well, they'll just build everything underground. But we'll see the heat signatures.
Callum's like, no, I mean seize control of the industry, claim concrete. No, that's my point. We don't want to seize control of their industry. That'll just make the local problems worse. We want to destroy their manufacturing capacity so that fucking Apple can't pay some 4-year-old Chinese kid nothing to make their fucking phones. I'm sorry, your iPhone's going to cost more. But if that's the price to pay so that an 4-year-old American can have the job instead, that's the price I'm willing to pay. Comes like, what about the typo? What about them? They're Thailand's problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what we need to do is restore the Republic of China, known as Taiwan, and get rid of the People's Republic and get rid of this, one China policy.
Right,
It's like, there is one China, and it's Taiwan.
Yes.
Yeah.
If we could wipe out the CCP and install the Taiwanese government, that'd be a good start.
You mean reinstall the legitimate government of China?
That's the
only
one.
legitimate government of China?
Student of history. Callum Dayton asked about the ties, and student of history responded, "Nobody cares about the ladyboys."
True.
Callum makes the other point that making Hong Kong British again would be nice.
Yes, and this time no leasing.
Yeah.
Never should have given it back. Should have
No,
told the
that's very clear
Chinese,
at this
come and
point.
try and fucking take it.
Yeah.
What else do we have? Oh yeah, speaking of useless Asian countries, Indonesia's had a fire.
Yeah, I went looking for pictures of this mosque before it caught fire, and I'm sorry, but it was not an attractive building, so in my opinion, nothing of value has been lost here.
True.
And that's not me speaking as an
architecture
atheist, that's me
deserves
speaking
burn.
as an aesthetist.
Aesthetic. Aesthetic.
Yes, that too.
Callum's like, oh, sorry, I meant Malaysia, some Far Eastern country that helps in making microchips / Nike shoes. Yes, still don't care. No, I am sick to the death of China of the fucking offshoring of all forms of manufacturing. No.
Yep.
I'm fucking sick of it. We need to bring as much manufacturing back to civilized fucking society as possible. Like, if some Malaysian company wants to pop up and start supplying microchips, that's fine. That's international commerce, and that's generally a good thing. The problem is when you've got Western companies with their proxy bullshit slave labor sitting in Malaysia going, exploit locals, make microchip.
Yep.
No, we don't want fucking...
A nationalist mindset of returning to where all manufacturing needs to be domestic as much as possible, with the exception of exotic goods.
Yeah. But like if a Malaysian company wants to pop up and pay a fair wage to manufacture microchips, that's fine. Good for them. And I don't know, Apple can buy microchips from that company. What we don't need is an Apple subsidiary through 17.5 shell companies carrying out modern day slavery. Which is what we fucking got.
Yep.
Multinationals need to fucking die. Like, I don't need an Apple fucking factory in Australia. I don't need an Apple fucking store. No, we need a local with a contract with Apple to import shit.
Yep.
Like,
and again, if there is a company willing to manufacture those things domestically, then that should be given primary status over some international corporation.
Well, this is where we can start making some fucking money. Tariffs. We don't need to worry about it. We can tariff reasonably all this foreign shit because we're going, oh, look at that. It's foreign, so you're giving money to foreigners, are you? Well, we'll have some of that back, thanks.
But that's protectionism, Bezic. Yeah, no shit.
That's the point. Because
Exactly.
unlike what the government seem to have fucking got themselves confused about, because I remember when they were having an absolute fucking fit because Trump said he was going to look after Americans. That's his job, you numpties. His job is to look after Americans at the expense of everybody else if they're stupid enough to let him.
Yep. And yes, to a student of history, Deus Vult.
Oh, well, that's different and acceptable, Callum. Because Callum's now like, well, I want to invade China so we can still raid and pillage there and just see smash and bring back loot to the homelands. Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
But, yeah, that's totally
Yes,
acceptable.
That's perfectly British behavior. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
And I would encourage the international spheres of influence to return to the point where, yes, Germany needs to have a colony in China.
Well, maybe not the Germans.
No. The Germans. Like, absolutely. And the Russians and the Ukrainians.
well,
hell, everybody.
Not Germany as a nation, because Germany shouldn't exist, because we should be doing what we should have done back in the 1800s and making it part of Belgium again.
So you're saying you don't want Prussian efficiency introduced to the Chinese people?
Look,
and government?
all I'm saying is that... Oh, fuck, what's the country immediately to the east again?
Of
Germany.
Poland.
East?
It's... What's the one that all their fucking artists come from?
Austria.
Austria, that's it. Yeah, no Austrian should
that's
ever
to
be
the
allowed...
south.
I don't care, it's...
He's on a roll. Let him go.
If it's not the UK, it can be wiped out and no loss. But no Austrian should ever be allowed to hold a position in politics again.
No, we should send them all to art school.
Mandatory art school for every Austrian.
Student history says, by God, I will protect America and burn the world down to do it. See, Australia gets it. They're already on fire. By God, I will protect America, even if I have to burn down California to do it.
I mean, I'm not going to stop you from burning California.
I think
Here's a book of matches. Go wild.
Yeah.
Do you think TNT in
Here's
the
a
San
bunch of
Andreas
matches
fault
and
would
a-
work?
We can
It would
fucking
take a
try.
fair bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth finding out.
Who cares if it? We'll try it. And if it doesn't work, clearly we didn't use enough explosives and we need to try again.
More TNT? I like this idea.
Billy, I believe the gentleman you just mentioned is in fact German, but I'm not 100% sure.
See, this is why Germans and Austrians should not be allowed to be responsible for anything more than themselves.
And Callum Dayton points out he's from Ravensburg, which I believe is in Germany.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And my God, does that man's backstory not sound Bond villain enough?
Right, let's have a look at what the Jami Mosque looks like before the fire, if possible.
Yeah, you might have to scroll a fair ways.
Is that it? No, that doesn't look like the same one.
No.
Right. Oh, hang on. Go back. One more. Third one in. That's it there.
This thing?
Yeah, there we go. That is kind of ugly.
It's fucking ugly, but I imagine they like it.
Well,
Yeah.
But what is it with buildings of immense religious and cultural significance catching fucking fire when they're undergoing renovation? Like, literally, undergoing renovation catches fire. Like, Schwab, could you be a little more fucking subtle as you try to destroy the culture of every nation on Earth?
Yep.
Like I'm at this point, I'm rather suspicious that this is about destroying the culture of every nation so they can be brought under one umbrella.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
it's certainly looking like because there is this seeming push for the globalist monoculture.
Yep. And you can't have a monoculture unless you destroy everything of cultural and religious significance.
yeah, the ISIS approach.
Exactly.
Yeah,
The only difference is which culture they want to be mono about.
Yep. Eco-terrorists are the same thing. They're attacking cultural relics.
Eco-terrorists are worse than ISIS. Changed my mind.
Oh no, ISIS burnt down the Star Wars sets in Tunisia. Fuck those people forever.
But it's Tunisia. Okay.
Yeah, but it's Star Wars, man.
Yeah, and?
fair.
How dare you?
I would say the only
You have
reason
stolen my
why-
childhood.
Oh,
the
you mean
big
before
reason
you
why-
learnt what bad acting looks like?
No, not the prequels.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
sorry,
definitely
was
not
there
the
good
prequels.
acting in the original trilogy?
I mean,
Alec
James
Guinness was
Earl
okay.
Jones did amazing voice acting.
You're Cushing.
Fight me on that.
Oh, yeah. But he didn't do any actual acting.
What's
Billy
acting is
Clark's
acting,
going
changed
off
my
in the
mind.
chat. Bezic, you Philistine.
I'm not saying it's not fun, I'm just saying there was no acting.
Fair enough.
But I will say the reason why I would agree with the eco-terrorists are worse than ISIS is simply the fact that
ISIS believes in
nobody
something.
addresses nobody addresses the eco-terrorists really as eco-terrorists, because you had the ELF, Earth Liberation Front, burning SUVs across the United States back in the late 90s and early 2000s, and nobody did a damn thing to really address it.
Yep. This is Matt Joe, who really needs to tell me the correct pronunciation of his username. Says, religions are one of the strongest ties to the past and to old cultural norms. Destroy the church, destroy the spiritual link to the past, and the adrift people can be subjugated more easily. Ah, yes. See modern wokeism. See progressives. See the Church of the Holy Saint Fauci. See all people who have replaced religion with capital A atheism because they're fucking empty, soulless trash who need a higher power to tell them what to do because they are so fucking pathetic and can't form a functioning moral worldview without it being beaten into them. And this is why religion is a good thing, says the atheist.
Well, yeah, I think at the end of the day, religion, whether you actually have a deep belief in it or not, but it's the cultural structure that it provides, where there's a continuation between the culture of the past and the present, and it's always going to be modified. Don't get me wrong there.
Hold on.
that's
I've got to address this. Callum Dayton says, humans have flaws, but they didn't murder, rape, fuck a god into existence. 40k elder thing, not joking. They tried. He's called Zeus.
Yes. But yeah, I think religion, whether you look at it as a cultural phenomenon, a social phenomenon, or as a faith, really needs to be more encouraged rather than under constant assault, as it seems to be these days.
Well, the big problem is but one of the many big problems is the distinction between lowercase atheism and uppercase atheism. Because lowercase atheism just goes, no, there's no evidence for a god. I don't see any point in letting something that I don't believe exists dictate my life. And then you have, not only does God not exist, I reject his existence, I reject the church, everything religion has ever touched is evil, suck Fauci's dick and Biden is a hero and I'm going to rape some more children. Note, that's more religious than they think. See Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
Islam.
Oh,
Or Islam's just honest about it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like everybody wants to just reject all of these things when it's like, you know, it, you have to have some connection to the past before
Well,
you can
the biggest,
really look at the future and
I
embrace it.
think that the biggest problem with modern society is the uncontrolled. Sorry, actually, is controlled the right? The morally unrestrained midwit.
Yes, absolutely. Because when you don't have external pressure to behave in a proper way for people who cannot control themselves, it's just destruction of society for the sake of destruction.
Well, that's it. Like, take a look at the Bible. As an atheist, divine word of God, throw it out the window. Some of the speculation about how it was created, throw it out the window. Anything the Catholic Church has touched, throw it out the window. Now, you are now left with what do we got? Over
a lot of flying altar boys.
How do you know someone's an altar boy? Because he's got red knees. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, that part in his hair.
Well, you know why they part their hair that way?
So the priest has somewhere to rest his dick.
No, you have the
No.
priest stroking his hair saying, "It's not a sin, my son. It's not a sin, my son."
It's not.
Oof.
Oh dear.
Well, there's no white pills today, so we might as well make everybody laugh somewhere.
Anyway, sorry. Back to my actual point. So you throw out all the actual religious parts, all the parts that rely on divine intervention of the Bible, and you are left with a set of instructions on how to run a moderately successful Bronze Age culture.
Are you familiar with the Jefferson Bible?
Vaguely, okay. We need. Do you guys remember the Atheist Bible Club before it went gay?
Never heard of it.
No.
Back in the early days of Sargon, back when new atheism was a thing and slightly less progressive and retarded, there was a group doing an atheist Bible study. Tune in at some undetermined date for a Sultans Bible study featuring the Jefferson Bible. But the Jefferson Bible is basically where Jefferson cut out all the divine bits, right?
Well,
Okay.
divine or supernatural, however you want to look at that. But yes, that was the point of the Jefferson Bible, was to go and get to the core root of the Christian teachings.
Yeah, which is basically how to run a moderately successful Bronze Age society.
And a one that operates off of the basis of a moral code rather than just anything goes, that's fine.
Not the moral code or a perfectly moral code, a moral code. Not amoral, a space moral code. But yes.
I have my biases that say yes, this is the correct way of doing things. But
there are quite a few things in it that I agree are the correct way of doing it. There are also parts that we need to throw out the window, like the lovely story of the daughters who got their father drunk, then had sex with him. That can go over there with all the other bits that are.
Yeah, but it was the original stepfather method without the step.
I have many. But like you throw out the supernatural stuff and you have a relatively coherent moral code to run a society by. Specifically a Bronze Age Middle Eastern society. And clearly it fucking worked, because it lasted several hundred years before the Romans got hold of it and accidentally everywhere'd it.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the assault on religion, and it doesn't have to just be, Western religion, but the entire assault really is self-defeating for the sake of ego stroking by the modern atheist movement.
You see why I'd be the one says he remembers the Bible line. Those are the guys I was thinking of, because they were doing an atheist Bible study where they basically read it and talked about it.
Oh yeah, Matt Dillahunty and those guys.
And then it went cringe as fuck when I got older and realised that being a pathetic leftist twat was cringe.
That was where Dillahunty lost me when he looked up and he started saying things like,
Was it
we need
Dillahunty?
to treat everyone
I-
equally and all this bullshit.
No, fuck that. We need to treat
Yeah,
people
pretty
as
much.
they deserve to be treated. Everyone gets a basic level of treatment because we live in a society, goddammit. And then from that, they determine their treatment.
Yes.
We don't
Get what you
immediately
fucking deserve.
shoot people on the streets because we live in a goddamn society. But some people, by their actions, they deserve shooting in the streets.
Yes. Like dogs.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah.
No. I
And
have...
to be fair, I would never shoot a dog in the street.
Yeah, my only,
No, it's too
my only
messy,
problem with that is that dogs don't need to be shot. Dogs need to be treated appropriately. Some,
Like dinner.
Well, oh, hang on.
Given
that was very
dinner?
Chinese of you.
Oh, very, very, very
Uh,
sharp,
Sure,
sir.
yeah.
yeah.
You see why I'd be the ones reminding us of all the... Oh,
Oh,
God.
yeah.
Back in the days of the
Aaron Ra,
atheist
yeah.
awakening with Aaron Ra and... Back when, what was his name?
PJ the Angry Atheist.
Fuck. No, the scientist dude.
Richard
Fuck.
Dawkins.
Richard Dawkins. Back before Richard Dawkins went woke. Back in the day.
It's only like 5 years ago.
Isn't it it's starting to get a bit older than that because fuck it, this is pre-Gamergate. Do you know how long ago Gamergate was? It's nearly a decade from fucking Gamergate.
Holy shit. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
what, 7 years?
What?
8 now, I think.
It's got to be more than that.
I wasn't
Wasn't
really
it?
on the internet at all before 2014.
Yeah, it was like 2014. Fucking harassment campaign. No, it wasn't. Shut up. Well, yeah, 2014. 8 years ago.
Yeah, it was just after Gamergate that I actually started to be online in any real amount.
So, Gamergate, I'm pretty much sure I got into from the Sargon crowd. Back when Sargon was mostly bashing on dumb anti-religious arguments.
Oh yeah, This Week in Stupid was a
Yeah.
favorite segment.
But it's interesting how you go from end up being an atheist because it's logical, and then you end up going, yeah, I still don't believe in God, but can we bring back that Christian moral framework again?
Yeah, it's
Because
it's
it
curious
works
how,
and it's superior.
that, well, we're kind of fucked if we don't have something to lean on. It's like, yeah, you kind of are.
Let me bring... Who were the new atheists? Because there were 4 of those fuckers. Well, what
Is that
they
with the Four
called?
Horsemen?
Yeah, the 4 horsemen.
Of the
Dawkins.
adpocalypse.
Yeah, it was Dawkins, Dennett, Hitchens. Christopher Hitchens I still respect because he had the good grace to
Yeah.
die being sarcastic.
Yeah.
And Sam Harris.
Yeah, so because you see why I be
Or
the
as I like
one.
to call him, Vash
Was it you see
Senior.
why I be the one? Fuck me.
Yeah, he likes horses?
Chad are so on top of shit that they're moving quite fast, so I just need to find it. Where the fuck was it?
What are we hunting for?
I can't even remember. Someone was talking about... sorry, it was Student History. He says, I'm going to be honest, always just saw those atheist guys as just a bunch of self-righteous edgy guys. Yeah, Sam fucking Harris...
Yeah.
Like, Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, they never stuck me as self-righteous edgy to start with. Richard Dawkins went self-righteous edgy, but Sam Harris fucking started there. I certainly agree with that.
Yeah, Hitchens was just an asshole all the way around and reveled in it.
Yeah, Hitchens was just a turd, which is fine. I can get on with that. Yeah, Hitchens was great. But Sam Harris started as a cringy little child.
Yeah.
And then UCYB1 says that to me specifically, that we have similar YouTube histories, like Thunderfoot before he lost his mind. I don't think I ever liked Thunderfoot to start with, but that was more of his presentation style, not that I disagreed with him. Then he went insane.
Yeah, I liked him right up until he started going after Sargon really hard, and I don't remember exactly what the issue was I ended up having
back
with him. But
before
it was
Aaron
basically
Ryan went woke, and he started getting progressive. Like he was one of my favorites at the time because he was more mild mannered. But yeah, then he went just stupid.
Brexit.
Yeah. What else do we have?
That was the breaking point for a lot of them.
We also have John here says, interesting how it always comes back to God. I mean, as an atheist, not really, but Christian moral framework, well, it's better than the fucking alternatives, which involve fucking molesting children openly.
Or communism, or both.
Is there a difference between that?
Communism and child molestation? Only vaguely.
Exactly.
Well, the difference is whether you eat the child after you molest it or not.
Billy Blogs was responding to me. Brexit was the issue that exposed Thunderfoot.
I don't know. Thunderfoot was weird and annoying and stupid before Brexit. I think
but that was more his presentation style.
Actually, I think Thunderfoot just went straight off his rocker rather than going specifically culty. Like, somewhere between Gamergate and Brexit, Thunderfoot just went nuts. Like, he went absolutely off his fucking nana.
I just vaguely, because I didn't really pay any attention to Thunderfoot. It just remember seeing a few of his, and it's like, there's something fundamentally flawed with the guy. Like, he's not really who he's presenting himself as. Always struck me. And then he just became completely unglued, and it's like, okay, yeah, psychopath, cool.
Yeah. This is Major. Says humanists don't want to acknowledge God, but want all the good things he instills in people. Good luck with that, I guess. I mean, yeah. Humanists are weird. The problem with humanists is that they worship humanity, and if there's anything that doesn't fucking deserve worship, it's humans.
Yep.
What a gang! What a collection of fucking nutters.
Billy Black says he thinks Thunderfoot added rainbow flags and Ukraine flags to his bio. Oh god!
Oh my god! Really?
I haven't paid attention to Thunderfoot in like 4 years, man. I'm not about to start now. No!
Hold on. Let's see.
Now I'm curious.
No, that is something else entirely.
Yeah, it's Thunderfoot with 2 O's.
Yeah,
Two
that's
zeros,
probably
rather.
the problem. Oh, yeah.
Chemist.
Mentally ill person.
Yeah.
No, don't play that. Ooh, I'll leave them on screen. That's fine.
No,
Titties.
I'm not seeing any flags.
Oh, here we go. His most recent video. Elon Musk war profiteering. WTF. Charging Ukraine $4,500 per month for free internet. One, let's talk about what percentage of my monthly internet bill $4,500 is. And secondly, go fuck you.
I thought he was charging. Oh no, sorry. He was paying way more than 4,500.
Yeah.
Charging.
And he doesn't have it in anything at the moment, but yeah, he's annoying, weird. But yeah, I think he just
Still got
went
the same image, badly cropped image. Ugh, lazy.
I mean, I can kind of understand why he'd leave it at this point. Why he didn't change it a lot earlier, I don't know, but why he doesn't change it now kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because now it's just stuck to branding. It's bad branding, but it is his brand. But yeah. What else did Billy ask? Who's the worst atheist YouTuber? The Amazing Atheist? The Amazing Atheist isn't barely even an atheist anymore. He's a degenerate drugo-pedo.
Is that the one, TJ?
I don't know. I stopped giving a shit.
Thing about the angry atheist. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
Angry, amazing, and change it to asshole atheist, and you've got it, because
too much alliteration.
The way they always, yeah.
It's
like your religion is atheism, you fucking moron. Deal with it.
Yeah.
You're not a real atheist.
Well, that's the problem with the one. That's the problem with the morally unguided midwits. As soon as you apply logic and beat the god out of them, I think that works in all from all perspectives. Once you beat the god out of them, well, what do they replace it with? They replace it with worship of, in most cases, themselves.
Yep. Yeah, they suddenly become this unchallengeable entity, and it's like,
Yeah. And like,
no, this is playing God.
I completely reject the religious argument of, oh, you need God in your life to be on. No, you don't. Well, I don't.
Yeah, it's
But
bad
it
enough
turns
when
out
you
a
make
lot of
appeals to
people.
authority. It's even worse when the appeal is to yourself.
Yeah.
No.
Or which, as an atheist looking at religious people, when you appeal to God for your source of morality, you're appealing to you. Or you're siphoning it off to what? The church? So a group of people that have proven to consecutively be scum when, well, on the rare occasion when they're not, when they take a break from being religious, a scum. Like, the Catholic Church has not done great in Australia or Canada.
Yeah, but look what they've got to work with. Australians and Canadians.
Yeah, but like, you don't. Just saying in general, you don't need God to be moral. Apparently, that's wrong. I used to think it was true, and now it's more of a matter of technicality. You don't need God the being because I don't think he's there to be moral. But apparently, you fucking need belief in a higher power to be moral, because most people just seem incapable of functioning at all without someone sitting there telling them what to fucking do.
Well, it's the threat of repercussions for a lot of people. And I don't care how logical or rational you are, a lot of people need the hint that, yes, there are consequences for your actions beyond just other people saying, no, that's wrong, here, go to jail.
Yeah, which is also, and conveniently, you've tagged on to something which means I get to respond to Student History's statement. He says, in quotes, you don't need God to be moral. Lol, I'll take that back. Yeah, problem with people who say, oh, you need God to be moral. Doesn't say a lot about their fucking character, does it? Oh, so the only reason you're not raping, murdering, and stealing your way off the country is because you think you'll go to hell, is it? See, I don't do those things because I think they're wrong. But the only reason you're not doing them is because fear of Satan? Like, guys, come on.
I mean, I'll be honest, there are times when it's like, I really don't care what the rest of the world does, and if I didn't have a higher problem to address, I probably wouldn't give much of a fuck.
Well, that's the thing. Most people...
Why be accountable to people who absolutely hate your guts if all you're going to catch is grief?
Well, that's a different problem entirely, I think. John A says, believing in nothing versus believing in someone/something, cough, cough. See, again, that's a common fallacy religious people fall into. I don't believe in nothing. You can't believe in nothing. Anyone who claims to believe in nothing is a semantic idiot.
Agreed, yes. Even if it's just, belief in, you shouldn't be a complete, absolute moron and treat people with decency. That I can buy.
If we're talking about belief, I believe that I'm not in a fucking actually sitting in a vat hooked into a simulation.
Well, see,
boy, I mean, I could be, but
yeah, I just it's one of those for me. It always boils down to I would rather have the consequences mean something more than just, oh yeah, you go to jail because you violated the government's ideals, because those change rapidly. When
Yeah.
you have something with a little more permanence,
Like,
that I think is
it
fine.
would be really fucking handy if God actually existed. But
Mhm.
again, that's when you run into the problem that lowercase atheists have to deal with. Oh, believe in God. God is the source of truth. Okay, which God? I know which God you mean, but what makes you how do you specifically convince me that you're right over the Muslim down the road over the fucking Greeks, the ancient Greeks?
Yep.
Like, if I've got to believe in God and base my moral code on that, can I pick Zeus?
Absolutely.
Alternative, how about Dionysus? Does Dionysus work for you?
As long as it's not yourself, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
That's kind of my ultimate position. It's as long as you're not self-indulgent in that regard,
Yeah.
then I don't really care.
Well, and that's the problem. And I think it's why my moral framework is different to other people's. Like, I don't believe that I got in an argument with a political twat that I know who majored in politics and then ended up in the same job as me working under me, but we'll leave that aside. Who was like, oh, I think I have a duty to my community, talking about certain medical procedures. I think it's my duty to protect others. No. See, that's the problem. That's where we differ. I don't innately have the duty to do anything for anybody except me. However, I willingly go out and choose to do so because I think it's the right thing to do. It's a self... Nothing... I wasn't innately born with a duty to do jack diddly fuck all. I've accepted it because I want to make the world I live in a better place. So I help people.
And that's what separates you from the capital A atheists.
Yes, because I don't believe in myself as the ultimate moral arbiter of truth. Granted, I do a better job as God than most gods and any fucking politician. But, see, I'm at least... I may be an arrogant bastard, but I'm still human. Student of history hits on some very good points in chat. He says the majority needs something staying over them with an axe saying step out of line or I'll bonk the shit out of you. He prefers God, who may or may not be there, over human is God, and therefore. Yes.
Yep.
That is an excellent point, because God, especially if we look at the Christian God, the generic Christian God rather than any specific denomination's version, if we look at the Christian God, we've got 2,000 plus years of pretty sure this is what this guy thinks, can't just be changed on a dime. When you make the government God, see Marx and Stalin and communism in general, that's when you can go, last night we decided we're going to make the law this, and oh, by the way, morality is now X.
Yeah, and that can change at a whim.
Yeah. Having the idea of God, more so than God, or the belief in God, the idea of God, that's 3,000 years of humans, a large number of humans, agreeing that this is how we are going to run our societies. And considering the fact that England still exists as a nation after 600 or 700 years, seems to be working pretty well for them. In fact, it was working great until they got confused in the late 1800s and started stopping the whole "we are God's chosen people" thing.
Well, yeah, but that's a whole sidetrack if you really want to go down.
Student history also said that God is not man, God is not government. Do not make either God. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You should never make man God, especially not if that man is you.
And well, but see, If you say that,
No,
then
no, no.
people
There's a difference
the
between
potato
thinking you're,
pederast.
there's a difference between thinking that you're God and thinking that you're a god amongst men.
Oh,
So-
well, that I know.
Exactly. I should be given the deference due of a son of God like Hercules. Anyway, moving on. Student History says, Christian God says, here's 10 rules and then a sword regulations. Try not to break anything, BRB. State God says, the breeze has changed, 100 new law codes.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. Like, to touch on what we were talking about earlier when Crow was talking about the government and legislation, if we could go with the 10 fucking commandments and fuck everything else off, I could live with that society.
It's kind of simple, you know.
like
Yeah,
if
I
I could get behind that.
yeah, I mean, it's this nice little don't fuck everything up and don't do harm to others, and yeah, it's kind of a very basic libertarian system in a lot of ways.
Student History says, thou shalt not commit adultery. It'll never work. Well, the problem is not enough women turning into salt, isn't it? Listen, you bastard, if you are up there, and if you are up there, we know you must be listening, because that's the story we've been told. Can you start turning some of these fucking whores to salt? Just a few, so maybe the rest get the message?
Even just one, that might be nice. Like Meghan Markle.
Student History's down. Yeah, turn Meghan Markle to salt. That'll send a fucking message.
How could you, could you imagine the news coverage? Why salt is racist?
Now Billy Blogs is like, does that mean you're against blowjobs? Technically it's sodomy. I don't think sodomy is in the 10 Commandments. I wasn't talking about the sorted extra crap. Like, I'm still eating my bacon and... like, God could appear before me and strike down the Prime Minister, and I'd still go, I'm not giving up bacon.
Well, God made bacon for us to be happy. That and beer.
Confid's like, he's too busy sleeping with VTubers. Look, as much as VTubers confuse me, especially since I'm an anime fan, so I do find a lot of anime adult women to be more attractive than a lot of normal women, because normal women look like shit. Like, VTubers are better than Twitch thought. That's all I have. That's the remainder of what I have to say there. Callum Dayton says there's only one religion here, guys, the Emperor. It's not the Empire. It is Her Eternal Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II.
I'm more willing to accept that.
Like, said it before, and I'll say it again. Bacon, beer, and bow wows are why I'm not Muslim.
But, yeah, like, I quite often, when I'm being all solipsistic and philosophical, think, wouldn't it be great to believe in God? Like, it'd solve so many of these philosophical problems I'm stuck with. But,
yeah, it'd be great.
That's kind of the problem with belief. I don't, therefore I can't.
That's basically my position. I'm an unconvinced atheist.
And to be honest, based on a lot of shit that happens in the world, if God popped down and said hello, I won't be an atheist. But I'd be very, very fucking cranky.
Yeah.
And it's like, one, I'm not worshipping you because you are not my queen. Two, you have some fucking explaining to do, boyo.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Three, if there's a heaven, why aren't Robin Williams and George Carlin headlining?
Oh, they are, but we're too stuck on this mortal coil to know.
Yeah.
Still, Mortal Coil is a great name for a band.
Yes, Billy, I do mean Newfoundland dogs specifically.
Newfoundlands aren't fucking dogs. They're a type of bear. I'm convinced of this.
Yeah, I mean, bears and dogs are fairly closely related, so.
True.
Let's see.
Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks would be awesome in heaven.
Actually,
Who was the screaming preacher guy? Not Bill Hicks, but he was around at about the same time. He used to wear a beret.
The cat has decided to come harass me. He heard us talking about dogs and is like, I'm offended.
Sam, the comedian, the screaming guy named Sam. He used to be a Baptist preacher before he was a comedian.
I have no idea.
Oh, come on, Chad, help me out here. Foul-mouthed. Kennison,
Yeah, that's
thank
about
you.
everybody.
Yes, Sam Kennison. Sam Kennison in heaven would be an absolute blast.
Okay, so let's move on to another article, because we could probably spend the next 20 years talking about this and get no further than we need to bring back the Christian church as our servants to beat the midwits into submission. See why the Holy Roman Empire was good. Anyway, we have an article from a post-millennial. Breaking: Judge to allow states to post Fauci Biden officials in social media censorship case. And so, which is why I brought this one up. Unfortunately, we can't talk about some of the other things on YouTube. Do we have a volunteer to read some of this while I quickly see if I can find some fucking food?
On Friday evening, a judge granted a motion filed by Missouri and Louisiana calling for key figures in the Biden administration to be deposed in regard to the administration's work with social media platforms to suppress free speech. In a Friday tweet, Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt said that the U.S. District Court Western District of Louisiana Monroe Division granted the plaintiff's request to depose Dr. Anthony Fauci. Oh, sweet.
Ooh.
Former White House Press Secretary Jennifer Psaki. Oh, yeah, Jen Psaki, yeah, that's right. FBI Supervisory Special Agent Elvis Chan, as well as other Biden administration officials. I get some scroll, please. Apparently Bezic has wandered too far away from the mouse to do some scrolling for me.
Yeah, you see, when you scroll just
That's
a little
okay.
too far from the love of God.
First millennial judge to allow states to depose Fauci.
That's an interesting development.
That is an extremely interesting development. Twitter states seek to depose. There we are. Okay. So, continuing the story. Yes, the lawsuit, and now I've got a bunch of stuff popping in. The lawsuit filed by Schmidt and Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry, or Louisiana Attorney General, sorry, he wasn't a general who was an attorney. Jeff Landry in May alleges that key figures in the Biden administration, including President Joe Biden himself, quote, have colluded with and or coerced social media companies to suppress disfavored speakers, viewpoints, and content on social media platforms by labeling the content disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. That's a new one. They allege that the actions constitute as government action and violates freedom of speech as laid out in the First Amendment.
Which it absolutely does. It's 110% a latent First Amendment violation. No, Cat, you can't have the biscuits. I threw a couple of frozen paninis on, and now I have some cheap bickies that I'm going to chew on for the next 15 minutes.
Examples laid out include the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, talk of the COVID-19 lab leak theory, questioning the efficacy of masks, lockdowns, and the legitimacy of the 2020 election, as well as censorship of specific individuals. What specific individuals? After finding documentation of a collusive relationship between the Biden administration and social media companies to censor free speech, we immediately filed a motion to get these officials under oath. Ah, beautiful. It is high time we shine a light on this censorship enterprise and force these officials to come clean to the American people. And this ruling will allow us to do just that. We'll keep pressing for the truth. Oh, I like this guy.
Ooh.
I
Yeah,
like this guy.
that's a spot on, and it's absolutely collusion.
Oh yeah.
You know, like
Obviously
we've got the emails from the FBI reaching out to Twitter and Facebook, being like, "You want to not talk about this? Oh, there's an election coming up. Don't worry about it."
Yeah, we'll give you cover.
Yeah, like that's straight up government restricting speech.
That just the only thing I can think of that's even comparable is kind of wartime action, where certain restrictions are encouraged for operational safety at a major war. So my interpretation is, the government decided that they were at war with the citizens.
Yeah, the the chat seems to be enjoying this. Student of History has pointed out that we should be posting the "It's Happening" meme. John A points out that we have to force these cockroaches into the light. Absolutely.
Put sticky traps down.
Callum Dayton is singing the wrong song, "Toss a coin to your witcher," when he means toss a coin to your leader.
So,
Yeah.
Speaking of, don't forget to toss a like to your Sultan.
Yes.
Yeah. It keeps the algorithm alive.
Yes. Keep the algorithm engaged.
But don't engage the algorithm. She'll take you and leave you at the altar.
She'll take you for half of what you're worth and your dog.
Just like the ATF.
And Billy Blogs mentioned sheep dipping for some reason.
No, I think that's what he was suggesting I was off to do. Bit late at night for that.
That would make sense. Never having dealt with sheep other than chewing on the occasional lamb chop, I have no idea what sheep dipping is.
You basically are running them through something to keep parasites off of their hooves and whatnot.
It's basically it's basically a giant flea bath, and you just drive the sheep through it. So, and depending on the bath, they'll either walk or swim through it to get nice and coated in the anti-parasitical thingy.
Yep. And a lot of them leave kind of blue stains, so you know which ones have been dipped correctly and which ones haven't. And sheep are fucking morons.
Sheep are really dumb. No, I'm not going to eat sheep dipping. That's completely different to pork drippings, okay?
As long as it's not sheep shagging.
That's more of a Welsh thing.
Or Tasmania.
Yeah, is there really a difference between Tasmania and Wales?
Well, only a few thousand miles, I suppose.
I bet the culture's the same.
To be fair, Callum,
no,
Jeremy Clarkson wasn't exactly raised for himself.
Hold on. The English did it right when they got to Tasmania.
They stopped that.
I know where this is going, and I want no part of it.
I mean, we'll leave it there.
Well, mostly because I've been known to say the same thing about Newfoundland.
Student History says, do not slander the good Tassie people. They haven't done anything wrong ever in their history.
Kong Feet mentions the Tasmanian tiger. If I recall correctly, it wasn't that long ago I saw some guy on Joe Rogan claiming that it's quite possible the thylacines, the Tasmanian tigers, are still around. They're just in the wilderness where no one can find them.
Yeah, I saw something similar. And I
I've
mean,
heard a lot of that.
it is possible, but it's quite unlikely. But fortunately, the thylacine went extinct recently enough that we have DNA, so we can try bringing them back. Which actually brings me to a completely unrelated counterpoint to Carl's arguments about, oh, do we really want wolves roaming around, being a danger to our kids? Yes, you fucking tool! Not having any danger is what got us into this mess.
Yeah.
Maybe if the wolves had eat the retards...
Yeah, I mean,
we
if
won't be
you
sending them to
introduced a few
university.
grizzlies into the middle of London.
Oh, please. Especially
Yeah, right?
for Sadiq Khan. Sadiq Khan could be the next grizzly man.
Sadiq Khan is just giving a speech at some point, and some grizzly just comes out of the crowd and swats someone.
For chat,
Don't give me hope.
the Tasmanian tiger and the Tasmanian devil are completely different animals.
Yes.
And the Tasmanian devil is still alive. So, as Billy points out, they've got a weird face cancer virus that's doing some serious damage.
They're marsupials, aren't they? The Tasmanian devil?
I'm not quite sure. Probably.
Find out.
I don't think they are
Carnivorous
marsupials.
marsupial, yep.
No, they are. I can't remember if they had
basically-
pouches or not.
Yeah, it basically just looks like a possum that got a little angrier.
A possum on bath salts, you mean?
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I said, wasn't Kinda cute little buggers,
Tasmanian
though.
bath salt devil.
it? Yeah. That's like I say, they're kind of cute little buggers, but I'd rather have a pet Wolverine.
It's like, I don't want wolves on my fucking island. Besides, wolves didn't help the French in their idiot problems. You did not apply enough wolf.
I mean, look at Le Bête Gévaudan. It solved a lot of problems.
If you have too many French, apply more wolves.
Yes. You have way too many French. Apply some nukes.
But,
Or apply German.
I mean, there's still some...
Apply Germans. Repeat as needed.
I don't know. The Germans did a really shit job. Too many French.
That's because they just weren't given enough time.
Right.
As you see why I be the one says we should reset the simulation to the era when wolves ate retards. That's kind of Bezik's point.
Yeah. Smart people carry guns to protect themselves from the wolves. Idiots don't and get eaten.
Yeah.
And also, if your kid is if the child is, it's why I think we should get. I unironically think we should get rid of school zones. If the kid's stupid enough to run into traffic or the wolf den, and they get killed, it's their own fucking fault, and we don't need them in the fucking gene pool and workplace anyway.
True. So, this guy's a bit of an idiot.
Send in the wolves.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a particular compunction against watching him get torn apart by carnivorous predators.
No. Also, I have a problem with the judge. That judge shouldn't be a judge ever again.
No. Female, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, although I will say I've watched a lot of the trial yesterday, and she was extremely patient with the man. And granted, she also had that moment of, he's staring me down, and I'm going to call recess.
Yeah, that's a bad choice.
It's not a good look.
Yeah.
No.
It's not even that it's not a good look. The problem is that he's basically been told, because of her actions, that he can get away with influencing the court.
Yeah, she's straight up admitted that he intimidates her. You've got armed men protecting you, you dumb hoe.
Yep.
Not only that, but you have a hammer.
Well, more importantly, she has armed bailiffs who will... I mean, look at the guy behind him. That's one of the bailiffs. He'd happily just lay the dude
Like
out.
bailiffs are some of the good bailiffs. Are some of the toughest, take no shit motherfuckers, and they're just looking because they deal with the worst of humanity all day long.
Well, and
There's
I
nothing
will also
they would
say,
like more than an excuse to justifiably kick the shit out of a dude.
in the U.S., there's a lot of bailiffs who are either U.S. Marshals if it's a federal court, or tend to be part of SWAT teams in a lot of jurisdictions. So they're looking for a reason to I get to play with the fun stuff today.
Yeah. And in the ones where they're not, they're often the older but competently older officers.
Oh yeah. They're the guys who see some shit and aren't taking any.
They're the salt and pepper 50-year-old who's gotten to 50 by not being a fucking idiot or a coward and will happily break a fucking kneecap.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the slightly overweight guy who's not going to chase you, he'll just shoot you.
Yeah. Or roll on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But this bailiff behind him, he's looking at him like, oh, please give me an excuse to test out this new judo move.
Oh yeah, he's absolutely looking, give me a fucking reason. Give me a fucking reason.
And now I will say that having listened to the audio of, I don't think she really wasn't terrified. It was more like, I'm done with your shit, so I'm calling a recess. Because he's having a staring contest and I'm uncomfortable. So
Well, maybe
it's a slight mischaracterization.
Her handling is still a colossal fuck up.
Oh yeah, she should have had him removed for, I think it would be the second or third time that day, rather than go to recess.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been a recess. No, a judge is supposed to be fair and impartial and rule like an iron god.
There's something else that's occurred.
We need pieces of shit like this going, yes ma'am, no ma'am, 3 bags full ma'am.
Instead of her trying to walk him through, no, this is the legal precedent with this is legal precedent with that. That should have all just been thrown out the fucking window.
Yep. Even the post-millennial is doing it. I'm just going to send you a page here real quick, Bezic.
This is the post-millennial.
Yeah, even they're doing it with their colors. Just click that link and bring up and look at how much blacker he looks in a lot of these pictures than he does in that one.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, extremely.
Oh,
and
look
that's
at
definitely
that.
the same bailiff.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Funny how he decided to shave and get rid of his fucking dreads for his appearance in court.
Mm-hmm.
Did he think that looking like a shitbag drug addict might harm his chances, did he?
It's not even that. Just look at the skin tone. Like it's been manipulated in that post-millennial image.
I don't know if it has.
Enlightened.
I don't know if it has. Right? I don't think it has in the post-millennial one. I think it's more of a case of he's shaved and he hasn't been in the sun for a year.
Yeah,
maybe. Yeah.
I think there's a mix of both. There's one thing I've noticed is
he's also in a hell of a lot more lighting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's kind of chroma keying him out a little bit, so he looks lighter.
Not fair.
Yeah, it's kind of like when Arden does his live streams, and suddenly he blanks out the screen with the reflection from the sun.
It's not my fault. I'm a gorgeous ginger bastard.
Go out and sun yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, and again, I was watching a lot of the live stream of this, and that judge should have, because it was close to holding him in contempt multiple times. She should have just done it, recessed for the day, rather than trying to let him walk through and bumble his way through, and his attempts, strangely enough, at trying to object to every damn question that was asked of a witness.
Yeah. Speaking of crime,
I'll step away for a second.
You're going to go jack off to the art, are you? Yep.
Woodwork
yeah.
is hard work.
Trim has finished his latest project. And it is ardent in all his weird, creepy glory.
Yep.
Anyway, going back to Murderer McShitbag. This is not Brooks' first disruption. He was ejected from the courtroom on Tuesday. After the Dara decided that the suspect was being too destructive, he was allowed back into the room shortly thereafter.
Yeah, there's. She really should have just had him held in contempt of court.
Yeah, she should have
For
laid
24 hours.
She should have sent a fucking message. No, this is my courtroom, and you'll behave as I want, or I'm gonna fucking put you in prison, where you fucking belong.
And she kept playing like the mother thing of it's like, well, you've got to ask to come back into the courtroom, and it's like you should have just said, nope, we're done for the day. Yeah, you're being disruptive. You're not you're not asking relevant questions. Go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry
and
about that.
They're like, after arguing, interrupting, making several basis objections, the judge excused the jury and the witness on the stand. Dipshit continued to make comments, saying what you're doing is judicial misconduct, that's not fair to the jury, they have a right to hear everything. Alright, if you think it's judicial misconduct, go back to prison while we find a new judge to hear your case. Good luck.
Yep. And yeah, I think.
And then bring in Judge Dunn with his shit.
Yeah, because you need kind of the the Rittenhouse judge presiding over this, whereas like this is bullshit. Where I'm not having this in my courtroom.
Just give Giuliani back his judge credentials for a week.
Hell, make me a judge for a week.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, no, you just hang the guy. Wait, where's the problem?
I'd be a great hanging judge.
I think I'd be great on the Supreme Court.
Wait, did she actually say she was afraid of this guy?
I don't think she specifically said that.
No, it looks like a quote, actually,
quote.
on that video.
This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared, and we're taking a break. We need a new judge. We straight up need a new judge. Throw the whole thing.
You can actually hear the audio.
He makes me scared. Congratulations. We now. That's now improperly influencing the judicial process. If he makes you that scared, well, you need to be replaced as judge because it's inappropriate. That is inappropriately influencing the judicial process.
You see why I'd be the one that has a better solution. Bring in Judge Dredd.
I would have saved us a fucking fortune. Wouldn't have kept the boss in prison for a year.
Yep.
What a useless piece of shit. So,
Oh, and I do want to point out with some of the witnesses, he kept asking them very strangely, almost self-incriminating questions, which is great.
What did you see when I ran down the children?
Yeah, he actually asked that in a almost exactly that word.
Fucking hell!
Wait, it was like, well, did you see what when I did something? And I'm like, and he did it once, and he caught himself. But it was like, really? And one of the witnesses, I wish I could remember the guy's name. He was the Hispanic witness, and said, "I saw you do these things."
Yeah,
and it was like, holy shit!
Like this guy's a self-indulgent nut job. But that specifically is why you should never represent yourself. Because it's so fucking easy to say something like that, even if you're not guilty.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't mean to say, when I allegedly, and then say, when I... No, that's why you need a lawyer. So, if the lawyer says, when my client shot him, Your Honor, I'd like a new lawyer and trial, please.
Or if you threaded the needle and said, "When the suspect," that would get you off. But he's mentally deranged. It's very obvious from the way he's acting up there.
You see what I'll be doing says worst case
the,
of racial terrorism in generations. I don't portray it that way. Like, I'm not, at this point, I'm not even sure it's racial terrorism, more so than just nutter.
I mean, everything's racist now,
True.
so you might as well go
racially motivated nutter terrorism.
Yeah.
I smell what might be further food.
Guarantee this guy's gonna do a tell-all book of, well, kind of O.J. Simpson of, well, if I had done it, this is why.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dear. So moving on from this nutter, speaking of drug fight losers.
Oh, Portland.
So Savannah Hernandez reports how Portland's decriminalization of hard drugs destroyed the city. Would someone have a quick read while I investigate possible food? I will try to be back before that.
Okay. During a week-long trip to Portland, journalist Savannah Hernandez captured video of the intense crime, homelessness, and drug abuse that are plaguing the city that 2 years ago led the charge in the decriminalization of hard drugs. Back in 2020, the state of Oregon decided to decriminalize hard drugs throughout the state via Measure 110. This measure decriminalized possession of drugs such as fentanyl, cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, etc. I won't bother to start the next paragraph because I'll point out that currently BC is doing the same thing because, that's Portland North. Yeah,
I think it's something where I'd be curious to see what the response is as far as dealing with overdoses.
Oh, I'd say they're... Oh, go ahead.
If it's something where it's like, oh yeah, you see somebody ODing, well, they take priority because they're in a life-threatening condition rather than, they made their choice, fuck them.
Yeah. I would imagine they're doing the same thing.
Stop issuing Narcan, you reckon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. If you want to scroll just a little bit, Bezic, I'll take up again.
Okay.
Since the measure passed in 2020, drug overdoses, open drug use, homelessness, and crime have skyrocketed in the city of Portland, leaving locals terrified and the city abandoned to surging crime as the drug-addicted homeless roam the streets. During an interview with a homeless drug user in Portland, the addict, wearing what he calls a tutor, slang for a tool used to snort powdered drugs, shared the story about how he became homeless due to the COVID-19 lockdowns. Yes, I'm sure your drug use had nothing to do with it. I came here about 5 years ago trying to get away from where I was. Yeah.
Isn't that not another argument about what we normally talk about?
Of the negative effects of various government policies?
After one.
I came here about 5 years ago just trying to get away from where I was, he began. Before COVID, I got clean down here with CCC. It was pretty cool, and then COVID hit and I lost my house and my job, and I came back to the streets because that's what I know. After speaking about dying from overdosing 3 times and sharing that Portland's local government needs to create safe injection sites, because those always work out well, to combat people doing hard drugs on the street, he finished by taking a hit from a piece of foil containing 3 small blue pills. He shared off camera that he was smoking a mix between Percocet and fentanyl, something he does every day.
Does he eat it for breakfast?
No, I don't think he's... Well, I don't know, but he may hand off the occasional dirty 20. Alongside the lax policies on drug use, homelessness and crime have also plagued the city of Portland. An attempted theft of a local corner store. Who tries to steal a corner store? Was caught on camera when a homeless man decided to swipe a pint of ice cream on his way out of the store. The customer who stopped him shared that he had over $1,000 on an EBT card, but he still tried to swipe the ice cream on the way out. That's called greed, dummy. Shop owners shared that this was not just a regular occurrence, but something that happens every day a couple of times.
But it's racism that's why stores are leaving these communities.
That? Didn't quite catch it.
But it's racism that's why stores are leaving these communities.
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely racist.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and food deserts and all that are, just capitalism's to blame.
Shop owner is not the only business that has been directly affected by Portland's soft on crime policies. Starbucks is set to shut down a third Portland location, citing safety concerns. What a bunch of racists. Starbucks is located in an area surrounded by high rises and high-end shops. Oh, yeah, okay.
Get what you fucking deserve, Starbucks. Who was it who decided that they'd let druggies use their bathrooms? Yeah, suck it.
So that Starbucks is located in an area surrounded by high rises and high-end shops. So surrounded by white privilege, apparently. However, not even the most expensive parts of Portland are immune to crime. Unfortunately, the suburbs aren't doing much better. One mother who resides in a neighborhood far from the downtown area shared that in her neighborhood, everyone's on edge. There are people who have crawled into homes during the day in my neighborhood through the windows when their children were home. People's cars just disappear, so everyone is just really tense and afraid that it's going to be them next. She further details how criminals have even stolen cars that have children inside of them, and those people should be shot, and that criminals can get away with driving without a license plate due to Portland police no longer stopping vehicles for low-level traffic violations. This has left residents with no ability to identify.
Sorry for interrupting you again, Arda.
Robberies.
This is why people shouldn't be pulled over for low-level traffic violations thing is bullshit. It's how you class criminals like this. It's how one of the most prolific serial killers in the world got caught. Got done for a fucking tail light. Now, the cops still abuse the ever-loving fuck out of this shit, and I think we need to get rid of seatbelt laws. But no. Low-level traffic violations, no, fuck off. And low-level traffic violations lead to high-level deaths. If you drive like a tool because you know you can get away with it, one day you're going to kill someone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And another common scene on the streets of Portland is drug users overdosing in broad daylight. Well, while I don't necessarily have a problem with druggies overdosing, I do have a problem with kids potentially seeing it.
Yep.
One user was seen unconscious on the streets of downtown while simultaneously being pickpocketed by another homeless woman. Ah, what a lovely, lovely cultural enrichment place that is. The first officer to roll up to the scene shared that this happens, quote, several times a day. With decriminalization, usually what I can do is I can give them a citation, give them references for drug treatment, but I can't arrest them anymore, the officer said. This is how it's been going downtown. Drugs are pretty prevalent. We have a lot of people who say they come down here because of the availability of drugs. He shared that during the summer, overdoses got so bad that you would have 4 or 5 people overdosing almost at a time in a couple of block radius. Jesus. Per the City Journal of Oregon, criminal justice reformers originally garnered local support for Measure 110 by claiming that it would, quote, reduce both addiction, which, no, and alleged racial disparities in the criminal justice system.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, there's your social justice morons. Reformers also claimed the law would provide a pathway to treatment for addicts, and since its passing, over $300 million in funding has been allocated to the measure, because they want to defund the cops. Yeah. Give us a little scroll there, Bezic. Okay. A little too far. However, over 2 years later, we're seeing the horrible reality of leaving hard drug use unchecked. Yeah, because nobody could have predicted this, right? Overdose deaths rose by over 33% in Oregon in 2021, the year after the law was passed.
Anyway.
Yeah. And I'll read one more thing from this. Progressive activists and fact checkers continue to try to pretend these statistics are untrue. Yeah. You fact checker.
Somebody OD'd on your porch. Fact check. That's mostly wrong.
That's mostly false.
That's right. It's not your porch, it's our porch.
Yeah, and he overdosed before he fell down.
That's right.
Exactly. He took the drugs on your neighbor's porch.
Yeah.
So, speaking of what happens when you let drug fuck losers run free, Sandy Hook families asked judge to max out Alex Jones' penalty. 2.75 trillion.
Yeah.
Fuck me dead, that'd fund the war in Ukraine.
No, not even.
Nope.
That's like 1 day for the war in Ukraine with
Oh,
all the money
fuck.
laundering.
But that's just pointless. Like he couldn't pay 1 billion. He can't pay 2.75 trillion. The fucking United States couldn't pay 2.75 trillion. Monkey
Isn't
says
that like
the
30
GDP of the
times the
UK
amount, too?
is 2.8 trillion.
I mean, why don't they just go ahead and put a hit out on Alex Jones with them going this far? This is fucking ridiculous.
Oh, their stupidity is they want the extra money because Jones broke a state law barring the sale of products using false statements. Was he even in that state? They reached the $1 trillion sum by multiplying the state's laws up to $5,000 per violation fine by the 550 million social media exposure Jones's audience received on his blah blah blah. Fuck off. The judge should have just told him to shut up and get out.
Yeah, it's like 28 and a half times as much that he's already.
Yeah, like they're
not gonna be
whining
able to
about
pay.
his audience on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You could sell Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter and not have that much money.
This is beyond just punitive damages. They're trying to put him in a position where, because of the highness, he defaults, and then they can imprison him over this. This is ultimately where it's going.
Yeah.
Well, there's that. There's
John,
also
I
the fact they
agree.
want to make sure nobody else talks about this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or talks about the kind of stuff he talks about, rather.
They want to scare people. Beauty of not being an American. Good luck trying to sue me in Australia for saying you're a bunch of scum-sucking vampires who don't give a shit about your own kids and are only suing him because you're twats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And even Jones himself has said the thing that's really bad about this is that nobody remembers the name of the guy who actually did the shooting anymore.
Well, fuck me. I thought Alex Jones was the guy who did it.
It's like the shooting is completely irrelevant at this point. It's the fact that Jones said something that offended someone and got some morons to say mean things to him. That's what it's come down to.
Yeah. John Ice says, also, if they're trying to silence him, doesn't that technically violate the First Amendment? In spirit, it violates the First Amendment. But in practice, it's a civil suit. Defamation.
Yeah.
No, fuck off.
And I would like to point out, just for the historical record, that Connecticut also had witch trials.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, we're watching one right now.
Yep.
Adam Lanza, yeah. Not that I wanted to remember the guy's name all that badly.
Alex Jones perpetrates this attack for one reason: greed, the family's lawyer said in the filing Friday. Oh, sorry.
Read.
Say the people asking for 2.75 trillion.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's got to be taught as much of a lesson. Fuck off, he says.
State Judge Barbara Bells. There we go.
Okay, so not only do we need to get women away from voting, we need to get them away from the law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the stupid bitch previously said Jones violated the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act by selling supplements to survival gear during shows that features false claims. Was he?
What?
You can't fucking do him for a crime that didn't happen in Connecticut. And how does that violate that fucking law?
What the absolute fuck is this?
And he hasn't said that he's not going to pay the families. He said he can't because he doesn't have the money.
Oh, this is interesting. The jurors weren't asked to consider their stupid bullshit. We're only asked to calculate defamation and emotional distress damages after the judge alone ruled in a separate proceeding that Jones had defamed the families. So clearly the way out of this...
didn't even decide that defamation occurred.
No. The judge did.
Oh, nice.
Right, so the way out of this is to do a deep dive on that fucking judge and prove that what we already know, that she's corrupt and been prejudiced the whole fucking time.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we knew that anyway from her behavior towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Oh.
it traditionally the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act has been used to compensate individuals directly harmed by deceptively marketed products. However, the Supreme Court decided in the case that Sandy Hook's parents brought against the maker of the rifle, damages could be awarded to victims indirectly harmed by products marketed with false statements.
What false
How is that
statement? What did the
fucking
makers
legal?
of the rifle give anyway? And also, yeah, that's straight up bullshit insanity. But what deceptive
no, it's-
fucking marketing practices did they use? This gun's really good at killing shit. Oh, wow. Okay, I'll use it to kill shit. Like, fuck me dead.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same idea as if I go out and smash someone in the head with a hammer, and the family of the victim charges or attempts to sue the hammer manufacturer.
Because
Like,
it says it
should be-
smashes heads. Great.
Yeah, but it should just be laughed out of court. It should never make it anywhere beyond the first hearing, let alone to the Supreme Court of a state.
Well, that's it. This kind of shit should be dismissed on summary fucking judgment.
I mean, yeah, this is lack of standing, clearly.
Mm-hmm. Jones's lawyer said in a separate filing Friday that the stupid law on damages don't fit the facts of the case. He said the judge abdicated her responsibility to give Jones a fair trial by entering the default judgment. Oh, a default judgment! Even fucking worse! And evidentiary restrictions against him. His lawyer also claimed that the victim's lawyer should have had to show jurors the amount of damages each plaintiff was entitled to, rather than merely arguing the damages should be big enough to stop Jones. Yeah, it's not about justice or restitution. It's about punishing him.
Yeah, it's about keeping
Yep.
Jones quiet.
The family's lawyers also filed to tie the specific harassment each victim suffered to Jones. Yeah, they're carrying on like he fucking personally went to their houses and
Yeah.
fucking toilet papered
And
them
he
or something.
didn't even encourage anybody to go near them, obviously, I'm sure.
No.
Yeah. It is a few people with loose screws probably shouting something or tweeting at these people. I was like, yeah, that's not good, but I don't know. Yeah, I've never heard any audio recording put up where it's like Jones is saying, "Go do these things."
No. Like, at most, they should get some damages for defamation. Hang on, no. No, he did say things that are potentially untrue about the survivors, because you can't defame dead people. Mr. Floyd.
Yeah, but as I understand it, what he was doing was repeating things that he had been told by someone else.
So, he's
Well,
a
that technically
reporter.
doesn't
He's
count as defamation by him.
No, also, he's a reporter.
Yeah.
Can we drag the New York Times to Connecticut? Ooh, can Rittenhouse
Please,
sue
please.
Oprah in Connecticut? Can he have
That
$3
is
trillion
deceptive.
in damages?
I mean, I just
this is Medger says 85 years ago your granddad sired your mom and you hurt my feelings, so I'm suing your estate on your mother's side for damages.
that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It-
Yeah.
This is why Puritans are bad.
Jones
Oh,
said,
that's right. Yeah, Connecticut was founded by the crowd off the Mayflower, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
They
Jones,
were the ones that didn't want to go full socialist like the early
yeah.
early ones did.
So speaking of socialists, the socialist judge forbids Irons from testifying about his political beliefs, conspiracy theories, gun control, the First Amendment issues. He claims to explain and excuse his allegedly false statements about Sandy Hook. Fucking ludicrous.
This absolute garbage judge needs to be removed and probably jailed for this, because this is just absolute judicial misconduct.
Like, look at this shit. After a few hours of combative testimony under subpoena, Jones boycotted the trial in favour of spouting his conspiracy theories and First Amendment arguments to reporters gathered outside the court. Oh, you mean after being oppressed, bullied, and lied to, and about by the judge, he fucking gave up?
Yeah.
Yep.
The fuck did you want the man to do? God damn, reporters are the worst kind of scum. Communists.
I mean, they're lower than communists. 'Cause
Yeah, and at
they're
the
like, yeah,
bottom of the
I'll go
page,
where.
but what were you saying, Bleach?
Characterization of damage calculation headline first paragraph earlier version corrected spelling yada yada yada.
Yeah, how
Sorry,
many
I've
fucking
just-
corrections do you need to make on one story?
On a fucking spelling of the name
Yeah.
of the fucking company. Who the fuck is this again? Bloomberg. Ah, that explains a lot. Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
There's a great Michael Bloomberg meme I probably should put in Discord. It's
I'd say
not
there's
something
many.
that will make it on here. Let's just say.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Right, so
In
speaking
that
of
case, I heavily endorse bringing it over.
speaking of communist shitholes, sorry, Nazi shitholes, Iranian troops in Crimea backing Russian drone strikes allegedly.
Yeah, that falls
Yeah.
under the category of what the fuck did you expect?
Also, who fucking cares? It's Iran. As if they
Yeah.
weren't a group, as if the entire country isn't just a group of psychotic terrorists.
Well, and it's specifically the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. So we're talking, essentially the Waffen SS of Iran.
Yeah, and those guys are actually allowed to operate on Canadian soil with impunity at the moment as well,
Of
because
course.
they haven't been ruled a terrorist organization.
At this point, the only thing that should be ruled a terrorist organization is the government.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mhm.
If not an organization, certainly a sponsor of it.
Yeah. So moving on from that, let's go to Australia for more corruption and communism. Communist
Yay.
denies bikie links as Cosgrove for resignation. So,
Hmm?
Green Senator, Green Senator, Aboriginal Green Senator, useless slag, is being investigated into whether she breached Jane confidences while being Member of Parliament of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement. That's right, she was briefly dating a member of a motorcycle gang. No, sorry, a leader of a motorcycle gang while she was on a law enforcement committee. Oh, and she didn't close it because she was a fucking watermelon.
Wow. And for anyone interested, it's in memes on the Discord server.
Okay, how fucking spicy is it? Oh,
Oh,
holy shit. Yeah, that's spicy.
Oh yeah, that's probably a little much.
So speaking of what Disco
Yeah.
and I are trying to get up to in our RimWorld playthrough.
Oh. Let's just inform the chat that there's a fiery lawn ornament involved.
With the traditional Democrat dress in attendance.
Yes.
Yes.
The grand outfits.
So of course so going back to our communist subversive, so she's like, oh, denying the links. Then, if you would like to work Guardian, face the Senate censure and 2 investigations, and then had to quit as the deputy leader of the Communist Party.
I still have to point out that I've never heard the term bikie before, and it still makes me laugh every time I read it.
Yeah.
I mean, bikers are supposed to be kind of these intimidating and criminal figures, but if you call them a bikie, it kind of takes the sting out.
Good. They should be
who's a little
denigrated.
Mikey?
Yeah, exactly.
The But they're also a prime example of how gun control doesn't fucking work, because they keep killing each other with illegal guns.
As long as it's just each other.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't care that they're dying. I just care that about giving my guns back. I want to be able to shoot a scumbag biker as well.
Student of history says, on another note, half of his ancestors suddenly support Mike Bloomberg.
Oh, they were all Democrats?
Yeah.
Dear. What next? Ah, yes, we're going back to Canada for more communism. This time it's race communism.
Oh no, this isn't communism. Well, yeah, it's communism, but
It's
not
race
racial.
communism.
Yeah.
The
Oh, no, you
Edmonton...
get to self-identify your race? Oh, man.
Told ya!
Oh, I'm changing my race, and I'm moving to Alberta, and I'm changing my race.
Yep. So the Edmonton Police Commission
be
has
black.
voted to allow Albertans to self-identify their race on their driver's licenses and identification cards. In other news, Indigenous crime rates skyrocket. Edmonton Police Commission confused. In a Thursday vote of 5-3 unelected scumsuckers. Again, who the fuck are these unelected shitbags making fucking decisions that affect hundreds of thousands of people? This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. The only people who should be allowed to make any fucking law are Parliament. Not some group of unelected shit cunt bureaucrats.
Yeah, these guys are political appointments. Look at all these white boys.
I thought they were all Chinese.
Yeah, well, they might be now. But no, the police commission in Edmonton is appointed as a political appointment from the government of the province. So it's kind of it's got
an
that thin veneer
unelected
of-
bureaucrat
yeah.
shit cunt. No.
Yeah,
There
I won't argue any harder. Yeah, you're right.
there are only two kinds of people that should be allowed to vote. The people on the government, and then the Parliament on the law. Unelected fuckstains should not have any say in anything.
This is just... Well, I mean, Rachel Dolezal will be happy.
Yeah, but Rachel Dolezal moves to Alberta. I'm sure she'd like it in cold. I'm sure she'd like it in cold Australia.
I mean, she's white enough. I mean, oops.
She's well. I mean, her nipples would be better for her OnlyFans that way, I guess.
They're the
Oh,
size of
I'm
your
sorry.
thumb.
Did I break the bad news that Rachel Dolezal has an OnlyFans?
Yes.
All right,
You guys
I
didn't
have
know
to
that? Yeah,
verify
yeah.
this now because it's just like too fucked up.
Oh yeah, no, she's got an OnlyFans, and it's absolute trash. Like I could make better video for OnlyFans.
Student history's disturbed.
As he should
Understandably.
be.
Wait, what? Yeah.
What the fuck, Canada?
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, I say that Alberta is the most American part of the country. Well, then they do shit like this and fuck that idea
Well,
up.
California's unfortunately still part of America.
No, it's not.
Based. Mike,
I have ruled. This is why I only use 48-star flags.
yeah. Instead of Texas seceding from the states, can we have all the states do a vote on whether they expel California from the Union?
Exactly.
And you see why I beat a 1. The reason I know about this is because someone else decided to inflict it on me, so I thought I'd pass along the misery.
Whoever that was needs to be
Beaten.
laughed at. Yeah.
Yeah. And this was even before Sargon mentioned it on the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, this is Major says, Edmonton is sliding into California levels of social retardation, it seems. There's just something about cities in the 21st century. Well, that's why I look forward to the inevitable nuclear war. It'll wipe out all the cities.
Yep. Nothing of value will really be lost.
No.
I found it.
Oh, God.
No!
Yeah, but okay, Bleach, if you found it, why are you laughing?
Because it's laugh or cry.
Well, it's hysterical laughter, yeah.
It's where I post my creative content to explore my sensual side. I'm a Scorpio after all. Intimate
I'm gonna
images
go
are
vomit.
inspired by color, light, and lingerie on the weekends. The world could burn. I don't give a fuck anymore.
Oh, fuck.
She offers pay-per-view content.
Yeah. That's not going to be
Jesus
pirated, let
Christ.
alone watched.
No. Oh, do you offer custom content? Sorry, I don't offer it these times. For the love of God, thank you.
No. If she offered custom, I'd get her to paint herself white so I could get a picture.
Oh, you mean don't use a spray tan for a day?
No, I mean white, like house paint white.
Oh, lead-based.
Preferably. Like what part of the problem is in the first place. Student of history says the only color he wants to see is blazing red. I disagree. I think you need all the nice oranges and yellows that also come with a flame, preferably some blue.
Well, no, all you want
I'm
is
a
just a
fan
bright
of,
white light as the nuclear hellfire wafts over you and eliminates all your problems.
I think cinder gray is probably the best.
Yeah. Well, that's what the winters are going to be like.
Oh, dear. So, again, communist bullshit. Regional Australia Institute pushes for regional population to grow by 500,000. And how many regional jobs are there? Negative
Not a
several
fucking one.
thousand.
Yeah.
Without taking any action.
Rebalance the nation.
Without taking any action, regional Australian towns and cities will grow by more than 1 million people over the next 10 years. I don't believe you. But a major national group of fucking idiots wants to push that number higher. The Regional Communist Institute think tank's 2032 strategy includes a goal of adding 500,000 extra people to the regions. Everyone would be encouraged to leave their capital city homes. How are you going to encourage them to leave their capital city homes, you fuckwits? There are already no jobs. So you're going to... You can't just move 500,000 people. And you know why you can't move 500,000 people? Because if the unemployed try to move from near a capital city to somewhere cheaper, their payments get cut off for 8 fortnights.
Also, the Germans taught us that we need bigger train lines. I mean, what? Oh,
Free
man. I mean, just the name of the project, Rebalance the Nation. It just sounds
Like
sinister.
communism.
Yeah.
Yeah, sinister as hell.
Yeah. Well, look at this. The Aura development on the Sunshine Coast will be as home to many as 50,000 people by 2050. Yeah, this is the other fucking problem with Australia. Look at this fucking bullshit. What's the fucking point in living in fucking chicken coops like this?
I mean, they might as well just start stacking them.
Well, that's been my argument ever since I became aware that this kind of bullshit exists. Why wouldn't you just live in an apartment somewhere better? You're already in your neighbour's fucking living room. Like, look at this house in the fucking back here. If you fall off that roof, you land on the fucking neighbours.
Well,
Yeah.
at least you're not going to die from the fall.
No, but you literally got...
I mean,
At least the first one.
And I've done roofing work. I've done roof repairs and roofing work in developments like this. I have almost fallen through tarred roofs because they're so thin and cheaply made that you take one step and it goes crunch and you're like, ah, shit, I have to get back to the ladder now before I do more damage to the roof than I'm going to fix. And secondly, like, there are some developments like this, like, these houses are really far apart. Look at the 2-meter gap between them. There are some developments where you can literally, not a hint of fucking hyperbole, literally walk from house to house just by stepping from roof to fucking roof.
So, are they trying to encourage Batman, or?
No, they're
No, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I don't necessarily mind the size of the house. That actually looks a little bigger than I would necessarily.
Oh no, the
need.
size of the house
But
is
having
fine.
it smashed on top of somebody else's is
Oh,
just
actually,
disgusting.
look at this. Look at fucking this. These are 2 separate properties, and you literally couldn't fall but in the gap between the houses because the gutters are overlapping.
Yeah.
Fork out $300,000 for this, or pay $400 a week rent. Fuck that shit. Why wouldn't you just live in an apartment in a better city with a shorter commute?
The only thing I could see argument-wise is, well, you don't have somebody living over top of you, though, to bang around in the middle of the night. But
It doesn't make any fucking difference when you can hear your neighbor fart over the property line. I'm sorry, but if a small mouse would have difficulty fitting between the houses, you're too fucking close. Like, there are apartments with thicker walls between the apartments than there are between the exterior walls of these houses.
Yeah. Student of history in the chat says parkour. No, from what Bezic says, parkour is probably a bad idea on these rooms.
Yeah.
Parkour isn't required. Look at this shit. You could
just take a walk.
You could.
This is stroll core.
That's barely even a walk. Like, look at the gutters. They are literally an inch apart. Horizontally, they're lit like an inch fucking different. Like, how is this shit legal?
I've got to
This is
ask you,
meta
while we've got
like-
this picture. Oh, go ahead.
One good kitchen fire and the whole block of houses in jeopardy.
And nothing of value was lost.
No.
While we've got this picture up, Bezic, I've got to ask you, this blue box in front of the house that has a 14 on it, and then there's another box kind of in the corner of the shot. Are those mailboxes?
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering. Never seen anything like that, and I figured that was what it was.
Like, the fact that, like, the sad thing is, this shit is probably actually legal. But how it shouldn't be. How in the ever loving, like, what if you have to repair the exterior wall?
What if there's a fire?
Oh, they don't care. Human life is
here in
expendable.
Yeah, here in Canada, you have to have, I think it's either 10 feet or 2 meters. I'm not sure which, but you have to have at least 10 feet of open space between properties. Not just from, as the property line set together. It has to be both property lines.
It used to be that you needed a certain amount of distance between the house and the property line.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think these ones are, but I have literally seen houses where one of the gutters is under the gutter of the other house. Like, the gutters are literally crossing the fucking property lines.
And in the U.S., we've got, the townhomes, which kind of violate everything, but they're essentially considered like apartment buildings in a lot of ways. But
like the old
the only way I can see, what's that?
Like the old row housing. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, that row houses and
row houses at least make theoretical sense. And then we also figured out they were dumb for fire code reasons.
Yes, well, my guess is because of where this is located and the palms that were greased, that they got some sort of exception to the building code.
Oh, absolutely.
For this to be developed as high density housing.
And look at it, it's all brand new construction, utter crap. They're poorly built. They've literally falling up. Like, I've had
and they're ugly as fuck.
I was once called in to repair a roof on a house that was so new that the first owner hadn't even moved in before the roof had given way.
Yep. And this is I've seen trailer parks that had more room between trailers than this place does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to know what this really fucking is? That it's two things. One, it's corruption from the builders and the councils, because we know they're fucking colluding together, because that's the only way you can get this shit approved.
Mm-hmm.
And it's protopods. Living in the pod won't seem so fucking bad when you're already 6 feet from the neighbor's house.
Yeah, and another thing I don't understand, I mean, space is at such a premium in Australia. Why didn't they just build apartment buildings? Jesus Christ. Like, there's not massive amounts of wide open space in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, most of it's useless, which is interesting, because they keep giving the arable Greenland to the uncultured fucking swine that never invented agriculture, instead going, you know that useless bit in the middle made out of dirt? You can have that. No. Yeah. You want the tropical areas with lots of rain and green grass? Yeah, you can have that instead. You see why we do ones like, Jesus, does Australia not have building codes? Oh, we have building codes, but these fuckers make the New York City building codes in the fucking 20s look incorruptible. Yes, but you know how corrupt New York City was in the 20s? They've got nothing on these fuckers.
But yeah, I mean, it's just when I see developments like this, and just the hives that they are, this is just, it's so damn disgusting. I just can't deal with people wanting to live like this.
I hate that uniform. Ugh, God, that makes me sick.
At this.
Legitimately makes me want to vomit when I see something
like, look at this trash. Look, you could literally, with no effort whatsoever, walk from one end of the block to the other on the fucking roofs, assuming you didn't fall through them, because they're made out of the cheapest fucking tiles that can be imported from China.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I made the misfortune of going to this little Thai restaurant that was new, and I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting, and it was in one of these hive developments, and it's like, what the absolute fuck is this? This is horrendous.
Hold on, let me see if someone's actually done an article about this. No. Because, of course, no one would care. Like, I'd love to show you one of the developments where I live, but for obvious reasons, I'm not going to do that.
For me, yeah, where I
yeah,
live.
look at this! Look at this!
Is there even any actual space between those houses?
No!
Yeah, there's enough to, like, have grass and weeds grow up and not be able to ever get to them physically.
Look!
mansions.
The gutter, you couldn't fit a finger between the gutter and the wall.
You can barely see light between.
Yeah.
And it's not a straight line, it's bouncing off the fucking wall. A picture of two so-called McMansions, so huge their gutters overlap, has gone wrong. They're not even huge,
they're so
though.
Damn small.
They are not huge.
No, that's the size of an average house in Canada.
It's probably smaller.
Just based on the other one. No.
Yeah, look. Located on the Redcliffe Peninsula, the Newport waterside community was developed by the Stockland Real Estate Group. A spokesman told the Redcliffe and Bayside Herald the company was aware of the issue. Of course they were aware of the issue. They did it on fucking purpose. Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, where I live in a development that was put in the 50s. And the closest house to me is roughly, probably 30 feet. And that's still too damn close. But, most of the houses, it's 30 to 40 feet. They knew how to do
Oh,
shit
look!
back in the 50s
Look at
and
this!
60s.
Look at this!
You guys are so lucky you don't get
The
snow.
gutter is bent out of shape because the other house is resting on it.
Oh, man. Users were outraged. Really?
Not enough to do anything. Oh, and this is their new duplex style stuff. So you've got 2 fucking houses, 1 on each level, and these things, 2 stories tall, and you can still safely walk from roof to fucking roof.
Just a little
Yep.
jump.
How?
So they,
How? This can't if this is legal, we need to just start hanging councillors on principle.
yeah.
I mean, we should hang.
Yeah.
We should regularly hang politicians just to be safe anyway. But
Student of history has a good point. Your nearest neighbor should be 2 miles away.
exactly, if
That's
the
too close.
no, if your if your nearest neighbor can hear your backyard rifle range, they're too close.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, I'm just looking at.
Oh yeah,
various
look at
developments.
this shit.
Oh, God, and it's even ugly.
Yeah, no, none of it has any
There,
character.
like
It's all
this is
cookie cutter
this
bullshit.
is
Yeah.
British row housing inspired trash. And yes, it is all cookie cutter. If you're really lucky, yours might be horizontally flipped from your neighbours.
Or it might be a slightly different shade of death gray.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is medium density housing. Sorry, I can see the mailboxes. Your house is literally wall to wall with your neighbor. That's glorified fucking apartment. That's an apartment with a footpath down the center.
Yeah, it's row housing. Exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Townhouses, row housing, same thing.
It's not even row housing. It's far worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's
again, look at
hideously ugly, and the architects should be drug out into the street and treated to a very nice time for
oh,
humanity.
I think all modern architects should just be hung on principle.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I would
that's-
say no.
Go ahead.
I think what needs to happen is you need to lock them in their buildings, destroy the buildings. That way, you have no one surviving that makes this hideous bullshit, and no architectural designs left. Because this shit is vile.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
soul sucking. There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
There's no character. to
Oh,
it, like you said,
here's some more further out pictures. And this is as the government is
God.
pledging to build more homes. These aren't fucking homes. They're apartments. Like,
Yeah,
fuck
but
me
why is-
dead. Just build an apartment building there and be done with it.
Why is the government pledging to build more homes? Is there a demand for people to have homes because they have a lot of money and nowhere to live?
No. There's
No, I didn't think so.
there's more empty homes than homeless people, and we keep importing extra people.
Ah, excellent.
The English solution.
No, or the Canadian, I was going to say, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a hailstorm in Queensland a couple of years back that I heard about on the news. Hail damage to the tiled roofs. How do you think that's going to work out financially?
Holy shit! I mean, if
So
your
the hail
tile is
just
that
punches
brittle,
right through it. Yeah.
Those houses are would be less than 5 to 10 years old.
aren't you so happy we're doing this to save the environment, folks?
At this point, I'd rather burn the entire fucking planet to ashes.
Yes, at least it would be habitable compared to this bullshit.
Yeah, look, here's another fucking one. Every tiled roof has gaping fucking holes in it. And the roofers don't even need fucking safety gear half the time, because they can just walk to the neighbour's fucking house.
Mhm.
Oh, and yeah, look at all those solar panels that need to be replaced.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm doing my part to save the environment by wasting money.
Yeah. To be fair, though, how often do you guys get a hailstorm like that?
Oh, once every 5 to 10 years.
Oh, okay, so that's
At the
not
most.
atrocious.
Like
But to be
we have hail. But here's the problem, though. These houses, when they're brand new, don't survive mild hailstorms because the tiles they're not even proper ceramic tiles. They're weird fucking unreinforced concrete. No, not concrete, cement crap, and they're like a centimeter thick
God.
at the best.
So you can stand on these and crack them.
I've literally taken 2 steps on a roof before and gone crunch, and then like I've lost my balance slightly because the tiles are given away, and then stepped and crunch. If the insulation wasn't like fucking a centimeter and a half below the tiles, I would have gone screaming through the fucking roof.
Jesus.
Good God. I'm looking at some of the the standards with was it Borland with the for the roofing tiles, and it's like these things are just pathetic.
Trash. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're talking about the battens. It's like, oh yeah, they're 450 millimeters, but the tiles themselves are what?
Like I've literally
25?
I've been on roofs that are older than I am, that have the old star ceramic, like nearly an inch thick fucking tiles, and been safe as houses. But this new shit, just crunch, 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 like 2 steps and gone. Well, I need to get back off this roof, and mate, you've got to repair it on your own because I'm literally doing more damage than already exists.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it was a great day to lean against the truck and go, ha ha, suck shit.
Yeah, see, here in Canada, it's not not this part of Canada, but in Alberta, for instance, where I lived for a while, those hailstones, those are not uncommon maybe once every 2-3 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
Yeah,
I mean,
the
we don't
baseball
build
size
with and I've even seen them be grapefruit sized, which is a freaky experience, let me tell you.
Like,
But,
take a look at this shit. Like, that's
Yeah.
a McMansion, a 2-story piece of shit in a new development, and you could roll off the fucking roof into the neighbour's yard. And the roofs are just shag. The solar panels, those are all in landfill now, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the chips out of the in the bottom right corner of this big image here. You can see the chip out of the tile there.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And if you looked up just a little bit from that, it was pulverized looking. Just slightly to the right where your cursor was, Ben.
Yeah. Like, you can look at the solar panels.
yeah.
Not only are they damaged, you can actually see that the solar panels are bent.
Yeah.
Because funny thing about sticking panes of glass on your roof,
Yeah, they're a bit more fragile than people expect.
well, they're as fragile as I expect, but I'm not a blithering idiot.
Yeah, fair.
I would rather have thatched roofs than this shit.
I mean,
Yeah.
probably would be more efficient. I mean, they'd absorb the impact better.
Yeah. And while they would be a little trickier to get up on and do repairs, in your climate, they're probably going to last.
Well,
lower humidity areas, probably 30 years if
Mhm.
you do it right.
Oh, look, here's another housing development where it's where the gutter's touching the house next to it. Fall off the 2-story house, bounce off the roof of the 1-story house, and then not hit the ground because you roll down the peaked roof of the 1-story house and get caught in between the gutter and the neighbour's wall. This is the fucking pods,
man.
people.
These are ugly, ugly buildings.
Oh, they're absolutely fucking hideous. And
There's one there that looks kind of like a traditional
Yep.
home, but
And like they keep
Yeah.
banging on about the housing crisis. There isn't a housing crisis. There's a Chinese businessman owning hundreds of homes crisis.
yeah.
Like, if we're going to be throwing around sanctions and stealing shit without trial from foreign nationals, see Russia, well, let's take all our fucking homes back from the Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
What are they going to do? Take us to court?
Oh my god.
Which
With a
hideous piece
hideous
of
square
crap are
thing?
you looking at now?
I'll put this in live shows because it might not worth really be well. It's a roofing manufacturer and building manufacturer, and it's like looking at some of the architectural bullshit that they're coming up with, which yes, extreme examples. This is the future they want you to have.
Like, look at this shit. Look at all those identical houses, close as fuck together. As far as the fucking horizon. Oh, wait, this is even better. Isn't that beautiful? I think that's a concept drawing. But isn't that fucking hideous?
What the? That looks like a concentration camp.
It is.
It is. Remember,
That's my
Arden,
point.
these are the protopods. You won't object
Yeah.
to living in a 6x8 fucking pod after you've been living in one of these your entire fucking life.
Yeah, fair.
Welcome to Mega City 1.
See, if it was me, I'd have none of those buildings in that picture. And there'd be one building, kind of really small hut-looking thing backed up to the hill. And in the hill, I'd have my hospital.
Yeah, if I had it my way, it'd be more like the top left half of the portion, the top left quadrant, rather than the bottom right. Like, look at all
Yeah.
that space to the top left, and then like 100 houses in the bottom right.
So, in the middle of the image there, is that farming, or is that just unused, or what?
It looks like
It looks like a sports complex.
it looks like unused primarily, and then almost looks like horse racing.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
makes
so
sense.
yeah,
I wasn't
that's
sure.
that's all pasture land if it's horse
Yep.
racing.
Oh, look, here's another estate where you can literally see the shadow from one house's roof on the next.
I hate it. I fucking hate it.
Oh, look, land property for sale. Yeah. Can you slide a sheet of paper between the two houses? No. Oh, that's fucking perfect.
This is making Montana look really attractive right now.
Stay the fuck out of Montana. That's my place to go.
Look, look at this
You
fucking.
can have one side, I'll take the other.
Look at this shit. Look at what they're selling here. A 42 meter by 20 meter fucking lot.
A lot.
And it's got a fucking chunk cut off the back corner.
Jesus. I've lived in rooms that were bigger than that.
Look, here's another fucking development. Look, holy shit. Look, they fucked that up. Give me the image. Look at those downpipes. You can piss in the neighbour's downpipe from your roof. A woman could piss in the neighbour's downpipe from your roof.
And she wouldn't even need the shiwi.
No.
Yeah.
The pods are here, folks.
Why do they even have two different downspouts? Like, what's the need? They're so close. Why would you just combine them?
I'm sure that's the one part of the code that they haven't brought out yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's not really much of a yard in front of those places either.
Yep. Oh, Prime Knight pops in and says, I know off topic, but I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic while listening, and I love that beer gives superpowers. I mean, that's factually accurate. See Scotland.
Yeah, beer has
yeah.
always given superpowers.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you want to...
Speaking of Montana, setting for everyone's favorite gray morality villain in Far Cry. Yeah.
You want to talk?
Is that Far Cry 5?
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
religious nutjob one?
I do have a monopoly on Big Sky Country. Thank you very much.
Oh, actually, remember the place with all the hail damage I showed you? Well, let me see if I can bring it up on Google Maps so I can show you what the backyards look like. Just seeing if I can.
So
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one development on the Sunshine Coast will be home to as many as 50,000 people. Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, in an area approximately the size of Bleach's backyard.
Ugh.
Well,
Gross.
at least I wouldn't have to mow it anymore, but still.
Yeah, but you'd have to mow your fucking neighbors out of the way.
Do you think I have a problem with that?
Well, just extra labor.
Not if you use a sharp enough blade, it unclogs itself.
Fair point.
Okay. Let's drag this back over. Right. So this is the area called Springfield. It's a shithole.
Okay.
But this is all housing development. So look at it. Look at the fucking abomination it is from here. Now let's zoom in, shall we? Oh yeah, this one looks great. This one looks great. Let's get up the measure distance tool. Okay, from your house to the back fence is about 7 meters in the really big yard. Oh, what about this one? What about this one here? We'll drag those over. Okay, so this backyard from the house to the fence is about 3.3 meters. But that seems too big still. This one is 2 meters if you're fucking lucky. Oh, and let's
lean over and reach that far.
Let's have a look at this one over here. So here's the fence, and here's the fucking garage. The approximate distance between the fence and the roof of the garage is about 10 centimeters. And so you can't get anything down that side. So what about the other side? Oh, that's about 1 meter.
It's not breaking and entering. It's tripping and falling into your neighbor's yard.
Literally. And this is the rich part. Here's the Young Men's Communist Association. Oh, and I'm sure this is great. Here's the Springfield Lake State Indoctrination Association. And here's the neighbors' fucking houses.
Just check the distance between that white place and the brown place south of it.
These ones right here?
No, the lower ones. Yeah.
Oh, these two?
Yeah.
Okay, so from this gutter to this gutter, that's about 1.17 meters.
Oh my god. You can pass food between these houses.
You can pass gas between these houses.
Yeah.
Like,
oh my god. Why would you want
if you were in your garage, you could trip, fall through your wall and into your neighbor's fucking living room, and you won't be trespassing because your feet would still be in your house.
Yeah.
It's not trespassing if you're standing in your living room and your face is in the neighbor's house.
God.
Monkey says you're having a real spurg out about this whole housing distance thing.
I am. And I'm entitled to.
He very much is.
Student history says two people can fuck while being in separate houses.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but this makes Long Island look kind of spread out.
Callum Dayton is like, this is Japan levels of spacing it. No. Japan at least has the decency to make it in a fucking apartment building.
Yeah, and Japan is actually sensible enough to efficiently slam everything together in such a way that is geometrically perfect.
other than whatever the hell this is.
Oh, yeah, I think this guy's got a swimming pool. Isn't he lucky?
Yeah, what's it, about 2 feet from the fence?
No, I think it's
In
under
any
the
distance?
fence.
Well,
Well, it's almost in the neighbor's yard. This is Matt just says, like, I think the Japanese would balk at this. Yeah, the Japanese at least have the decency to bulldoze the entire fucking thing and build an apartment.
yeah.
Like, what is the point in this shit? Oh, this guy has a trampoline in his backyard. He sure as shit didn't carry that in there.
And a
No,
wading pool.
that's fall protection. So when he falls off of his roof, he bounces onto the neighbors.
Like, you literally could jump off your roof, bounce on the trampoline, and do a flip onto the neighbor's fucking roof, couldn't you?
Yeah.
But look at
Pretty
it.
much.
It's touching the fence and the other fence and the house. And this is why
Insane.
the pods aren't a fucking conspiracy. People are already living like this. Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Callum wants to know where the shops are. Here. These are your shops. That's it. Corner store? Don't be fucking ridiculous. Local fish and chip place? Ha! Can't have that.
Well, you want something even stranger. I've seen this push towards basically it's like the lower levels are shops and now apartments in modern construction, which in old stuff it made sense, but this is like, let's build this little island community away from everything else, have everybody living on top of each other, and put in specialty stores.
Yeah, Callum Dyden says,
go
that's a
fuck
long
yourself."
way to go for a bottle of milk and some bread, Mason. No, Callum, you're missing the point. You're supposed to have the bread and milk delivered to your house with your rechargeable electric drone by Amazon, despite the fact that automated drones or drones out of line of sight are illegal in Australia, unless you're rich, apparently.
So, something amusing, speaking of drones, on a couple of university campuses where I've been doing some projects, they have these automated little wheeled coolers that go around delivering food to dorms.
It's fucking unbelievable. Calm down's like, so I can't browse the stores anymore? No, browsing the stores implies the freedom to leave your pod. And you can't leave your pod because traveling is bad for the environment. And if you can't afford a $60,000 electric car and your distance tax, because you are now going to get automatically billed for the distance you travel, and how they're going to know that is totally not going to be a blatant infringement on your rights to travel free and unmolested by the government. No. You will sit in your pod and your bread and circuses will be delivered via the internet. The little hatch in your pod door will open and your liquor and donuts and soma will be delivered by your state-employed Amazon driver.
So I just have to laugh when I see, I can't go to the stores. Oh, it's such a long haul. I'm used to one of the places I lived. It was an hour and a half to 2 hours just for the standard shop.
But yes, no, they want to stick more of these fucking McMansion bullshit fucking pod houses in rural fucking Australia. The bit of the bumfuck nowhere where there are already no jobs.
Well, and you know what the worst part is? When they're wanting to stick them in the rural areas, the infrastructure's just not there.
Yeah, but that doesn't fucking matter. What do you need a hospital and working plumbing for?
Why do you need to be able to drive to work if you're just in the pod all day? Well,
Well, that's the trick. If in your pod housing will be on the top floor of the factory, and you'll take the stairs down to the factory every day for your 16-hour shift.
Wasn't that a plot device in one of Charlie Chaplin's movies?
Klaus Schwab's latest wet dream.
Well, that too.
But no, your fucking pods are literally going to be at the fucking factory. You are going to have your 6x8 pod at the factory, and for your safety, so the evil MAGA Trump tards don't get to you, the entire facility will be locked at night, and they'll put an extra padlock on your pod just to make sure you personally are safe. And if you need anything to make yourself comfortable, cat food, dildos, butt babies, they'll just get shooted by pneumatic tube into your pod.
What I'm hearing is this is
Directly
basically
into your
kind
pod.
of daily work routine.
Yeah. Callum Dayton says, day 8 of my no drinking booze, and now he really needs some forget his life water.
Welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay.
Yeah.
Or as they were calling it earlier, Suicide Watch.
Seems like a good time for a disclaimer. The Sultans of Shadilay would like to encourage everyone to avoid excessive consumption of mind-altering substances, except during the podcast itself.
Kongfeet says, don't forget the giant video screen in your pod that will yell at you for wrong thing. Oh yeah, don't forget your automated wall system that will give you an infraction if you say anything that is verboten. Or if you don't...
Alexa?
Yep. Alexa will issue you your citation and deduct the credits from your Gruel account.
Nutrient paste.
Remember...
Trademark.
Remember,
Trademark nutrient paste.
when Klaus Schwab looks at Demolition Man, he sees too much freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
I
not
wish that
talking
wasn't
about
the
the
case.
dirties underground.
No, well, he'd exterminate them.
Yeah.
Callum's like, how much longer till we get to non-swash? This is taking longer than normal. Sorry, are you not entertained by Bezic losing his shit?
You want more misery?
Well, we've...
I just had a realization. The nonces love this type of housing because
Well, the
but
nonces
officer,
love that
I
that'll be...
can't be
well-
100 yards away from the school. My house is right on top of it.
Well,
Yeah.
there won't be schools because all the kids will be hardwired directly into the meta school. And the nonces won't have to go out anyway because the kids will just be delivered to their pod.
Concfeed 81. Fun fact, Amazon's product suggestions get really interesting when you start dropping N-bombs constantly in front of Alexa.
Oh, dear.
So does it, I have to ask, does it assume that you are a different culture than you necessarily started out as?
It starts recommending deep fries and watermelons and purple drink. Sadly, we still have women being dumb, and Klaus Schwab's attack on the environment, and and then we have the trans lobby contemplating armed insurrection
Transiva.
against women. Then we have non-swatch. So let's move on to women being stupid and getting what they fucking deserve.
Women architects. Need I say more?
Netball Australia
Oh,
has
this
lost its $15 million sponsorship deal after some dumb Indigenous slag didn't want to wear the company's logo on her uniform because of racist comments made by Len Hancock in the 1980s. This bitch wouldn't have even been alive in the 1980s. Actually, no. We can Google the stupid hoe. Let's Google stupid hoe and see if she was even fucking alive in the 80s.
Before we do, or while you're doing that, rather, I have a question. As far as I knew, Donald was a man's name. What the fuck?
Well, take a look at that face and tell me it looks like a woman.
Well,
Fair.
I was ugly woman, sure, but then if you put a wig on me, I'd look like an ugly woman. So let's be fair about this.
Well, that creature is 28. As
Oh dear
suspected,
fuck!
it wasn't even alive in the fucking 80s. Shut up and take the money. I thought you idiots were whining that there was no money in women's sports.
No, they were whining that there wasn't as much money in women's sports as there was in men's.
Yep. So they decide to piss all over a $15 million sponsorship because this stupid abomination got its panties in a twist over something that happened before it was even born.
Isn't Gina Reinhardt like the heir of Len Hancock or something?
I think so. I don't care.
Yeah. No, neither do I really, but yeah. These
yeah.
people just want to keep kicking themselves in the nuts. I'm more than willing to watch.
It's Hancock prospecting, so some minor company. Oh no, someone in the 80s said something racist. So we'll turn down $50 million. Look, someone get me Gina Reinhardt's money. She can call me whatever the fuck she wants for a $15 million sponsorship deal.
The Sultans of Shadilay would highly welcome Gina Reinhardt's Hancock prospecting as a sponsor.
The Sultans of Shadilay will accept sponsorship deals from anybody with money except the WEF. Actually, we'll also accept your money, but you can fuck
we'll
off.
We'll take money from anybody. Doesn't mean you'll get the messaging you want, but we'll take money from anybody.
Yeah, just give us money. Dear shitbag socialist tyrant governments, give me money.
I'd like to announce that I'm opening a Ukrainian women's shelter, part of the Sultans of Shadilay family of properties.
Yep, and we're going to be trans inclusive, so the fact that it's made up entirely of white males from Australia and Canada.
Oh no! These are all now self-identified Aboriginal males.
Oh, sorry,
yes,
trans women.
For Edmonton on the way.
Remember, pick up your spray tan at the door.
She's like, for 15 million, this conversation is going to get aggressive, kinky, and possibly even quite degenerate.
Yes. All of the above?
All the above plus 2.
Look, everything has its price, and $15 million will buy you a lot.
$15 million will buy you your dignity back.
No, $15 million will buy me a plane ticket to Texas.
And a hive home.
And it will get me an excellent start on my gun collection. No, I said a start.
Yeah.
We have to have the ammunition and the storage and...
Because guns are like Pringles. Once you pop, you can't stop.
Shade Master's popped in. He says, Shade Master says, I'm not selling my soul. I'm purchasing a new one.
Just don't lease it.
Yeah. Welcome to the degeneracy. So yeah,
Callum Dayton,
fuck.
Callum Dayton is quoting the Ferengi, the 98th rule of acquisition. Everything has its price.
Yep. That price just may be higher than you're willing to pay. So Daily Mail says woke Aussie netballer spark cast after refusing to play in uniform bearing Australia's richest woman's company because we're climate change.
Well, now she's sexist against Gina Reinhardt.
Yes. But yeah, like, again, there's like, what, 20 of you on the team? Again, she can call me a lot of fucking names for $800,000. So here she says, plane ticket to Texas, a new name, a ranch, a good start on guns, and randomly a nice Ukrainian girl who suddenly found herself quite interested in your sloppy ass. I don't know. At this point, I might take a busty blonde Russian. Did I just hear "da" from the Bleach?
As the critical drinker might say, Tatiana's for everybody.
Yeah. I don't care if it's Putin's sister-in-law or daughter-in-law. I'm good with that.
Yeah. For $50 million, you could probably talk me into marrying Kim Jong-un's tyrannical cousin, or whatever her
I
position
mean,
in the family was.
I mean,
She'd look good in a uniform.
I mean,
Hey, that's the
I've
truth.
seen her. I won't let her run my country, but for the price of a plane ticket, I'd give a shot at fucking the cunt out of her.
You'd let her run the bedroom.
No, but I'd take a damn good shot at fucking the communism out of that bitch.
Callum Dayton's asking, "What's with blonde hair?"
I'm a ginger man myself, so I don't know.
Look, blonde hair looks great when it's sitting roughly level with your belly button.
Student of history says Bleach is a Russian bot confirmed. Yeah, I think we knew that earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
Nah.
Coffee's like, Bessie, I can fix her. Oh no, I don't care if don't care if I fix her. I just want to have a shot. the fixing's optional.
Exactly.
I mean, worst case scenario, she can have a place in my harem prison.
Yeah.
Because I'll have the regular harem and then the cells where we keep the weird commie ones.
Oh dear gods.
Shade Master's like, blonde hair comes with blue eyes. Sieg!
I mean, although, a brunette with blue eyes. Whew, and a nice nose.
I mean, I'm not opposed to green eyes and a smattering of freckles on a brunette.
Yeah, I'll take a redhead and with a set of green eyes and some freckles any day.
Put the mirror down, Ardent.
No, I don't have green eyes.
Get the contacts out and you'll be fine.
Damn it. Busted. I think I've already stated at this point that even in a wig, I'd still be an ugly woman.
Yeah, but are you up to your own standards?
Oh, God, I have no standards. Are you kidding me?
Next, right, question for chat.
Okay, sorry, I just discovered standards.
Right, hold on, shut up. Question for chat. Would you rather Ardent in a wig or whatever the fuck that on screen is?
Well, I mean, at least we know Ardent knows how to handle wood.
Oh, I'll never forgive you for that.
Ardent knows what a good hand job looks like.
Oh, he knows how to whittle down.
Shane Master says there is no difference. That's offensive.
You son of a bitch.
And Coffee's like, man, my eyes.
Oh, there's a mental image you fuckers will never get out of your heads. You deserve it too, watching this show.
I think there's a Photoshop challenge here for Ardent.
Oh.
No, wait, hold on. We don't, it's already been done.
Oh, what, it's on GIMP?
Here's Ardent in his.
That's awesome.
Whatever. Oh, there you go. UCYB1 says, I'll fuck Ardent any day of the week over that. Student History says, whew, that's a rough call. Ardent's hands might be softer and more gentle.
Yeah, that $15 million isn't going to go long enough.
I don't know. You can get a lot of plastic surgery for $50 million.
Yeah, buy my dignity back too.
For $15 million, you can get hair implants.
Yeah. You don't need the wig.
I would never do that. The hair implant thing, I'd sooner do the whole head laser and just say, okay, wonderful, I never have to shave it again.
So, speaking of disgusting, unwashed filth that makes Ardent look like a good shag, let's have a look at the climate terrorists.
Scientists.
You know, I love the fact that they were complaining about, oh, well, we don't have a place to shit and piss in dignity. It's like, what? You didn't have any dignity.
They refused our request to provide us with a bowl to urinate and defecate in a decent manner. That's called a toilet, you fucking weirdos. Also,
you know
I
what?
maintain that the appropriate solution to scumbags like these is to remove the hand at the wrist.
The head at the wrist? Yes.
Yes. Remove the hand at the neck.
Yes. Yeah, I always thought with oh, well, we need something to defecate in. It's like, you know what? That's fine. But I need a place to dispose of this. It's on you.
Look at their fellow scientists. Ah, yes, I can see the homeless guys. Getting ready for first night of sleep inside the Porsche Pavilion to demand Volkswagen to decarbonise the transport sector. Look, these people need to be beaten repeatedly until they either get smarter or die.
I mean, there's only one solution for intelligence gain, and that's have some worm feeding on them. Oh, the hand.
Oh, look, the police finally
Yeah.
showed up. After 42 hours of
they didn't
peaceful
remove them.
occupation... no, it's not a peaceful occupation. It is an unlawful trespass.
It's terrorism.
Yep, it's terrorism, and you should be treated as the terrorists you are. The police are underarmed for dealing with you scumbags. Oh, look at this reply to Zuby. I'm a serious scientist protesting against fossil fuels. Now turn the gas heating on and bring me my potty.
Do I want to know what that Pepe picture was?
No, you don't.
Okay.
Let's just say they're getting their just desserts, and it's a lot of chocolate pudding.
Yeah. Another comment. Turned off the heating. Well, they knew you weren't like any evil carbon heat. It's very thoughtful of them.
They're trying to encourage you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
sounds
they're
like you're
doing
as
what
good
you
at
want.
planning as you are at science.
Yep. So the latest is covering who these scumbags actually are. So let's have a look at a different group of climate terrorists.
Oh, yeah.
I maintain that the artwork could be improved if we just
There were
removed
heads
the...
on pikes beside it.
Well, I was going to suggest that if we just left the severed hands on the wall as a message to others.
No, I like my heads on pikes better.
Also, if you look younger than Greta than Thumb, your opinion is invalid.
Yep.
Yeah, if you've never paid your own taxes.
If you've never paid taxes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No taxation without representation, and no representation without taxation, damn it. Yeah, and yeah, it's the same fucking loser. Like, we need to... Also, what the fuck is with the people? They are actively committing a crime. You're entitled to use ordinary force to stop any crime you witness.
Mm-hmm.
These people, then if you see, like, the second you see these people crack open the can, just fucking crash tackle the cunts into the floor, beat the shit out of all four of them on your fucking own, because clearly not a single one of them's ever lifted even the iron in their blood.
Yeah, I don't encourage the violence towards women thing, but
Well, it's a
These
good
are
thing there's no
terrorists.
women in this picture.
the minute you become a communist, you cease to be human, and therefore...
Again, there are no women in this picture.
No.
There are no humans in this picture.
There you go.
There is just a defaced painting and animals.
Monkey reckons that the one on the right looks like one of his retarded cousins.
No,
that
I
one
think
looks like it
your
says
cousin
on
has
the
a higher
weekend.
level of function.
Why are femoids too inexperienced to find their own beans protesting against oil and lubricants?
Yeah.
Yep, also,
Oh, terrible.
if you've got a can of Heinz tomato soup, you're in the wrong art gallery. Go pour some fucking soup on that Affront to Art by Warhol.
Oh yeah, the Campbell's one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, just fuck off.
And I just want to point out, and these are relatively tame eco-terrorists compared to what was happening in the early 2000s, late 90s.
All terrorists should be treated the same, and that is piked.
Exactly. Because you
I'm
have
not
the
in.
Earth Liberation Front and Animal Liberation Front torching homes and SUVs and car dealerships all across the United States and Mexico, and I think there's an incident in Canada as well.
Now, I'm not suggesting
Yeah, there was a
unlawful. I'm
pipeline
not
attack, too.
suggesting unlawful violence, but Vlad had a point.
Yeah.
Yep.
As a woodworker, I highly recommend the institution of forests of pikes.
Yep.
Make Vlad happy again.
Yes.
So, speaking of climate terrorism, we're going to look at the BBC shortly because they're climate terrorists as well. So, do you guys remember, like, 2 minutes ago, when people saying that we're going to end up with blackouts caused by the so-called climate emergency and Russia cutting off the gas supply, and those people were called conspiracy theorists and Russian bots and propagandists? Yeah, so the BBC prepares secret scripts for possible use in winter blackouts.
Yeah.
Exclusive scripts set out how corporation will reassure public in event of major power loss. No, scripts set out how scumbag state actors will gaslight and indoctrinate the public into believing that we've always had power outages in the middle of the fucking evening.
Yeah. See, yeah, the China virus didn't work well enough, so now they have to turn things up for mass human extinction.
Yeah. The script seen by The Guardian showed how the corporation would lie to the public in the event that a major loss of power causes mobile phone networks, internet access, banking systems, or traffic lights to fail across England, Wales, and Scotland. Northern Ireland will be fine because they're not their power grid isn't part of the UK. It's part of Ireland. Oh, the public would be advised to use car radios or battery-powered receivers to listen to emergency broadcasts. Yeah, but that would involve listening to the BBC.
This is that moment where I'm just going to pitch my brand of paranoia. Make sure you're getting extra food every time you go to the grocery store, stuff that'll keep for a while. Make sure you're figuring out how to, get some heat into your, wherever you are, whether it's extra blankets or non-electric space heaters, whatever.
Well, I was talking
think
to
ahead.
I was talking to Disco about this last night when she lost her shit at the thing, understandably, and well, we're both in agreement that once the internet is down and the public no longer have their circuses, they'll have nothing better to do than to burn shit in Downing Street for warmth. And we'll see how well that works for the fucking government.
Yep.
Sounds like a plan.
But I think I really do take the tack of advising everyone in chat and those that listen and watch later. Make sure you have enough to sustain yourself for at least a month, preferably more, and look to your safety and those of your friends and families in your immediate area.
That's right. All those hunting guns in England, they're not for self-defense. They're for securing food supplies in the inevitable fucking collapse of England.
Yep. And I will also say, even with your supplies, initially when the governments start doing handouts, line up. Seriously, line up. That way people don't think you have more than you do.
Yeah. Remember, this is what you should not get a nice car. You should get a good condition, second-hand, non-computerized car, and then put a rust wrap on it. So, one draft piece of propaganda warns the blackout can last for up to 2 days, Hospitals and police placed under extreme pressure. Another says the government has said its hope power will be restored in the next 36 to 48 hours. Different parts of Britain will start to receive intermittent supplies before then. The government works with the BBC as part of its propaganda planning, although it's unclear whether it had any input on these scripts. A spokesperson said the government is confident that this is not a scenario we will face this winter, despite the fact that we are preparing for it.
Mm. Yeah, it isn't sunshine and lollipops.
Oh, well, apparently it's going to be blackouts and eating the neighbours. Look, when the we need a new we need a new tack of dealing with the communists. When they say eat the rich, say Schwab first.
Yep.
That sounds like a plan.
I'll eat Schwab before I'll ever eat a fucking bug.
People are. I like this. The emergency services are under extreme pressure. People are being advised not to contact them unless absolutely necessary.
Well, they
So,
shouldn't
yeah,
be fucking calling them if it wasn't necessary to start with.
if the diversity wasn't trying to enter your home directly, yeah, that's not a real emergency.
Shine Master says hashtag eat the rich, hashtag Schwab first. Based.
He also said, why do I have the sneaking suspicion that when shit hits England, the Scots will be the barbarians preserving the other Anglos?
The Scots! Electing Nicola the Fish as Scottish National Socialist Party. Scots. Really? Really?
The also not Anglos, actually Celts Scots.
Mm-hmm. I have a feeling, yeah, maybe if Disco was in charge of Scotland, but not Nicholas.
Not the stunned
all we need
fish.
to do is put Dank and Disco in charge, and Scotland will be fine.
I don't know about putting Dank in charge. He may lead to an uprising of the Scots and an invasion of England.
I mean, I'm
Is that
okay
necessarily
with that,
such a bad thing? I mean, we were in favor of introducing wolves. Why not other wild animals like Scotsmen?
Oh, and Base likes to remind us that he too is a Scot.
I thought he was a monkey.
I thought he was germified.
I mean, let's be honest. When you have basically Bigfoot in Bay State, we have to acknowledge, yes, there are large apes in Scotland.
Yeah.
Yes, fair. Sure.
And Concrete says, I fully support the Dank Party. Yeah. Like, speaking of the stunned fish, one script written for a hypothetical news bulletin, warns about emergency services. It states that in Wales, an emergency coordination centre has been set up. What are they powering that with? Well, in Scotland, the First Minister, the stunned fish, is chairing the devolved government's emergency planning meeting. It adds, the officials are saying there's no current risk to food supply and distribution, but they're asking people to look out for vulnerable neighbours and relatives. You remember that from a certain event starting 2 years ago, when it turned out all the food fucking disappeared in an afternoon?
And don't forget the toilet paper shortages.
Yep.
This is why even if it's just getting an extra can of food every time you go to the grocery store, do something. This is coming. This is going to come a lot faster and probably a lot harsher than we imagine.
Yep. Well, the good news is I have an access pit to the sewage system in my backyard, so when the water supply stops working, at least I've got somewhere to shit for the time being.
You could always do what your ancestors did and dig a hole.
Yeah, but the hole's in my backyard.
That's a fair point.
Well, remember, all I need to do is survive long enough for the local retards to die off, and then I'll have a lot of space.
Yeah.
True.
Here's something else I've noticed from this lovely article. Right at the bottom in that little box. Global heating. Weren't we told like 10 years ago to stop calling it global warming because we should have been calling it climate change.
Well,
the
I
whole
thought I
fucking time.
thought I was supposed to be underwater by 2000
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
and 1990 and 1980 and 1970 and the
And,
whole
and
Guardian,
prior to
yeah.
1970, though, it was a ice age that was coming, so we needed to put soot
Well,
over the ice fields in Antarctica.
I swear, I remember when I was a kid that we were taught that we were in the tail end of an ice age.
Yeah.
No, you probably were, yeah.
Like mammoths weren't that fucking long ago. Like we're literally on the tail end of an ice age. It's getting on. Yeah, because the ice age is ending, you fuckheads. Literally dumber than a prehistoric saber-toothed squirrel.
And student of history is pointing out, Bezic can return to tradition and embody his national hero, Ned Kelly.
Yep.
Yeah.
So up
Well,
next.
there's not one of those. We have Peter Easton.
So left in the dark, plan for 3-hour blackouts revealed in government documents. Exact times your homes would be affected.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So you get at least a 3-hour blackout on certain days. A plan for 3-hour blackouts has been revealed in government documents, and they show the time your home could be affected. The Electricity Supply Emergency Code gives the Prime Minister sweeping powers to introduce rolling blackouts across the UK to conserve electricity if needed. Why the fuck does the Prime Minister have this power?
I'm thinking that's probably something connected to like a War Measures Act or something that should not be separated from a War Measures Act.
A war?
So
Well,
3 hours.
Not,
so
not that Britain was actually fighting a war, of
Yeah.
course.
Blackouts could be
that
introduced
calls
in case of
3 hours calls into question how long, and maybe people should test this, with your freezer, how long before food starting to thaw in those?
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet it's about 3 hours. Intentionally planned that way.
Yep.
So
As long
let's...
as you don't open the fridge and all that time.
Oh yeah, you can't open it.
No.
Also, pro tip, what are they called?
What does it do?
Your freezer with the lid on the top.
Chest freezer.
Chest freezers. Fucking
Deep
hell.
freeze, we call them.
Yeah. Pro tip, chest freezers are much better for this because when you pop the lid open, the cold stays inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And don't forget, if you killed it personally, game can be eaten raw. To an extent.
Yeah.
But I highly recommend cooking it for safety. So you take the rabbit, and you slit its throat and hang it up by the legs, and to drain it. Then you stick it on the. Then you rip it off like a
process backwards. you hang it first and then you slit its throat.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're going to make way more of a mess.
That was kind of the point, to send the message.
Well, you're going to do it that way. You take it to your neighbor's house and hang it.
Well, when you catch the roving the roving policeman, rabbit, in your snare, and it's hanging by its legs, just...
We're returning to the rabbit-proof fence in Australia, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, so blackouts could be introduced in case of an emergency scenario where there's a massive shortage of gas. Oh, what kind of emergency scenario could that be? Oh, I don't know, when Putin turns off the fucking pipelines in the middle of winter because you cunts are putting sanctions on Russia.
You know, if a certain North American country was still energy independent like it was a few years ago, this might help.
Yeah, if, say, I don't know, the country north of that particular country were still producing oil at the rate it used to, this wouldn't be a problem, and neither would Putin, because he wouldn't have nearly as much power.
If only two of that large amount of North American countries with massive land areas and full of natural resources and fossil fuels could be energy independent. If only there was something they could do.
We could encourage the Mexican cartels to take over both countries.
Well, they'd run it like a business, so it'd be more effective.
Yeah, bingo.
So
Yeah,
government
that would be the-
documents which were created before the current energy crisis show how this would play. Sure. Current energy crisis. Would that be the one you've been banging on about in the background for the last decade, going, human renewables? It comes as the national grid warned that there might not be enough power for the country if the energy crisis continues. Gee, fuck, if only someone could have predicted that 6 months ago. No, clearly no one did that. And it's
That's
just
hate speech.
and it's just a conspiracy theory and Russian propaganda, all those conspiracy reports from 6 months ago.
Yep.
Power cuts could become a regular occurrence during the coldest nights of January and February if electricity generators run out of gas.
And who wants to bet that you'll start running into places where electric generators, home generators, are suddenly going to be deemed illegal?
Oh yes, because they pollute.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yep.
I get a kick out of the fact that about 10, 15 years ago, give or take, they were telling us that, there's only so much fossil fuel and we've got to start using it more responsibly and we've got to get off of it and all this kind of stuff. And long before we ever hit the point of, oh, we're running out, they basically decided, let's just cut us off.
Well, how long do you reckon it'll be before they make petrol for private use illegal?
I have a feeling it's going to be
Next year?
probably like 2040. No,
Do
and
you reckon it's going to be that late? Because it's like 2030 when they're going to ban all new petrol cars.
What I think is going to happen is they're going to ration it significantly, because what you have to do is get a government stamp of how much fuel you can buy, and if you go over that, you have to pay an additional set of taxes. Basically, it's, oh no, we're not taking it away from you, but you have to pay your fair share. That's what's going to happen, I think.
Yeah. And you can charge $15 a gallon for gas. It doesn't affect me. I've got an electric car, says stupid rich cunt.
Oh, God. If there's ever been a bunch of people I've wanted to punch in the head harder, I can't think of it, because you look up and you say, oh, you can't afford $3 a liter gas? Well, just buy an electric car. Yeah, I can't afford to spend $3 to a liter to fill up my car, which the car itself might have been $2,000 if I bought a cheap fucking beater. And you're going to tell me that because I can't afford to do that, I should somehow acquire $70,000 to buy a new fucking electric? Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Don't you just love the planet? Are you just this vile of a bigot?
Fuck
Yes.
the planet?
Yep.
Oh.
It's just, yeah. I am to the point where I give zero fucks about the planet anymore. Just,
well, I mean, the planet will keep going whether we're around or not.
Well,
so.
exactly.
why the
And,
fuck should I give a shit about whether the planet survives, which it will, regardless of what we do to it, unless we somehow manage to crack the core and split it into 100 pieces. But why should I give a fuck if the goddamn planet survives if I'm living in a fucking hole in the ground eating bugs? Or dead?
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, do you want people to give a shit about the environment? How about you make sure I can live in comfort for the next 80 fucking years? If I was guaranteed 80 years of comfort, I might give more of a fucking shit about whether 1 or 2 trees gets cut down.
Yeah. And it's just this ridiculous level of, and I make this point when people get on these, like, oh, you've got to eat healthily and all this stuff. It's like, when you can't live forever. You are not immortal. You have to accept that things end, things change. They suck. But you really have to ask yourself, am I going to make this easier for myself and the next generation, or am I going to fuck it up so royally that living in the Stone Age is something people aspire to because you have more freedom and the ability to adapt?
Wasn't some chuckle fucking chat last week talking about that shit?
We'll
be
retard that was spurging on about nuclear power not being the answer.
Where he was,
Yeah.
and he was carrying on about,
yes.
oh, we'll be fine. We were fine before electricity. Says the retard on his electricity-powered device on the internet.
Yeah.
Listen, you inbred numbskull. We are humans. We took a rock and zapped it with electricity until we tricked it into thinking.
All I can say is thank you for your views, but they're retarded. Fuck off.
Yeah. It's like, oh, we'll be fine returning to an agrarian beginning of the industrial era society. No, fuck off, eat shit, die. I want to sit in my air-conditioned house at night when I can do that because I don't need to immediately go to sleep when the sun goes down so I can get up at the crack of fucking dawn to farm the pissing fields. We invented tractors for a reason, you fuck knuckle.
And I just want to add to
I
this
can
rant,
only clip this.
I want to be able to go where I want to go on my terms. Fuck you. Fuck this. Oh, well, if you just cut back on driving. No. Driving is one of my God-given rights, just like having a firearm. Go fuck yourself.
On the same
And
note,
you know what? I'm going to not just fuck yourself. Fuck everything in your town that thinks the same way you fucking do.
And not just that, an essential part of being able to go where the fuck you want is being able to take time off from staying alive to do literally anything else. There's a reason medieval farmers didn't fucking go on adventures across the fucking world. And it's not because they were poor. It's because they wouldn't fucking eat if they didn't farm. And you don't go adventuring across Europe in the fucking winter. See Napoleon and Germany.
And when you have a very mobile society, like most of the West is, they're free to go where they want, when they want. And this is the ultimate goal of them wanting to restrict everybody to electric vehicles. It's not saving the planet. It's about fucking control.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's bring
it's
up...
all about having the ability to hit that switch and turn off your civilization.
Yeah. Oh, you're misbehaving. Well, no more money for you. No more electricity. No more food. Fuck you. Comply. That's where it's going. And it's going to make the serfs look like they were living high on the fucking hog compared to what is in store for us if we don't say something now.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the article. Because there's an article about this that I wasn't going to bring up, but it fits in well here. Oh, sorry, it wasn't an article. It was a story from Sky News Australia. The federal government is considering new ways to charge motorists for road use due to the increase in electric car sales. New car data reveals 4/5 of retards would like to see the fuel excise scrap. While 50%, the percentage that needs to be hung, would like to see the scheme replaced with new distance-based charges which include electric vehicles.
No, fuck you.
How the fuck do you tell how far someone has fucking travelled without an absolutely insane would make Trudeau cream his fucking pants invasion of privacy?
Yep. Because I know in a lot of U.S. states, there's your annual vehicle inspection. Not all, but
annual vehicle inspections need to fuck off and die too. But that's another story entirely.
There's a whole level of tales there, but I can't talk about that. But when you take odometer readings, so people are either going to start messing with their odometers.
Oh yeah, because that's fucking hard.
Electrical stuff.
And because you don't have a physical odometer in electric stuff, so you're going to end up with people attempting to jailbreak their electric cars, which couldn't possibly go fucking wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, how do they ensure that the data's consistent? Well, I don't know, maybe the car updates your distance travelled every fucking day to the government service. Oh, and we gotta make sure that's accurate. So while we're at it, we'll just send the day's logs of GPS locations.
Mm-hmm.
No, anything that can conceivably track where I have travelled needs to fuck off and die. And while we're at it, automated license plate readers are a fucking Fourth Amendment violation.
Yep. Yeah. Now this, and in a lot of ways, you could say, well, this is violating your ability to have the right to assemble.
It must be nice to have one of those.
Yeah, it's nice. And yeah, you see why B-1. Just to kind of reiterate, where you're talking about not being individually able to stop this, but at least prepare, like getting an old muscle car and things like that. I agree. If you can get and maintain an older vehicle, the better off you are, because it's going to have a lot less of this invasive bullshit.
Well,
And I would even be willing to say, consider knowing your vehicle in and out well enough where maybe you have a spare computer for your car that has a different mileage recorded.
Yeah. And here's an idea. So not only should people be stocking up on all the necessities, if you have the space and the spare money, get yourself some general purpose horses and start yourself a general purpose horse stud farm. Because when the electricity grid collapses and everything goes to tyranny, you're gonna be the richest fucker around.
Yep.
Or you'll be shot and someone will steal your horses.
Well, the solution
True.
we established how you solve that problem long ago in America. You shoot them first.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, and this is one of those. I would really encourage everyone to look into older food storage methods like canning and things like that, because if you can start getting off of the system, even in minor ways.
Just remember, the best use for a solar panel is recharging your thermal scope.
True. But yeah, I mean, it's people need to, and I need to get better at this personally. We need to just start looking at things and say, you know what? It's time we move into a system of thinking where being self-sufficient is paramount to everyone.
Well, I'd like to do that, but unfortunately I live in suburbia, and I have a negative amount of money left at the end of every fortnight. So my plan for the end times is to take shit.
Well, I would say, if you're in a hardware store, where they sell seed packets, buy one. Just maybe it's not all going to be viable when that time comes, but less than $1 every time you see something like that. Start stocking up. Start doing incremental things, even if it's just peace of mind and nothing ever happens. You have peace of mind, and you're trying to learn new skills to better yourself.
Yeah. And remember, everyone should take up hunting and get as many hunting rifles as they think they might ever possibly need. And then, because hunting's legal, and when you're using them and if you ever plan to use them for things that aren't hunting, well, there ain't gonna be a police force around to stop you once the end of the world fucking collapses.
Also, bear in mind that different game require different calibers, so you need different sizes of ammunition for each different gun.
Yes.
I mean, it must... I'm in Australia. A 308 will solve all problems.
You have alligators or crocodiles, one or the other.
Well, get closer.
Didn't hear you.
Get closer.
Fair point.
That's the thing about an alligator. If you get yourself in your little Everglades boat and you fucking hook the thing with a rope, you pull it close to the boat, then you shoot it at point blank.
Concrete 81 says, "Fuck that! I'm getting me some general purpose alligators."
I mean,
go for the crocodiles though. They're more aggressive.
General purpose crocs are great in a moat, but they make really fucking awful transport.
Not if you get enough of them. You could use them like an Australian dog sled.
Again, it doesn't really work that way. Actually, it's probably
You're not trying hard enough.
Actually, the smart thing to do would be, because Australia's always been run by morons, we have a massive overpopulation of camels problem. So if I acquire some camels,
Oh, yeah, there you go.
that'll be great transport. Hook them to a fucking cart.
Mm-hmm.
I think the meat is edible on a camel as well.
Yeah.
I
And
don't know that I'd want to,
and
but
not only is hunting them legal, you can, depending on the time and the place, you can actually get paid to hunt camel.
seriously?
Yeah, because
That's
they're an invasive species.
Yeah, makes sense. You
And
guys
it's-
have a lot of
and
ideas.
we
it
plan
ta-
a trip to Australia.
And it turns
I
out,
think we should.
and it turns out the desert in Australia is actually great for camels, and they're doing. It's at the point where the Arabs are buying camels from Australia.
Because they have no natural predators, so they get healthier.
I mean, I don't think they have natural predators in the Arab world either.
Yeah, what about drop bears though?
They prefer long pig. Their environments don't overlap. The camels don't hang around near the trees.
Yeah, I keep thinking of a camel as basically an antler-free moose, and that's really not the right way to think of them.
It really isn't. Student history is like an overpopulation of cattle. I mean, a very helpful problem in a non-electrical society. Yeah, fucking oath when it's, especially when it's hot all year and you live in a glorified desert.
All I'm hearing is that the Australians should consider living like Bedouins.
I mean, the Bedouins have a far. I like the Bedouin opinion of gun rights. What do you mean you don't have a gun? Slap.
Yeah, everybody gets one, or you get smacked.
What wasn't that part of Mad Max and Beyond the Thunderdome with the camels pulling the wagon for him?
I don't know. But
I can't remember.
fuck me
it's
down.
one of the opening scenes, I think.
Clearly, we need a Sultans watch party for Mad Max. We need the tips. This shit is coming.
Just remember, a
you're-
fly swatter makes a great shiv, apparently.
You're absolutely right. By the way, there is in fact a scene which I'm guessing is early on, where he's got a team of 6 camels pulling a wagon.
I knew it.
Perfect. Sounds
See if I
about
can
right.
find a better image.
Oh dear.
Okay, no better image. I'll just click this one into live shows.
Well, let's have a look at the next article, shall we? If someone would like to read.
I will in just one moment.
ooh.
Portland anti-stomach contents vows to silence women's rights activists, raises money for
Raises-
weapons.
Oh my god.
So,
I'll read this one because
okay.
Arden's done enough. Trans-identified male Antifa leader is organizing a counter-protest and fundraising to buy weapons to shut down women's rights activists, scheduled to take place in Portland October 25th. This event, held by British women's rights campaigner Kelly J. Keane.
That's
Post-millenn-
Posey Parker, for those who don't know.
Okay. Post-millennial editor-at-large Andy No tweeted that Isabel, whatever, a trans Antifa leader in Portland, is organizing a direct action to try and shut down Keane, Posey Parker, on her speaking visit to Oregon, and that Isabel is currently raising money for weapons. Scroll down, please.
fucking FBI goes and harasses a bunch of guys for theorizing about kidnapping shitbag. Sorry, for accidentally falling into a Fed plot to kidnap some stupid governor.
Well, Whitmer.
And then these fucking
Yeah.
idiots are posting on the internet going, I'm going to commit a terrorist attack. Could I get some donations?
Maybe you should just call the FBI field office in Portland.
Yeah.
Oh, good God, that thing is hideous.
Yeah. I mean, it's taking. This isn't even human.
No.
Isabel, whose Twitter account is currently set to private mode, responded
Gee, I
to
wonder
a
why.
call to action for trans people and allies to counter Posey Parker's trans propaganda. Local
Yeah.
LA turfs, including Gay Chapman, Belissa, yada yada yada, attended Keene's anti-trans rally. Yaro Rodriguez, a right-wing anti-vaxxer and the main organizer of the anti-trans We Spa protest, also spoke. Transphobes for over 2 hours unopposed, says Kai Poopy Pants. I don't know. Reclaiming
Cheers.
trans. I intentionally
really
decided
matter.
not to read that because fuck 'em.
Yeah.
A scroll would be terrifying, but necessary.
I went hunting food and there was nothing readily available.
There's camel.
Bit of a drive.
A little more. I'm still on Twitter. I'm still on Twitter break, but logged back on to share this information in hopes that trans people and their allies who live across cities where Posey Parker is planning to stage her liberation rallies and to use to counter her BS. Don't let her and her followers spread anti-trans propaganda.
Trans propaganda.
Isabel calls on people to disrupt the TERF rally. TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical or Rational Feminists.
Closest thing to a rational
term,
feminist.
not really. Used by trans activists to describe any woman who rejects the idea that men can be a woman simply by self-declaration or who opposes medical transitions of minors.
Oh, so sane.
Yeah, that's why I decided trans exclusionary rational feminist.
I mean, makes better sense.
Shared an archive thread in which Pantifa leader makes direct aid request for $161 for everything Isabel needs to fight fash turfs because Bioc gear. Oh no, block gear. Sorry, a little fuzzy for me to read. Block gear, batons, and mace don't grow on trees.
Yeah, how
A
the
short list of
fuck is that not planning an active terrorist attack?
yeah, I mean this is propaganda of the deed. This is what they're looking for. A short list of what the individual needs includes collapsible baton, a Bowie knife, which they say is for tearing down fash propaganda and self-defense. Keene is not violent. Yeah, no.
Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, because you totally need block gear, buttons, and mace if you're not violent.
So how is this
And-
not a terrorist plot?
Also, next question.
Yeah.
Next question. How much block gear, battens, mace, and Bowie knives were at January 6th?
There might have been
None?
one knife on anybody in that crowd.
Yeah.
And the closest thing to a weapon was like the QAnon shaman with his fucking flagpole.
And I maintain that the biggest indicator that it wasn't a coup is how the fuck you get that many Republicans in one place and not a single gun.
Yeah, absolutely.
It gets better. It gets better. It is then stated that the Pantifa leader will take care of the rest upon receipt of a disability check in 2 weeks' time.
Jesus Christ. We'll ignore the Posey Parker details. And yeah, that's basically it. No. Like, I don't really like Posey Parker. Just, not because I've got anything against her, I just don't like her.
She's a feminist. I question all of her motives at
Well,
all times.
there's that too, but no, I just don't like her. She's annoying, and I think it's because she's got a fucking annoying nasally cunt voice. That or it's because she's a fucking ugly woman. But still better than that.
Yeah, still better than that thing.
Well, for
That
starters.
dude with makeup.
Yes. Oh my, so we have a retweet tweet by the Callums. The Callums, the one and only Callums. This is real. Microsoft verified checkmark collection of pedophile rapist apologists. Inspired by the public's response to our 2022 nonce flag, we're expanding our design to represent 40 different communities of pedophiles and making it available for everyone to use and build on. What the actual fuck is that crap?
So I think.
And who the fuck are these purple circle on yellow bullshits that get to be in here twice? And I see the fucking intersectional flag like twice. And whatever the fuck this thing with feathers is.
I think John Fetterman stared at this before his stroke.
Hold
and
on
I
a
think this
second.
explains a lot.
Hold on a second. We need to play Spot the Flag. Matt Pride flag.
This is metagroup. Maybe not rational, but yeah, I mean, it's still better than just calling them radical, because yeah, anything to aggravate the Pantifa. Oh dear God! I mean,
Right.
I'm looking away from this
Right.
nightmare.
So we need to find this color scheme in this.
Oh, I mean, it looks like about
Wait, is
12
that it?
o'clock.
I think it's there.
Well, and 12 o'clock, it's showing up there.
Well, check out 9 o'clock. That looks suspicious.
Ooh, yeah. And then let's see. Yep, definitely 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
And 9.
What a collection of pedophiles.
I mean, this is like someone had a stroke while playing with MS Paint, and somebody like finally saved them after about 3 hours of just having a complete and utter fit.
You mean like this?
Yes, actually. Arden found his favorite bondage pride flag, so. Oh, it's not there, sorry. That's the monkey flag.
We need to burn this whole thing to the ground.
Oh, hey, Base Apes making comments on this.
Yeah.
There's.
He's a
yes,
good
there
monkey.
is a way to make a crooked cross on that.
Well, they put the trans flag in there, so thanks for the right angle. Oh god, they've got another version over on the right as well. Jesus fuck.
The chevrons of death. Test card.
Yeah. Ah, dear. So, what are the trannies up to now? Well, they staged a coup of the women's restroom at the University of Mexico. Sexual assaults at the University of New Mexico are so common that the university recently had to install emergency buttons inside the cubicles of women's washrooms.
Good God.
Oh, they vandalized
and
the place, posted their "I'm a piece of shit woman rapist" all over the fucking place.
Wow.
Millie, whoever this is like picking up pads like it's some transgressive product instead of a normal part of women's lives. Like a 12-year-old boy has been in an all-boys school and thinks he's being funny. Someone else, oh, how will I ever exist if I don't walk around in a frock and a penis around the women's washroom? While I rape women so often they need to install panic alarms next to the toilets.
Yeah, see, now if the women were armed, they could take care of this problem while on the loo.
Well, that's why I know that feminists don't actually give a shit about protecting women. Because if feminists wanted to protect women, they'd be in favour of gun rights. Because nothing stops a rape like a bullet to the dick.
Yep.
Modified Mozambique drill. To the chest, one to the dick. The one to the dick's to send a message.
That's the real dick and drill.
There we go. Oh, it adds a whole new level of horror to the old drill baby drill thing, but
But yes. I think it should be acceptable for any woman to shoot any man who doesn't identify as a cleaner who walks into a women's toilet.
well, I mean, I've had to, and I usually knock on the door, announce maintenance, and it's like, all right, there's nobody here, then I can go in.
Well, that's the exclusion.
Random poor woman to go double check for me.
Yep.
Yeah, back when I was bouncing, I had to check the women's at the end of the night, so it was generally bang, 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 bouncer. Anybody in here?
Oh,
Okay, and then I'd walk in and check.
Monkey has
Only a
pointed
couple
out that
times
the
did I find passed
terrorists.
out women.
The monkey has pointed out that the terrorists have wrote "kill and murder the TERFs" on the wall.
Yes.
Oh,
So
damn.
that's not kill and murder. That's grape and kill.
Yeah, grape and kill. Yeah. But no, they just want equal rights and protections. Yeah, no.
Yes.
All they should get is 6 strands of 38 to the cock and balls.
And then their corpse immolated.
Well, that's what you tend to do with the diseased. You burn their corpses in mass graves.
Yeah, the tactical Dalai Lama may say 2 to the chest, face gets the rest. However, I think it should be 2 to the chest, dick gets the rest.
Look, I firmly believe that the solution to rape is women shooting rapists in the dick. Like how much rape do you think they'd like they're constantly banging on about 3/4 of women will be raped? Well, give them guns. Let them kill all the rapists. Problem fucking solved.
3/4 of women need to be heavily armed and trained.
Yep.
In that order.
But I guarantee the rate of rape would go down if more women were armed. They can keep a 38 strapped into the inside of their thighs. I've seen the movies. And if they don't feel like a revolver, a PPK is always an excellent option for a sexy little thigh holster. Sorry, what?
I would encourage them to use an HSC instead. But, yeah.
There's plenty of room in the average handbag for a 50 caliber Desert Eagle. I'm just saying.
And it would make the handbag only mildly more dangerous.
Yes.
But yes.
So one of my exes used to carry a brick in her handbag.
But yeah, a lot of rapes would be prevented if the rapist got shot in the chest before he got the first woman.
Yep. All you would hear would be zip. Hey, honey. Boom.
Well, that's it. All it takes is one brave woman with a gun to protect dozens of women.
Yep.
Indeed. Well, I need to run to do a little prep work before the interview with Mr. Everard. So,
Excellent.
Chat, it's been fun as always, and I will catch you guys maybe there.
No worries. Thank you for joining us, Bleach.
What time is that supposed to be, Bleach?
About an hour.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
it's a little bit more than that, but I've got to go do some stuff. But it will be 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
How far away is that? Because you might need to remind Evrard of that.
It's about an hour and 5 minutes from now.
Oh, okay. You counted the 5 minutes, or I just counted the hour. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
if Ardent's got the free time, we will finish up here, and then we will all come taunt you and Evrard.
Yes. Sounds like a good plan. I can give you about a half an hour more. I need to get some supper in me.
Excellent. Well, we just need to check out Nonce Watch, and we should be done for the day.
Excellent.
So, Leech is off, and I guess that means it's time to roll the super ultra cringe intro. The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Welcome back to Nonce Watch, everybody. So, speaking of another Democrat shithole that needs to be burnt to the fucking ground. 13-year-old Philadelphia girl grabbed off scepter, raped in parking garage on her way to school.
I'm going to guess SEPTA is something like their metro.
We will find out. And of course, this happened 2 blocks from City Hall. The Philadelphia Police Department's completely useless unit is investigating the sexual assault of a 13-year-old girl who was making her way to school. Police sources told Fox 29 that the middle schooler was raped in a parking garage at the intersection of Doesn't Matter after she got off of the SEPTA train. Sources say the victim had just gone up to street level, so literally at the fucking entrance to the station, when she was attacked and taken into the garage by the suspect. The man can be seen in surveillance footage wearing headphones around his neck and a black jacket. The police report describes him as a usual suspect, also known as a black male, late teens, early 20s with a dark complexion. We figured that when you said black, you fucking idiots. He was wearing Doesn't Matter and what appears to be beat headphones around his neck. Here's a picture. According to the report, the piece of shit was last seen walking north towards 16th Street and Vine Street. Police are also searching for a man connected to a separate assault on Thursday, in which the suspect sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl in the train station concourse. In the fucking station! Oh, yep, and it does appear to be a different guy, but he's got the exact same fucking description. Police sources say they're not ready to say for sure yet whether or not the same man in both. Oh, and of course, the report comes as violent crime in Philadelphia spikes under Democrat District Attorney, some piece of shit, who Republicans are seeking to impeach. Good job. According to Doesn't Matter, homicides are up 50% and assaults by gun have climbed by 54% since the dumbass Democrat was elected in 2017. What's that? You don't punish criminals and so they commit more crime?
Oh, that's interesting. I've got something for you.
Aye.
I'll throw that in the show chat. We were talking about the district attorney just now, and the fact that he's funded by a particular individual might be of interest.
It might be of incredible interest. Retired Philly cops want to counterpunch George oh, fuck off, Philadelphia Inquirer. Basically, the dipshit Democrats paid for by Soros.
Yeah.
Coming as no surprise, Soros supports pedophiles. But we knew that.
Yeah. Well, anything that destabilizes the West.
We have a tweet from Andy the Gnome. Journalist don't even care. Says he was beaten. Oh, well, that's why I don't care. He's French. He has my eternal sympathies. He was beaten by Antifa communist scum while trying to cover a Lola rally. Remember Lola, the 12-year-old who was tortured, raped, and murdered by an illegal immigrant who'd been told that she had to leave the country? Remember the Lotus Eaters covering that? But yeah, so Antifa are assaulting are up to their usual tricks of assaulting reporters who are going, why are Antifa counter-protesting the people against rape and murder of children?
Yeah, that's a strange look for Antifa.
Well, of
I mean,
course,
they're supposed to be all about the social justice and everything, but the last thing they seem to want is to let this guy get justice.
well, it should come as no surprise to anybody that Antifa are defending pedophiles, rapists, murderers, and assorted scumbags. Because remember, if you fire three times into a crowd of Antifa, you hit a wife beater, a pedo, and a convicted felon.
Bleach is in the chat pointing out that we should remember Hitchbot.
Yeah,
You know the story of Hitchbot?
I do. When the hitchhiking robot
Yeah.
that was going great until it got to Philadelphia and was immediately destroyed.
Yeah, went coast to coast in Canada with no problems, got to Philly and it was wrecked in 3 days.
Oh, look. An Antifa sympathizer popped in to say that's 100% fake blood. Someone who's not an Antifa sympathizer says Antifa just loves sticking up for child murders. Well, we know they're pedophile sympathizers because they were kicking up a stink when the good boy Rittenhouse shot that pedophile.
Always on the wrong side of history.
And this idiot's like, so the United States is on the wrong side of history when we fought against Hitler and the Nazis? Well, they weren't fascists.
well.
One, they weren't fascists.
Yeah.
The fascists were Italian. Get your history right. Two, not a single American soldier who went to war in World War II would have defined themselves as an Antifa or an anti-fascist.
Yeah. Saddle tramp. Just another peaceful protest, I take it.
Yeah.
Global brown shirts, yeah.
Yep. Here we go. Pedophiles are using this symbol to identify each other. Please be aware.
Beautiful.
That's good. That's very good.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Every time I hear about Antifa, I'm always reminded of one particular meme. I'm going to see if I can find it. There it is. That was easy. Into the show notes.
Oh, and some fucking pedophile pointing up and going, it's a fake. Oh, what the fuck are you pedo? Women are men's future. Reborn babies, cockroaches, bed by. Apparently, that doesn't make sense in any language.
Well, that's probably because he's been sniffing cat turds.
Yeah. So, guess what California's been up to? Well, they've decided that they've got a new solution to the increasing problem of crimes against children. They're not going to bother making them crimes anymore.
So the same way they solved the theft problem.
Yeah. We don't have an increasing crime problem if we stop defining crime as something black people can do. So, California L's posts. California legislature passes bill reducing penalties for oral anal sex with willing children. Willing children. There's no such thing, you pedophiles. Get in the fucking chipper. This bill states non-forcible sodomy, oral copulation, and sexual penetration with a minor do not require mandatory sex offender registration unless there's a 10-year age gap between the minor and the other person. That's right, that 25-year-old absolutely can rape that 16-year-old up the arse. What's that? A 20-year-old can...
Yeah, that's where I was going to go.
It gets worse, though. If they're 20... and they rape a 10-year-old up the arse, they don't need to be put on the... It's not mandatory to put them on the sex offender register. These offences, when committed without force, where the minor was a willing participant, and under the age of 14... Under the age of 14... So there you go. 23-year-old, rapes a 14-year-old, it's fine. You don't need to mark them down as a sex offender. What's that? That 18-year-old raped an 8-year-old? Don't worry about it. 16-year-old rapes a 6-year-old? It's fine. Don't put him on the sex offender registry.
I understand why Trim mutes himself so much now.
Yeah.
This is... I'm sorry. Fuck the wood chipper. Just go and look for these people with scythes.
And their problem is that, according to one court case, that it held that requiring mandatory sex offender registration for one such offence or copulation was unconstitutional if the state did not also require registration for a person convicted of non-forcible sexual intercourse with a minor because it made an illegal distinction based on the sex act itself. How about anyone who commits any form of sex act with a minor goes in the fucking chipper and the register?
Well, I think we can forget the register if we're going to run them through a chipper.
Oral copulation. That means that when a group of Antifa pedos blow bang a fucking kid, they don't need to go on the register. And of course, the fact check's like, oh, it does not legalise pedophilia. The judge should have the same discretion about whether to put an LGBTQ kid on a sex offender registry, the bill's author said. No, fuck off. I don't care what sex act they're committing. Kill them.
Yeah, my very first issue with that statement is there is no such thing as an LGBTQ kid.
No. Look at this fucking pedo. As controversial as it seems, the worst thing that could happen is an 18-year-old exploiting an 8-year-old. Dear God, I hope that's satire.
I was about to say, I hope that's sarcasm.
Well, let's see what the fact check says. Let's see what they admit to.
Oh, dear God.
Billy's getting confused by the word copulation. You can't... Copulation is between a male and female, I thought. Yeah, that's the making babies copulation I'm thinking of. You can't have oral copulation with anyone if you believe that words have meanings.
Yeah.
California pedophile in chief Governor Newsom on Friday evening signed a bill into law that's aimed at creating parity and criminal sentencing for young mentally ill people who have sex with other young mentally ill people. Under existing laws, it's 944, when a person is found by a court to have had vaginal intercourse with a minor 14 years of age or older, and the age difference is not more than 10 years, judges are given discretion as to whether to require that person to register as a sex offender. However, that discretion pertains only to vaginal sex. So your solution is to make it legal for oral and anal, not to ban it for vaginal sex.
Yep.
How is this not pro-pedophilia if your solution isn't to ban the thing that is allowed, but to make the things that aren't allowed legal? Wiener, yeah, that sounds about right. Wiener's bill would give judges discretion in those cases. So that's about treating LGBTQ young people the same as straight young people. You're right. We should treat so-called LGBTQ young people the same as straight young people. Yeah, we should hang the 23-year-old having sex with the 14-year-old too. Don't give two flying fucks whether it's in the ass or in the vagina or in the eye hole. If an adult is engaged in sexual acts with their child, we kill them. And they're like, that discretion could allow, for example, a 19-year-old LGBTQ pedophile to avoid having to register as a sex offender because they had sex with their 17-year-old partner. They don't bother to point out that it would also allow said 19-year-old to get off scot-fucking free for doing a 10-year-old.
Yeah. As long as the 10-year-old was somehow willing.
Yeah. However, sane people have pointed out that it could also allow a 24-year-old to avoid having to register as a sex offender after having sex with a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to the fact check, it appears that the law is, if the minor is 14 or older, so between 14 and 16, rather than under 14. which is slightly less bad, but it's still bad. The solution should not be to let 24-year-old gay dudes rape 14-year-old boys. No, it should be to make it illegal for a 24-year-old straight dude to rape a 14-year-old girl. Don't care. Hang every fucking 20-plus-year-old that engages in sex with a 14-year-old. Don't fucking care. I don't care who sticks what where. If you are 20 anything and you are fucking a 14-year-old and you don't have a damn good fucking excuse like they magically fucking took estrogen and have tits the size of their head and have a fake fucking ID and ended up in a nightclub somewhere, no, we hang you. Into the chipper.
There's some cause for hope, I suppose, here. Just scroll back. Yeah, right there. Opposition to the bill didn't just come from the right. Assemblywoman Lorena Gonzalez, a Democrat from San Diego, spoke out against the bill when it came to the assembly floor for a vote. I cannot, in my mind, as a mother, understand how sex between a 24-year-old and a 14-year-old could ever be consensual. How it could ever not be a registrable offense. Yeah, like, fortunately, there are some people on the left who actually do have a bit of sense.
Yeah. Well, like, my only argument against the sex offender registry is we shouldn't be registering someone who takes a drunken piss in an alley and gets seen by a kid. And people who actually rape a child shouldn't be alive to go on a register.
Yep.
Stop letting pedos survive. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking pedophiles. Oh, it's inequality between gay people and straight people. So instead of making the straight shit illegal, we're going to make the gay shit legal. Like, fuck off, you fucking pedophile. Everyone who voted yes for this needs to be fucking chippered.
Oh, and they want to let 17-year-olds vote. Of course they do.
Oh, that's from 2020, apparently.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Oh, this act's from 2022, apparently. God, we need to hang Newsom. For treason. Right.
Providing threats for children.
Yep. In slightly better news, Nashville's fucking pissed. Huge Nashville crowd rallies to end childhood mutilation. Far-left counter-protesters melt down. Protesters wore and waved pedo flags as they screamed and refused to allow the speakers to express their views. Ah, yes, the tolerant left. Organised by Matt Walsh and featuring Tulsi Gabbard, Colin Wright, and Chloe Cole, and some other people. The event was intended to call attention to the increasing problem with medicalized gender transitions. Look, here's the deal. Trans is not medically necessary, and any unnecessary medical interference with the genitals of a child is genital mutilation, and you go in the chipper. If the Muslims aren't allowed to cut clits off girls in London, then you psychopaths with lab coats are not allowed to cut their entire fucking wombs out. Student history says, well, she clearly is straight and doesn't quite understand the complexities of queer love, say the leftists. Me, you fuck the kid and I'll fuck you with a Mr. Happy Mossberg.
I prefer the Hello Kitty Madus, but, you know, to each their own.
Yeah, fine. I'm just done with the world.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, it doesn't matter if you're performing a circumcision or a mastectomy. It's still mutilation.
Yeah.
Especially if the person is too young to consent.
Well, I think that non-medically necessary mastectomies, non-medically necessary hysterectomies, any fucking form of transition surgery should be banned at all ages. We don't let doctors cut arms off of mentally ill people. We shouldn't be letting them cut penises off.
Isn't there some case of some mentally ill person who identified as disabled being blinded by their psychiatrist or something?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's an outlier, and it absolutely should have resulted in charges. I don't know that it did or didn't.
The psychiatrist should have been strucken off the earth, and the same policy should apply to any of this gender transition crap at all ages.
Yeah.
You do a gender transition, you hang.
Yeah, and anyone who is, let me carefully couch this. Anyone who provides children with a means to transition that is extra legal in nature should be extradited and punished to the full extent of the law.
Yeah. This is Major says the Conservatives put in an immigrant brochure that Canada doesn't allow barbaric practices like genital mutilation. Justin Trudeau demand they apologise in Parliament. Well, he should demand that they apologise, because they lied about saying that Canada doesn't allow barbaric practices like genital mutilation. Canada doesn't just allow it, they fucking encourage it, as long as it's for the right fucking flag.
Yep.
As long as you claim it's for magender, you can do it, you can cut their clits off.
That's like the conversion therapy thing. It's only banned in one direction.
Speaking of things that should be banned in one direction. New note, Canada shouldn't be allowed to sing.
And apparently Student of History liked my comment about the Hello Kitty Madhu so much he asked about a Weeaboo Wesson.
A Smith and Wesson?
Yes, Trudeau should apologise in Parliament for being a giant cunt, but of course he won't.
Trudeau doesn't need to apologise in Parliament. He can just be flayed alive.
He could just fuck off. That'd be enough for me.
No. Treason should be punishable with death, and Trudeau is a traitor. He should be tried, and if convicted, hung.
Yeah.
Like all traitors should be.
This is Medger points out that this was during the time that Harper was still running the show in Canada. They put this barbaric practices thing in.
Yeah, look.
When we had our last Conservative government.
At this fucking point, I welcome nuclear war. Because these fucking idiots won't survive a fucking week. They'll all just sit there crying about how they're out of their fucking hormone therapy pills, and then hope that they'll die off.
Well, you know, once the hormone therapy pills start to wear off, that 41% is going to go up. I'm just saying.
I don't encourage suicide, but there are also some people that I'm not sympathetic towards if they do.
Yeah, no, I won't even say anyway. Student History says I'm just saying that I'm not above owning a waifu rifle.
A rifle? I mean...
points out that they're not committing suicide, they're actually engaging in a life transition.
Trans life, it's okay, they identify as alive.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Oh, have we come to the end?
Yeah, on that happy news. If you'd like to see, but we'll go back to, we'll shill on the way out. In about 40 minutes, go check out Mr. Everard's channel for an interview with Bleachy Beamans.
I'll grab a link for that.
When that's done, you should go check out the Rimworld videos on my YouTube channel. The older one featuring a colony of what do we call them? Trans-hating, misandrous turf wokesters. And our newest one, which the Marga Gammons, who behave how the left thinks the right behaves. And in the most recent one, we will show you mostly tongue-in-cheek what should be done to people like this. Prime Knight's like, did the Marga Colony even last one episode? The Marga Colony had a bit of a problem when they lost 2 glorious fighters in removing the foul, insidious invaders, and then they had some nasty bouts with the flu and malaria. But the surviving member, he took some slaves, recruited some aliens that he's going to take as slaves later, and he's rebuilding. He's going to build back better because we still need to make the wall and make Space Ante for pay for it. Though, speaking of, RimWorld has released a new expansion pack. And there can be babies in the game now, so... Disco and I are probably also going to do a campaign where, oh dear, gonna be more dead babies than a Planned Parenthood in downtown Chicago. So yes.
Okay.
Take a quick
So
piss and snack break. Go check out the interview with Bleach. When you've got some free time, check out the RimWorld videos. In 19 hours, check out Ardent's stream. And any time in the middle, just put on something in the background from one of our channels. Fuck.
Yeah, you know, there's Trim's Art Shack, there's my channel, there's Bezik's channel, there's Disco's channel. You know, Bleach.
No.
Bleach actually did a really good series of kind of backgrounders on the various candidates for the upcoming midterms.
Yeah, and
I
they're all in mental.
May be appearing on Patriot Brunchcast stream tomorrow after my stream. I don't know yet.
Yeah, so we look forward to seeing you all next time. And I might be, and Ardent might be, in Everard's chat picking on the Belgian and the American.
Yes.
We'll see what happens. So, might see some of you there. If not, we'll see you all at the same time next Saturday for the Sultans special event Halloween special, where we are going to get absolutely shit-faced and play some stupid internet-based games.
Oh dear.
Such games will include Cards Against Humanity with Trim.
Excellent. This should be absolutely terrible.
Golf with Friends. We are going to check out what Florida Man's been up to this year. Bleach wants to do some Mad Libs with some news articles. And whatever other bullshit chat suggests and we agree to because we're shit-faced.
This could be really messy. Oh, well.
So we'll catch you all somewhere. And if you're not already in the Discord, well, it's an excellent place to pick on Monkey.
Should I throw a link to the Discord in there, I wonder?
It's in the description.
Perfect.
And then we'll see you suckers all later. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being awesome. And we'll see you all next time. Shadilay, motherfuckers. Bully Monkey.
Shadilay.